Red Sox baseball time. How do you do once again, ladies and gentlemen, from Fenway Park, the home of the Red Sox in Boston. Tonight, game number 2 of this 4-game series between the Red Sox and the Detroit Tigers. Technically, the Red Sox still are in first place by less than 1 percentage point over the Tigers. Actually, the two teams are in a virtual first-place tie, with Baltimore now 2 games out. Baltimore idle tonight. And the New York Yankees 3 1/2 games out. The Red Sox, 13 games over 500, have a percentage of .545. And Detroit, one up on the Red Sox in the win column, and one behind the Red Sox in the loss column. Also 13 over 500, have a percentage of .544. We have a cool but comfortable night here tonight, and again, we have a very brisk wind. In fact, this wind tonight will be the strongest of the last 3 nights, and both last night and the night before, it was a good brisk wind. Right now, it's blowing in from center field, but it's kind of a whirlpool type of wind, and it's shifting that flag all over the flagpole in all directions from time to time. Tonight, Billy Martin, the manager of the Tigers, is going with a relief pitcher as his starting pitcher, Chris Zachary. He's made 22 relief appearances this year, has not started the ball game. Detroit has been shy of pitching, particularly starting pitching, all year long. And so as a spot starter tonight, Martin is forced to go with Chris Zachary. He's a right-hander. The Red Sox tonight will use one of their regular starters, but one who has been only fairly effective in recent starts, Lynn McLaughlin, a right-hander. His record shows 7 wins and 6 losses with an earned run average of 3.23. Zachary's record is 1 win, no losses, with an earned run average of 0.93. He's been a fine relief pitcher for the Tigers this year. He throws the standard assortment: fastball, curveball, slider, and straight change. He used to be in the National League with the Houston Astros. In the Tiger camp, this news today: Bill Freehan suffered a hairline fracture of a thumb last night when he tagged out Carl Yastrzemski on a play at the plate. Yastrzemski brushed by him and gave him a pretty good jolt. So Freehan is out indefinitely. However, Billy Martin did tell me that Freehan would be available to pinch hit. Catching tonight will be Duke Sims, a left-hand hitter, a catcher the Tigers picked up from the Dodgers a couple of months ago. The Red Sox lineup is the same as it has been for the last several nights, with Dwight Evans again in left field. I'm Dave Martin with Ned Martin and our engineer Al Walker, and I'll be back with the official batting orders and lineups right after this.
Well, the Baltimore Orioles, idle again tonight, remain in 3rd place, 2 games off the pace in the American League East. And Oriole manager Earl Weaver has a formula for getting the Orioles back to the top. He says if Boston and Detroit split their remaining 6 games, and the Orioles take 3 straight from Boston, the birds will be chirping again. So, of course, there's plenty of optimism as far as manager Earl Weaver is concerned. And as it stands, the Red Sox, 78 wins, 65 losses, a percentage of .5454. The Tigers, 79 and 76. Their percentage, .5448. The Orioles, 77 and 68, 2 games back, 3 out in the loss column. The New York Yankees, 75-69, 4 back in the loss column, 3.5 games out. Cleveland, 66-80, 13.5 games back. And the Milwaukee Brewers have won 60 while losing 86. They are 19.5 games back and, of course, out of it in the American League.
Here are the batting orders now for the visiting Tigers. The battery Zachary and Sims in the batting order. Dick McAuliffe will lead off and play second base. Gates Brown in left field, batting second. Willie Horton in right field, hitting third. Norm Cash, the cleanup hitter, he'll play first base. Duke Sims will do the catching and bat fifth. Mickey Stanley in center field, hitting sixth. Aurelio Rodriguez at third base, number 7 hitter. Eddie Brinkman at short, hits eighth, and the number 9 man, the pitcher, Chris Zachary, Zachary. And for the Red Sox, the battery McLaughlin and Fisk in the batting order. Tommy Harper will lead off and play center field. Louis Aparicio at short. Carl Yastrzemski at first base. Smith in right field. Rico Petrocelli at third base. Carlton Fisk will do the catching. Dwight Evans will be in left field and hit 7th. Doug Griffin will be at second base. And Lynn McLaughlin will do the pitching. The Red Sox batting order quickly again. Harper, Aparicio, Yastrzemski, Smith, Petrocelli, and Fisk. And then Evans, Griffin, and McLaughlin. The Red Sox have taken the field. Lynn McLaughlin on the mound. He's 1-0 against Detroit in 2 starts. He beat Detroit on the 30th of July at Tiger Stadium. He held the Tigers scoreless for 8 1/3 innings here in Fenway on June 29th, but did not figure in the final decision. Detroit rallying for a victory. He's worked 16 innings against Detroit this year with a 3.38 ERA against the Tigers. He's 4-3 in Fenway Park. Now, our national anthem. For the ball game tonight, Larry Barnett will be behind the plate. Dave Phillips at first base, Nestor Shylock at second, and Jim Evans will be at third base. McLaughlin is getting in his warm-up throws. The Yankees are playing at Cleveland tonight. The Baltimore Orioles are idle. In the Yankee-Cleveland game, the pitchers are Steve Klein for the Yankees and Gaylord Perry for the Indians. On the Red Sox press sheet tonight, they list for tomorrow either Sonny Siebert or Mike Nagy. Mickey Lolich will go for the Tigers tomorrow, a lefty, with a 20-13 record. However, he's been in a slump of late. He's won only 2 of his last 9 decisions. And the Sunday pitcher for the Tigers will be another left-hander. Woody Fryman has been pitching very well for Detroit. But as you know, left-handers are supposed to have trouble in this ballpark. However, Billy Martin figures he has to go with his best, and he's got both Lolich and Fryman rested and ready to go in the final 2 games of this series. The indications were that Eddie Casco had decided on Mike Nagy tomorrow, but apparently that's still a decision that hasn't been finalized because Siebert is listed as a probable along with Nagy tomorrow for the Red Sox. We're ready to go now with Dick McAuliffe in the batter's box in another very important game here at Fenway Park. And here with the play-by-play, Ned Martin. All right, Dave, thank you, and good evening, everybody. Dick McAuliffe leading off. Lynn McLaughlin's first pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 1, and we're underway. Big crowd at Fenway tonight. They're all over here in the reserved grandstands and box seats. McAuliffe, a left-handed batter, and McLaughlin throws outside, ball 1. The bleachers are loaded. They're filled over 3/4 the way into the triangle of seats in center field. They're left just a bare, one little bare space out there. They're chocked up from sections 1 all the way around to 32. Ground ball off the glove of McLaughlin. Griffin has it in second. Throws to first in time. That play will go 1-4-3. Deflected by Lynn McLaughlin over to Doug Griffin, who made the throw to Yastrzemski. McAuliffe was hitting .238 with 7 home runs. So there's 1 out, and Gates Brown is up. The left fielder, left-handed batter, hitting .235. 10 home runs, 31 runs batted in. McLaughlin throws, and there's a strike call. Mack will well remember the last time he faced the Tigers here in that game. 4-0 lead going into the ninth. 0-1 pitch, low and outside, ball one, 1-1. Tigers got 8 runs in the ninth inning to beat the Red Sox, but Mack did not get the loss. Some of the runs that scored off him were a little bit tinged and tainted. Strike 2 call on Brown, a pitch on the outside corner, knee high. McLaughlin is a fast worker. He comes right at you, doesn't waste too much time between pitches. They slowed him down a little for a while, but found out he's more effective working the way he was when he came up. He was 9-1 at Louisville. 1-2 delivery. High pop foul, third base side, out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One and 2 count to Gates Brown. Here's the pitch, and it's line foul past third. Petroselli went after it, and it cruised over his glove, curving out foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, this was the theater of frenzy 2 nights ago, and Baltimore was in for the doubleheader. Last night, Fenway Park was the theater of the absurd, if you're a Red Sox fan. There's a drive to deep center, but Tommy Harper has the range on it. The wind holds it up. It's in his glove for the out. Gates Brown flies to Tommy Harper in center field. There's a crosswind blowing from left to right, and sometimes in from second towards first, in from the left field wall toward the right field foul line. Sometimes it will veer toward the bleachers and the right field bandstand. So it's going to be tough to hit one into center and left. The wind will hold it up there. Willie Horton, the powerful right fielder, is up, right-handed batter. His average, .223. 11 home runs, 33 runs batted in. McLaughlin ready to pitch to Horton. Comes in and is lined to center field. That'll be a base hit. Harper picks it up, throws in, and Horton is on with the first hit of the game. Solid single to center. Horton at first with 2 gone, and Norm Cash, the batter. Cash was a fool at the plate last night, a hitting fool. He has had 3 doubles. He had 2 doubles to right field and 1 to left. And he knocked in a couple of runs as the Tigers took the game completely away from the Red Sox very early. Doug Griffin deep at the edge of the grass, second base. Aparicio shading the bag. The fastball is outside the Cash, ball 1. Well, tonight looks like the days of September 1967 with a packed house here. McLaughlin sets, throws, outside, ball 2, 2-0. There were quite a few disenchantments last night as the Red Sox flattened out after their great double win over the Orioles 2 nights ago. Now we'll see what happens tonight. The pitch is in there for a called strike, 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike to Cash. Strong left-handed hitter. Norm moves well up in the box. He doesn't stand back. He likes to get that breaking pitch early, so he is his front line about 6 inches from his front foot from the front line. Takes the ball low and inside, 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike to Norm Cash. 2 out, and Horton running at first base. The outfield is swung around to right. Here's the set. And the pitch. Strike 2 swinging. Foul tipped it into Fisk's glove. Carlton Fisk behind the plate again tonight. He's caught all but 2 innings last night. He caught the doubleheader against Baltimore, and he's catching with a mild groin pull that bothered him for a few days. Lynn McLaughlin, the young right-hander on the mound, trying for his 8th win tonight. 3-2. Runner going. Strike 3 called. And Norm Cascione had a walk and is griping to the plate umpire, Larry Barnett. He flings his bat away, all the way to the dugout. He was headed for first base with what he thought was a walk, but it was called strike 3, and the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. After a half inning, Detroit, nothing. The Red Sox coming up.
Over in the American League West, Oakland 5 games on top of the Chicago White Sox with an 85-58 record. The White Sox 80-63. Then comes Minnesota 73-69, 11.5 back. Kansas City 70-72, 14.5 out. California 68 wins, 76 losses, 17.5 back. Texas 52 wins, 91 losses, 33 games out. National League East, it's all over. The Pirates have clinched it. Their record right now, 91-53. The Cubs, 79-65, 12 back. They can't catch the Bucks. The New York Mets, 74 wins, 69 losses, 16.5 games out. Followed by the St. Louis Cardinals, 22 games back. Montreal, 25.5 out. Philadelphia, 37 out. In the West, Cincinnati by 8.5 over Houston. They play the Astros tonight. If Cincinnati beats Houston, they will clinch it in the National League West. The magic number for the Reds is now 2. Los Angeles Dodgers 12 games out. The Atlanta Braves 22 games off the pace. Followed by San Francisco. The Giants are 26.5 games back after winning it in the West last year. San Diego is 34 games back.
I'd like to say hello to Mrs. Ethel Shute of Alston, a longtime Red Sox fan, and hello to Alfred Bernard, who is in the Winchester Hospital and has been following the Red Sox for a good many years. Tommy Harper will lead off for Boston in the bottom of the first inning. Chris Zachary, right-hander, 1-0 record, making his first start last year with the Cardinals in the National League. He won 3 and lost 10 with a 5.30 earned run average. He has worked with Kansas City briefly in the American League in 1969. Right-hander. Pitch to Harper, chopped foul. Strike 1 to Tommy, who's hitting .261. 14 home runs, 49 runs batted in. Zachary has good size, 6'2", 203 pounds. From Knoxville, Tennessee, but lives now in Houston, Texas. The pitch to Harper is inside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Tommy. Tommy has 22 stolen bases this year for the Red Sox. He's right near the number 2 spot in stolen bases for a Red Sox player. There's a ball inside, 2-1. Jackie Jensen had 22 in 1954. Pete Fox had 22 in 1943 for the Red Sox. Carl Yastrzemski had 23 in 1970, and Joe Foy had 26 in 1968. Tommy has 22 now. The most ever, Ben Chapman, 35, back in 1937. Pitch to Harper. Line drive, deep to left center field. That's going to make the wall. Off the lineup board. Carrying past the center fielder, Stanley picks it up. Harper has a double. That was one of those patented Harper shots. When he gets good wood on the ball, he connects and he sends it. He's a good left field hitter. And this one was a line up the gap right off the lineup board in left center. Louis Aparicio at the plate, and Duke Sims, the catcher, goes out to talk to Zachary. For Harper, that was his 28th double of the year. And that puts him in the team lead in that department. He's 1 ahead of Carlton Fisk. Reggie Smith has 22 doubles. Louis Aparicio, hitting .253, 2 homers, 35 runs batted in. Zachary leans in for the sign. Harper leads away from second. Here's the pitch to Louis, and he punts toward the first base side. Zachary can't get it. Nobody can get it. And Aparicio's safe. A base hit. Harper goes to third. Well, Louis had an idea that time. He wanted not only to get Harper to third with a possibility of a sacrifice, 1 out, but he wanted to push one and see if he could get a base hit. The ball eluded Zachary, who was coming off the mound toward the first base line. No chance at all for McAuliffe, the second baseman, to get it. And it's a bunt single for Aparicio. Runners at first and third, nobody out, and Carl Yastrzemski up. Yaz hitting .263, 8 home runs, 56 RBIs, takes a high fastball outside, ball 1. Bill Slayback, a right-hander, throwing in the bullpen now very quickly for Detroit. Well, this looks like the first inning in reverse last night, when Garman got off to a rough start. They had Curtis up in a hurry in the bullpen. 2 on, nobody out, first inning. Yastrzemski gripping that bat, holding it high. The pitch. There's a drive to center field, way back. Stanley going back. He's got it. This will get Harper home easily. The throw comes into second. It's 1-0 Red Sox. A line drive to deep center against the cross wind. Stanley, a fine fielder anyway, had it all the way, but was way back. That was easy to get Harper home from third. Aparicio stayed at first base. He played it halfway. So the Red Sox have a quick 1-0 lead. Reggie Smith is up. Smith had 3 hits last night, elevating his average to .267. 20 homers, 70 RBIs. Takes a strike on the outside corner. Smith doesn't think so. Yastrzemski gets credit for an RBI, his 57th of the year. Pitch outside, ball 1. Harper's double was a line drive to left center, then the good bunt by Aparicio. Yastrzemski's sacrifice fly was a line drive, so they've hit Zachary hard. The pitch. Fouled off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I'd like to wish a very happy 86th birthday to Mrs. Annie Mae Look of Brewer, Maine. An inveterate Red Sox fan, 86 years young today, September 22nd. Red Sox are leading 1-0. There's a 1-2 count on Reggie Smith. And there's 1 out in the first inning. Aparicio at first. Zachary wants another sign. Big right-hander leans in with his glove on left knee and the hand holding the ball on his right knee. Here's the set and the pitch. Ground foul, an off-speed pitch to Reggie. He bounces it into the Red Sox dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Red Sox ahead, 1-0 in the first inning. Zachary ready. Pitches. Strike 3, swinging. He jammed him. Had a good pitch that time on Reg. A fastball right in on the inside edge. At the letters. Smith is out on strike. 2 away. Rico Petrocelli up. Rico is hitting .247. 14 home runs. 72 runs batted in. Now the delivery to him. It's inside, ball 1. Mike's call got the inside corner knee high, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Zachary drops to the belt and throws. There's a drive deep to right field. Back for it goes Horton. Still going back. He's got it at the wall. Right at the bullpen wall, the visitor's bullpen. He got that ball as it kept riding with the wind and almost made it into the bullpen, but it was about 4 yards short. And Horton, who kept backpedaling, then turning around, held on to it for the final out. So they whacked Zachary around pretty well in that inning, but got just 1 run. There were 2 hits, and there was a man left. After 1 inning, the Red Sox lead 1-0.
Well, the Pirates wrapped up their 3rd straight National League East Division title Thursday night by defeating the New York Mets 6-2, scoring 5 runs in the 3rd inning. That made it easy for Steve Blass, who coasted to his 18th victory with a 7-hitter. The Pirates took over first place on June 19th and have been there ever since. Next stop for Pittsburgh is the National League playoffs, which will begin October 7th. Their opponent has yet to be decided. Only one other game was played in the National League Thursday night, and the Philadelphia Phillies won it 3-1 over the St. Louis Cardinals. The Phils got the decisive runs in the 8th with the help of a 3-base error by Ted Simmons, normally a catcher, who was trying out at first base. Warm-ups in the National League tonight. San Diego and Atlanta. Mike Caldwell 7-8 against Phil Niekro, who was 114 while losing 11. Philadelphia at New York. Kenny Reynolds 2-13 against Jim McAndrew 11-6. And Cincinnati at Houston. That would clinch it for the Reds in the West should they win it. It's Ross Grimsley trying to get the big win. He's 113 and lost 7. Larry Dierker looking for victory number 16. He also has lost 7.
Detroit coming up in the top of the 2nd inning. First man to face Lynn McLaughlin will be Duke Sims. Sims, who was acquired from the Dodgers, is hitting .262, 2 homers and 12 runs batted in. A former friend of yours, Dave. Right. We had a few years together over in Cleveland, Ed, when we were both single. See, that's enough said. Okay. Sims, a left-handed batter. He's got some power. Takes the pitch outside. Ball 1. Duke 2 home runs, 12 RBIs. He's somewhat of a free soul, a character, and a flake, but a very engaging one and a pleasant guy. He was a good buddy of Ken Harrelson when he went over to Cleveland, which explains another thing. Pitch falling outside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. The Duker. He has, in past days, beaten the Red Sox several times with home runs when he was with Cleveland. It's a ground ball to Yastrzemski. Has it going to the foul line. Stepped on the bag. Nice play. That was a hot shot. It was hard hit, and Yaz got over. One-handed it, gloved it rather, right toward the line. It gets past him, and it's a double. So Sims is out, first baseman unassisted. Mickey Stanley is the batter, hitting .232. Stanley, a right-handed hitter, has accounted for 14 home runs this year with 53 runs batted in. The wind-up and the pitch. A curveball over but low, ball 1. One ball, no strikes, 1 away. Now McLaughlin fires, and it's lined sharply into left center. Base hit, covered by Evans, throws toward second. Single for Stanley, the second Detroit hit. 2 well-hit balls this inning off McLaughlin. Although the wind is a crosswind blowing left to right, the batters are teeing off in this game, hitting shots. Stanley at first base, 1 out. Rodriguez up. Third baseman for the Tigers, Aurelio Rodriguez, with a .229 batting average. 10 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Red Sox ahead 1-0. Tigers have a base runner in the second. McLaughlin fires and misses inside. Ball one. One and nothing, the count. Infield double play depth. Petroselli back at third. The pitch swung on. Strike one. He went for the curveball. 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike to Rodriguez. Yastrzemski holding against Stanley at first base. Here's a pitch out, nobody going. That time they thought they had something on Stanley, and they might try for second. But no, he stayed right there, and it's ball 2. 2-1. They worked it the other day. They caught somebody down there on an attempted steal. Baltimore. Ground ball to third. Petroselli up with it. Fires to Griffin. 1 over to first. Double play. 5-4-3. Nice relay. And turn at second base by Doug Griffin. And a good pickup by Petroselli. 5-4-3 she goes, and that ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left. After an inning and a half, it's Boston 1, Detroit nothing.
The Tigers moved into a virtual tie with Boston for first place in the American League East Thursday night by thumping the Red Sox 10-3, pounding out 14 base hits along the way. Norm Cash had 3 doubles as Joe Coleman cruised to his 18th victory. Coleman also chipped in with a bases-loaded single that accounted for 3 RBIs. The Baltimore Orioles remained in third place, 2 games off the pace as they were idle. Fourth place New York fell 3.5 games, or stayed 3.5 games back by virtue of a 6-4 loss to the Milwaukee Brewers. John Briggs proved the Yankees' undoing with a home run and 3 RBIs. The California Angels trimmed the Kansas City Royals at 4-2, and the only other American League game played, Nolan Ryan hurled a 4-hitter, and Bob Oliver hit his 20th home run. Tonight, after an inning of play, no score between the Yankees and Indians, Steve Klein, 16-7 on the hill for New York, going for the Tribe. Gaylord Perry looking for victory number 22. He's lost 16.
The Red Sox coming up in the second inning. And they'll have Carlton Fisk, Dwight Evans, and Doug Griffin. A nifty double play reeled off just then by the Red Sox. The runner Stanley barreled into second and upset Griffin, but he got his throw over to first as the middleman in the 5-4-3 double play. And also, a lot of people have not been giving consideration, maybe they have, nobody's talked about it much, to the good third base play of Rico Petroselli. He has been playing very consistently and has improved so much at that bag over last year. He has been very solid there, besides the timely hits that Rico has gotten. Pitch to Fisk is low, ball 1. Carlton is hitting .301, the only Red Sox regular to be over 300. He has 22 home runs and 60 runs batted in. His 22 homers lead the club. And this year it's been the story of a little child shall lead them. Young Carlton Fisk, a rookie, having himself quite a year. Here's the pitch, and it's rammed into center field, base hit. Line drive single by Fisk to open up the second inning. Ball gets by Stanley, but he picks it up and fires it in. Gets by a few people, but is backed up by Sims at the fungo hitting circle. Fisk had taken a turn. Stanley bobbled the ball, fired past second base, and nobody was backing up in the infield. Sims had to quickly dart from home plate over to get it. And if it had gotten by him, why, Fisk could have gone to second base. But he stayed there, maybe not realizing that throw has gotten past. Fisk leaves with a single in the second. And here is rookie Dwight Evans. And all he's done is have 8 hits and 17 times at bat in his first week in the major leagues, including a triple and a home run. He bunts. Foul. Tried to drop one towards third and fouled it at the plate. Evans has had 1 homer, 5 runs batted in. His average, well, it doesn't mean much, but it shows what he's done. 471. 8 hits and 17 trips. And he sprayed the hits around, too. Left, right. He's had a triple to right. He's had a homer into the screen down the left field foul line. Now the set and the pitch. It's hit toward right center field, hanging up for Horton, though, and Willie has it for the out. Deep in right center, Fisk goes back to first. 1 out. We'll have a station break along the lines now at 8 o'clock. This is Red Sox baseball.
This is the American Forces Radio and Television Service.
Back at Fenway Park, and Doug Griffin is up. 1 out. Takes the pitch inside. Ball 1. Runner at first is Carlson Fisk. Griffin is hitting .260. 2 homers, 33 runs batted in. Red Sox have 3 hits in the game. The Tigers 2. The Red Sox are leading 1-0. Griff takes a strike at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. Zachary sets and throws. There's a line drive into right field, past Cash, base hit. Fisk is going to try for third. Horton picks the ball up, throws over there, not in time, cut off at short. Runners at first and third. Griffin got that off the end of the bat and just punched it. A kind of soft line drive. Cash lunged for it, and for a moment, Fisk played it smartly. He thought that Cash might have had it, and he became very close to catching it. So he had to wait. He got a late break, but the ball died in shallow right field toward the line, and Horton had a long way to go for it. He finally picked it up, but Fisk went pouring over the third, and now the Red Sox are in business again with runners at first and third, 1 out, and Lynn McLaughlin up. And activity in the bullpen again. Phil Slayback was up in the first inning, and he's up here in the second. McLaughlin, who gives no quarter at the plate, comes up. He's a left-handed batter. Red Sox have 4 hits now. Fisk at third. He's good going from first to third, big man. McLaughlin stands in there. The infield shortened up halfway, and there's a ball low, a breaking pitch. That's around second base. Brinkman at short, and McAuliffe at second are playing in about halfway. They'd like to get the double play if they can. They know it's a sure one, or they'd like to cut off Fisk at home if they can. Strike called. 1 ball, 1 strike. McLaughlin at the plate this year is hitting .204. He has 2 runs batted in. Been about 49 times, has 10 hits. Here it is, and it's line to left center field. It is caught out there by Brown. Fisk trying to score. Brown throws, not in time. 2-0 Red Sox. Carlton Fisk Fisk with the hustle on the bases has scored on a sacrifice fly to shallow left center. That was the same kind of play on which Yastrzemski was thrown out last night, but the last night it was a single to left center field. Yaz tried to score from second. Fisk had to tag up and go to third to home. Brown's attempt at the plate was late, and the Red Sox have a 2-0 lead. An RBI from McLaughlin on a sacrifice fly. Holding at first base is Doug Griffin. Here's Tommy Harper. Here's the pitch. Chop foul. That ball was hit so that Brown could not get any kind of momentum on his throw to the plate. Actually his momentum was carrying him over toward center field, and he had to throw from a very awkward position. He could get nothing on the throw. He was going across the grain, really, to the way he had to throw. Same as he was last night, but he had some more time. There's a called strike to Harper. 0-2 to Tommy, who doubled to left center his first time up, and he scored the first Red Sox run. Both Red Sox runs have scored on sacrifice flies. One by Yaz, one by McLaughlin. Griffin at first. Harper at the plate with 2 strikes on him. Zachary delivers. It's low, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Griffin walks off the bag, 3 steps. Now the pause, the pitch. Griffin goes, it's fly high for a ball, and he dives in with a stolen base. They didn't even try for him. Duke Sims thought he'd had a 3rd strike call, and he held up on his throw. He didn't even bother to go through with it. And he's arguing with the plate umpire, Larry Barnett. I don't know what happened to Duke. Thinking catcher's thoughts that time. He had the ball. He had time to throw. Griffin got a pretty good jump. But it might have been a close play down there. But Sims apparently thought it was strike 3. And, of course, that would have ended the inning. But Griffin now gets into scoring position with a stolen base. 2-2 to Harper. Here it is. Check swing, ball 3. A third ball. Zachary started off the mound from the dugout. He thought he had a call that time. That was Griffin's 9th stolen base of the year. And number 58 for the Red Sox as a team. 3-2 now to Harper. Count was 0-2. Looking in is Zachary. Harper waiting at the plate. Here it comes. Line draw, ground ball to third, picked up by Rodriguez, throws to first in time. Nice play. It was a scorcher to third base, but right at Rodriguez. So Zachary gets out of it with just 1 run scored against him. And if he continues, he's going to need insurance because the balls have been hit hard. 1 run, there were 2 hits again, and again there was 1 man left on base. And at the end of 2 innings, the Red Sox lead 2-0.
The leading hitter in the National League is Billy Williams of the Chicago Cubs at .335. He is followed by Dusty Baker of the Atlanta Braves at .328. Then comes Cesar Cedeno of Houston, .326. Ralph Garr of Atlanta at .324. Al Oliver of the Pirates, .315. Lou Brock of St. Louis hitting .313. Ron Santo of Chicago is batting .312. Bob Watson of Houston, .310. Pete Rose of Cincinnati, .308. And Willie Stargell of the Bucks at .305. In the American League, it's Rod Carew of Minnesota at .322. Lou Piniella of Kansas City, .311. Richie Scheinblum of the A's, Joe Rudy of Oakland, and Dick Allen of Chicago, all hitting .309. Carlton Fisk with his base hit this evening, now batting .302. Carlos May of Chicago at .296, as is Ken Berry of the California Angels. Amos Otis of Kansas City is batting .294. John Mayberry of the Royals hitting .292.
Eddie Brinkman will lead off for the Tigers as we go into the 3rd inning. The Red Sox have a 2-0 lead. Lynn McLaughlin on the mound, helped out by a double play in the 2nd inning, has given up 2 hits. Brinkman, right-handed batter, hitting .199. Pitches high and tight to him, ball 1. Brinkman has 5 homers and 45 runs batted in. He had a home run opening day against the Red Sox in Detroit and helped win that game for Mickey Lolich. Pitch is a strike called.
1-1. He hit 3 home runs very early, around April and early May, and then he didn't hit another one until just a week or so ago. Went 3 months without one. He doesn't hit too many. Chokes up on the bat. Hits ground balls, line drives, sprays it around. And takes the ball. 2-1. Brinkman set a record for fielding this year for shortstops. Consecutive games without an error, consecutive chances without an error. He's been underrated for years as a fielder. Ground ball sharply hit the short. Taken by Louis. Throws to first in time. Nice play by Aparicio. Holy crow. That ball was a hard-hit ball, and it was skidding around and looked as if it could take off, but Aparicio went over there about 3 steps to his left and rode the glove back with the ball, made sure he had it, and threw Brinkman out. Nice play. Of course, not underrated is the play of Louis Aparicio at shortstop during this drive late in the season. After coming back from being hurt, after being out 6 weeks, he has really steadied the infield. Pitch is down low for a ball to the pitcher, Chris Zachary, who hits left-handed. Louis may have lost a step here and there, but he knows how to play the game. Makes the infield look entirely different when he's in there. Fastball is inside to Zachary. Ball 2. 2-0. Zachary's been up only once, no hits. There's a called strike. Fastball right in. 2-1 the count. Here it is. Fastball outside. Ball 3. 3-1. McLaughlin working very quickly. Now trying to maybe slow down just a mite. He's ready, and he pitches. He walks the pitcher. Something Lynn didn't want to do. With 1 out, he walks Zachary, the pitcher, who's been up once this year. Dick McAuliffe is up. McAuliffe grounded out to Griffin by way of McLaughlin in the first inning. Deflected off Mac's glove. Left-handed batter from around the Hartford area originally. Pro-type player, very aggressive, quite a battler. The pitch to him is a ball outside, fastball. Red Sox have a 2-0 lead here, but the Tigers have a base runner with 1 out in the third. The pitcher, Zachary, with a warm-up jacket, is at first base. Now it comes in, and it's hit up in the air to shortstop. Louis calling for it now, coming in toward the pitching mound, has it for the out. McAuliffe pops to short. Good pitch that time by McLaughlin. Here's Gates Brown. He flied to center fielder Tommy Harper in the first inning. Now the pitch to Gates is outside to a left-handed batter. Ball 1. 1-0 count to Brown. Zachary at first. Very short lead. The pitch. Brown foul off the right side. Dick Trzaskowski, the first base coach of the Tigers, fields that one. The count is 1 ball, 1 strike. One and 1 count to Brown with 2 away. McLaughlin okays the sign now. Pitches. High pop-up. Foul territory. Fifth chasing it. Petroselli coming in. Rico wants it and takes it. Right in the on-deck or the fungo hitting circle. And that ends the inning. So Brown fouls out to Petroselli. 2 big pop-ups that inning. No runs, no hits, and 1 left in the Tigers' third. After 2.5 innings, it's still 2-0 Red Sox.
Wrapping up the stats, the home run leader in the senior circuit, Nate Tobin of San Diego with 38, followed by Johnny Bench of Cincinnati, who has 36, Billy Williams of Chicago, and Willie Stargell of the Pirates, 33, Henry Aaron of Atlanta, 31. American League, Dick Allen of Chicago, 36, Bobby Mercer of New York, 29, Harmon Killebrew of Minnesota, Mike Epstein, and Reggie Jackson of Oakland, 25. RBIs, Bench 116 to lead the National League, followed by Stargell with 112, Williams 111, Colbert 104, and Lee May of Houston 96. American League, Allen with 108, John Mayberry of Kansas City 90, Mercer has 89, George Scott of Milwaukee has 82, and Boog Powell of Baltimore 78. Pitching based on the most victories, National League, Steve Carlton, Philadelphia 25 and 9, Fergie Jenkins of Chicago 20 and 12, Steve Blass of Pittsburgh 18 and 7. American League, Wilbur Wood of Chicago 24 and 15, Elwood Perry of Cleveland 21 and 16, Catfish Hunter of Oakland 20 and 7, and Jim Palmer of Baltimore 20 and 9.
We have a 2-inning score from Cleveland. There is no score, really. The Yankees nothing, Cleveland nothing. Steve Klein going for the Yankees tonight, and Gaylord Perry, 21-game winner, going for Cleveland. Yankees hopes fading a little bit, but still hanging in there. 3.5 out. Louis Aparicio first up for the Red Sox in the third inning, and he hits the ground ball right to the mound. Zachary has it on one hop, throws Louis out. First time up, Aparicio bunted safely. So there's one down in the Red Sox third, and Carl Yastrzemski coming to the plate. Yaz had a sacrifice fly and a line drive that hit long to center field. Got a run in the first inning. Yaz up with one away. Reggie Smith on deck. Zachary winds, throws. There's a drive deep toward right center field. Back toward the bullpen. It is gone. Home run. 3-0 Red Sox. Yastrzemski with shades of 1967 just belted one into the visitors' bullpen for his 9th home run of the year to put the Red Sox ahead 3-0. Reggie Smith is up. Struck out in the first inning. 1 out, nobody on. Red Sox 3, Tigers nothing. Here's the pitch to Reggie, and he takes it outside, ball 1. That was Yastrzemski's 4th Fenway Park home run. He's hit 5 of them on the road. And that's his 2nd against Detroit. He hit one against Lolich out in Detroit. Pitch is down low for a ball, 2-0. Yastrzemski has hit home runs off 7 right-handers and 2 left-handers. Lolich and Peterson of the Yankees, the left-handers. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Reggie, and he hits one on the ground foul past first base. Red Sox have 3 runs, 5 hits. The Tigers, no runs, 2 hits. Two and one. The pitch by Zachary. Ground ball to the left side, taken by Brinkman. Rights himself, throws to first. Good play. Reggie's out. Brinkman went toward the shortstop hole. He had to take it near the edge of the outfield grass and plant his right foot. He got a strong throw over, and Smith is out short to first. There are 2 down. Petroselli up. Rico almost had an off-field home run in the first inning. He sent Horton back to the bullpen wall to catch his long fly ball to end the first. Here's the pitch by Zachary. Watch out, Rick. It's inside. Ball 1. Red Sox have scored a run an inning so far. They're batting in the third. Wind up and pitch. Strike called. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bill Slayback is throwing again in the Tiger bullpen. It's the third inning he's been up. Zachary throws inside to Petrocelli. Ball 2, 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 away. Pitch. Strike, swinging, going right through that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rico leans right in on the plate. Face is a little bit more naked now. He shaved off his mustache. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Curveball, long drive toward left center field. It's near the wall, but Stanley is there, and so is Gates Brown. The left fielder takes it in front of Stanley. In front of the lineup board, but well in on the grass. The wind held that one up and started off well. Petrocelli is out, and the side is retired. 1 run for the Red Sox. Yastrzemski's homer. 1 hit, and nobody left. After 3 innings, Red Sox 3, Tigers nothing.
Carol Whitey Lockman, who replaced the departing Leo DeRocher in late July, signed a 1-year contract to manage the Chicago Cubs again next year, Friday. Owner-President Phil Wrigley said Lockman, who will also continue in his post as Vice President for Player Development. Lockman earned his new contract because of the improvements shown by the Cubs since he took over on July 24th, Wrigley said. Whitey's ability to get the team playing at near their potential has been evident by the 33-21 record since July 25th, Wrigley said. We believe a winning percentage of .611 since the mid-season change better represents the player's ability and led us to the conclusion that Lockman was well qualified to lead the team in 1973. The Cubs also announced that Ernie Banks, Larry Jansen, Hank Aguirre, and Pete Reiser have signed again as coaches. American League important score after 2.5 innings. Still no score between the New York Yankees and the Cleveland Indians.
The totals after 3 innings, the Red Sox 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors, and the Tigers no runs, 2 hits, and no errors. There's been a home run by Yastrzemski. Yes, has knocked in 2 runs tonight. McLaughlin knocked in the other with a sacrifice fly. And Yastrzemski's first RBI was a sacrifice fly. Here's Willie Horton, top of the 4th, and here's Dave Martin. Mike and Ed Horton singled the first time up, a hard single to center field. One of the 2 hits given up by McLaughlin so far. The other was a single by Mickey Stanley. Horton hitting third in the batting order, leading off this inning, the top of the 4th. There's a swing and a miss on a curveball, strike 1. Strike 1 on Willie Horton. Nobody on or out. And it's a 3-0 ball game now. The Red Sox have scored 1 run in each of the first 3 innings. New York and Cleveland are still scoreless. Klein against Perry. They're now in the 3rd. Here's the 0-1 at the ball. Inside to make it ball 1, strike 1 on Horton. Tigers have won 7 of their last 9 games. There are only 2 losses in that span. A double defeat to Cleveland the other night. Ball inside to make it 2-1 now to Willie Horton. Ball 2, strike 1. The outfield is straight away and deep. Horton has good power. He hits that long ball. Swing and a miss on a curve that broke, I believe, outside. Looked like it broke outside the strike zone. It was a sharp breaking curve and a deceptive pitch. Horton was fooled on it and missed it. Ball 2, strike 2 on the Tiger right fielder, Norm Cash on net. 2-2. McLaughlin ready again. He's pitching a bit more deliberately tonight than he normally does. He usually takes very little time between pitches. 2-2. Playing in a grounder foul down the third base line. Still 2-2. McLaughlin getting ready again. There's the
windup. There it is. A ball missed inside to make it ball 3, strike 2. A curveball. It just missed. Tigers in the month of September have won 12 games and lost 9, and they're still one under 500 since the All-Star break. Way ahead of the Red Sox on the season, 6 games to 2 over the Red Sox in the season series. Here's the windup of the 3-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball. Aparicio has it. There's the long throw. He is outed for his face. 1 gone. Took a tricky little hop, but a hop up into the air. Aparicio played it well, played it straightly, and threw Horton out. 1 gone. It brings up Norm Cash. Cash was called out on strikes the first time up and did not like the call at all. Last night he had a big night, going 3 for 5. Left-hand hitter and plenty dangerous. There's the windup and the pitch to Cash. Strike called. Fastball on the outside corner, knee high. Cleveland scored in the last of the third. They lead the Yankees 1-0 at the end of 3 innings. Strike 1 on Cash. He's outside the batter's box. Slightly closed stance. Here's the pitch. Fastball is inside to make it 1-1. Cash with 9 more base hits will tie Donnie Bush on the all-time Tiger list for total hits. There's a ball to make it 2-1, which was low and close. 2-1 now on Cash. 1 out and nobody on. Red Sox lead by a score of 3-0 in the 4th inning. A swing and a miss. Throw it right by him. Ball 3, strike, correction. Ball 2, strike 2. 2-2. One out, nobody on. McLaughlin getting the sign again. Outfield around to the right for Cash. Here's the pitch. Change up is high for a ball. 3-2. Took something off that pitch. Cash let it go by. Outfield is deep for Cash. They play him to pull. Still a good hitter at a rather advanced age. Late 30s now. Here's the 3-2, and there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a curveball. A sharp hook by McLaughlin. Breaking into the left-hand hitter, and Cash was completely pulled on it, struck out. So McLaughlin has gotten a tough left-hand hitter twice on strikes, Norm Cash. That brings up Duke Sims, another dangerous left-hand hitter. Sims is a low average, but high power hitter. He has good power at the plate. I remember last September, when he was a member of the Dodgers, he hit a lot of clutch home runs in the stretch drive for the Dodgers. And they were going down the stretch with the Giants and lost out to the Giants. But Sims came through in the clutch last fall for Los Angeles. Pitch is a ball. It's high, ball 1. McLaughlin has 2 strikeouts. Only too many struck out. Cash in the 1st inning and Cash in the 4th inning. Ball is high and inside. Count is 2-0 on Sims. At the game tonight, 50 members from the Long Meadow Lions Club, Lang Masters president, Dick Callahan secretary. All here enjoying the game tonight. Oh, we have a packed house. There's the 2-0. It's the ball. 3-0 on Sims. The triangle out in center field now is completely filled up with people. Those are the last seats that are occupied. The bleachers full of people tonight. Not an empty seat visible from here. Here's the ball inside, and Sims drew a walk on 4 pitches. Second walk given up by McLaughlin, and it brings up Mickey Stanley. Number 24. Stanley singled to left field the first time up, right-hand hitter. Center field. Center fielder, good ball player. Good athlete. Right-hand hitter. Sims at first with 2 out for Detroit. Strike, and here comes the pitch. Ball inside. Just did miss McLaughlin. Restrains himself. He didn't like that call. He thought he had the corner. But Barnett called it a ball. So he's thrown now 5 straight wide pitches. All set again. Here's the delivery. Outside for a ball. 2-0. And 6 straight wide ones. Stanley looks down toward Joe Schultz, coaching at third base. Dick Pazuski coaches at first for Detroit. All set again. Here's the 2-0. A swing and a miss. He went for a curveball to make it 2-1. A breaking ball. I believe that was a slider. Ball 2, strike 1 now on Stanley. Rodriguez on deck. High fly ball in the right field should be caught. Reggie Smith drifting over onto the ball. He's got it for the 3rd out to retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. 1 walk. It brings us to the middle of the 4th inning, and the score is Boston 3, Detroit 0.
In Columbia, Missouri, Rogers Hornsby, holder of the highest regular season batting average in the major leagues, and a winner of 7 National League batting crowns, will be inducted into the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame at its annual awards dinner October 28th. Don Farrell, the executive secretary, said Hornsby would be inducted posthumously into the Hall of Fame. He said the Hall did not allow posthumous admissions until the year of Hornsby's death in 1963. Hornsby had an average of .358 over 20 big league seasons, including a record .424 with the St. Louis Cardinals in 1924. He managed the Cardinals to their first pennant in 1926 and later managed the Boston Braves, Chicago Cubs, Cincinnati Reds, and St. Louis Browns. Hornsby voted National League Most Valuable Player in 1925 and again in 1929 was elected into baseball's Hall of Fame in 1942. Scores in the National League this evening after an inning and a half. No score between San Diego and Atlanta. Also no score after an inning between Philadelphia and the New York Mets.
Fly through a 4th, and Carlton Fisk will lead off. He singled the first time up. And he scored a run. Red Sox have scored 1 run in each of the first 3 innings, and they lead 3-0. Sumsky has driven in 2 of the 3 with a home run and a sacrifice line drive, and the other one was driven in by McLaughlin with a sacrifice liner. Hutch Fisk in the batter's box. Hutch had one of his poorer games of the season last night. There's a strike call to the outside corner. Good fastball by Chris Zachary. Fisk was hitless in 2 official times at bat, striking out both times with men on base, and he also committed a couple of errors. Here's the windup of the pitch. It's a swing and a foul ball over the rope to the right. The count is strike 2. Chris Zachary on the mound. He's 6'2" and 203, 28 years old. He was first in the major leagues as long ago as 1963 with the Houston club. Up and down with Houston over the years. There's the ball outside, and the count is 1-2. Been part of the 69 season with Kansas City in the American League. And last year, for part of the year, was with the St. Louis Cardinals. Ball 1, strike 2 is the count on Fisk. Dwight Evans on deck. Fisk steps out of the batter's box. Zachary taking a lot of time. From the
war of nerves goes on. Here's the pitch. A swing and a ground ball. Rodriguez to his left, scoops it up, throw to first. He's out. Good play by Rodriguez. Ball was sharply hit, and he went to his left, came up with the ball, and threw Fisk out. One gone, and it brings up the left fielder, Dwight Evans. Here's Dwight Evans. He's flied out to right field the first time up. The rookie has been breaking in great style for the Red Sox. Came in tonight batting .471, 8 for 17. There's the windup by Zachary on the first pitch to him, a swing and a miss. Now we'll take time for a station break. This is Red Sox baseball.
This is the American Forces Radio and Television Service.
AFRTS in the Pinelville, this is the Southern Command Radio Network.
Here's a swing, and he hits a little pop fly. McAuliffe comes in, and he grabs it one-handed for the out. A little pop fly didn't go very high. McAuliffe came racing in from his position at second base and caught it in the infield grass one-handed about knee-high. Had to hustle to get there. So Evans is retired, and it brings up Doug Griffin. 2 out and nobody on for the Red Sox in the last half of the fourth inning. Fisk grounded to third, and Evans popped out to McAuliffe. Griffin singled to right field the first time up. Right-hand hitter. He hit one just out of the reach of Norm Cash into right field. Pitch. Ooh, he has to back away. And had been a razor, he would have had a very close shave. Just did get out of the way. Count is ball 1 on Griffin. There's a swing and a bouncer foul off to the right to make it ball 1, strike 1. Zachary saw quite a bit of action with the St. Louis Cardinals last year. He started 12 games. Had a record of 3-10 with an ERA of 5.30. Native of Knoxville, Tennessee. There's the windup, and there's the 1-1 to Griffin. A swing and a bouncer right back to Zachary. Throw to first base. He's out, and for the first time, Zachary retired the Red Sox 1-2-3. 3 up, 3 down in the fourth inning, nothing across. And after 4 innings, it's Boston 3, Detroit nothing.
Washington Redskin backup quarterback Sonny Jurgensen was charged with drunken driving early Friday after he was stopped by a Maryland State policeman 2 days before his team's home opener. He was released on bond at 4 a.m. after posting $250 bond. Trial was set for October 17th in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. If convicted on the charge, Jurgensen would automatically lose his driver's license and could face up to a $1,000 fine and or a year in prison. It was the second time in less than a year that a Redskin quarterback was involved in a drinking incident. Last year, Billy Kilmer was charged with being drunk in public. The 38-year-old Jurgensen, who has not been able to win back his first-string quarterbacking job from Kilmer since he was injured last year, was stopped by a state trooper at about 2:30 a.m. near Camp Springs, Maryland, a suburb of Washington. He was charged with operating a car under the influence of alcohol and taken to the county courthouse in Upper Marlboro, where he appeared before a court commissioner. Let's go back.
I'd like to remind you that tomorrow's airtime is going to be 2:10. The network stations, if you're listening, might make a note of that. It was originally listed as a 1:55 starting time, but it's a 2:10 starting time now. Tomorrow afternoon, our broadcast at 2:10 with the first pitch slated for 2:15. Pitchers tomorrow will be Mickey Lolich for the Tigers, 20-game winner. For the Red Sox, either Siebert or Nagy. Here's a swing by Rodriguez and a high pop fly in the infield. Aparicio is under it, and he has it for out number 1. Aurelio Rodriguez pops to Aparicio. 1 out, and it brings up Eddie Blinkman, the shortstop. I'd like to say hello tonight to Arthur Becker on Pine Grove Avenue in Lynn, Massachusetts. A Red Sox fan for 28 years.
Mr. Becker is celebrating today his 83rd birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. Becker. Hope the Sox bring home a victory for you. There's Brinkman, and the first pitch is a ball outside, ball one. Eddie Brinkman, the shortstop. Right-hand hitter, grounded to short the first time up. There's the pitch, a swing, and he hits the ground ball to short. Aparicio to his right, long throw. He is out. There's two gone. Aparicio to Yastrzemski. Two out in the top of the fifth inning for Detroit. And the batter now, the pitcher due to hit, Chris Zachary. McLaughlin has allowed only 2 hits, singles in each of the first 2 innings and nothing since then. He's issued 2 walks and he has 2 strikeouts. Zachary drew a walk the first time up. There's the windup by McLaughlin. The pitch is outside, ball one. Fastball. Oh, every nook and cranny of Fenway is filled tonight. Could very well be the biggest crowd of the year. Here's a strike call to the outside corner. Count goes to 1-1. Red Sox are leading 3-0. Line up in the 1-1 pitch, a strike, a beauty. Fastball again on the outside corner. McLaughlin firing that ball. Now he's speeding up time between pitches here, and he's firing hard. Has good control. Here's the windup in the 1-2 pitch. Swing, and here's a line drive. That hit to left field. Last Aparicio hit to the right of Louis. Dwight Evans picks it up, throws it to second base. Zachary strokes to hit to left. Hit number 3 off McLaughlin, and it brings up Dick McCullough. McCullough has been up twice without a hit. Grounded out and popped out. McCullough, not what you'd call a home run hitter, but about a week ago he had 2 home runs in 1 game. Won a big game for the Tigers. Here's the pitch. Ball is high, ball 1. Al Fisk wants to say something to McLaughlin, goes out to the mound. Time is called. Breezy, rather cool night tonight, but a comfortable night. That wind now is a crosswind blowing from left toward right, but it shifts a lot. It's either a crosswind or blowing in most of the time. I haven't seen the flight blowing out at all tonight. Ball 1 to count. Here's the delivery. Outside, makes it 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. The count on Dick McCullough. Zachary at first, 2 out of the 5th inning. Here's the stretch by McLaughlin. The pitch, swing, and a broken bat, high fly ball. Short center field, maybe trouble. It drops out there. Here's Zachary on his way to third. Goes to second base, and McCullough gets in with a double. Everybody went after that pop fly. Both Aparicio and Griffin went after it out in center field, along with Tommy Harper. And that left second base uncovered. Nobody really covered second base, and when Harper finally picked the ball up, he had to wait for Griffin to retreat back to second base. Finally threw it to him when he was still a few feet from the bag, so it made it easy for McCullough to get into second with a double. The batter now is Gates Brown with 2 runners in scoring position for Detroit. Zachary at third base, and McCullough at second base for the pop fly double. His bat broke completely in 2 on that little pop fly that fell out there for 2 bases. Here's the pitch to Gates Brown, and it's a ball, a little bit inside, ball 1. Brown has been up twice, flat out to center field, and fouled out to Petroselli. First base is open. Here's the windup by McLaughlin. The pitch, swing, and he hits a high fly to center field. Tommy Harper coming in. He's under the ball. He's got it. Came in only about 3 steps. He caught the ball easily for out number 3. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men are left. So now, after 4 1/2 innings, the score: the Red Sox 3, Detroit 0.
Saturday's college football action marks the season debut for Texas and Notre Dame. Though both are rated, a large question mark looms as to what one can expect to see from the traditional powers. Texas meets Miami of Florida and will be going with the former defensive back Alan Lowry at quarterback. Notre Dame travels to Northwestern with sophomore Tom Clements getting the quarterback call and the young, inexperienced faces filling the graduation-riddled defense. Elsewhere among the top 10 rated clubs is number 1 Southern Cal favored over Illinois, Oklahoma over Oregon, Colorado over Minnesota, Tennessee over Wake Forest, Alabama over Kentucky, UCLA over Michigan, Nebraska over Army, LSU over Texas A&M, and Arizona State over Kansas State. The site is Tallahassee, Florida, and pro football scouts will be descending there in droves tomorrow to watch the fight of the football. It's going to be Florida State and Gary Huff against Don Struck, the passing wizard of Virginia Tech.
The fifth inning, Len McLaughlin will lead off for the Red Sox. Then we'll see Harper and then Aparicio. Tomorrow's game, a 2:15 ball game, as I mentioned, with a 2:10 broadcast time. And then Sunday, a regular time of 2 o'clock for the final game of this series. Here's McLaughlin getting a hand. Louis Tion is scheduled to pitch the Sunday game for the Red Sox. And he'll be opposed by left-hander Woody Fryman. Fryman has won 8 and lost 2 for the Tigers since they picked him up in early August from the National League. Here's the pitch now to McLaughlin. It's swing, and he hits a high-bouncing ball to Cash. He's up with it, running to the bag, and McLaughlin is out. To Cash unassisted. 1 gone, and it brings up the leadoff man, Harper. 1 out and nobody on for the Red Sox in the last half of the 5th inning. Harper has been on base in 19 out of 20 games this month. Harper's been on base 41 times out of 96 plate appearances for a .427 percentage on base. Pretty good work by the leadoff man. He's been doing his job. He started the first inning tonight with a double. Ball is inside. He has to lean away from it. Ball 1. Zachary has allowed 3 runs and 5 hits, 1 strikeout, no walks. As he sign again, rocks his arms, brings them up over his head. Here's the door break. Ball is inside. Makes it ball 2. 2-0 on Tommy Harper. Ball 2. Wind up again by Zachary. The delivery, a strike call to the outside corner, and Tommy Harper looks back at umpire Larry Barnett with a I can't believe it look on his face. Zachary came to the Tiger organization from the Cardinals AAA Farm Club, Tulsa, a minor league deal made after the winter meetings in '71. Here's the ball inside to Harper. The Tigers gave up right-hand pitcher Bill Dennehy from their Toledo Farm Club to St. Louis in order to get Zachary. He's been a good relief pitcher for them this year. 1 save and 1 victory. No losses. 3-1 pitch, a swing, and he pops it up foul. Sims with his mask off, racing over to the left. And Rodriguez there also, and Rodriguez tapped it for the out. Rodriguez had a little better angle on it. He was coming in on the ball, whereas Sims was running to his left, and it's kind of a side angle on the top fly. So Rodriguez caught it. Foul territory right near the railing for out number 2. Brings up Aparicio, has a bunt single. The other time up, he grounded right back to the pitcher. 2 out and nobody on in the last of the 5th inning for the Red Sox. They're on top of this game, 3-0. Roy chokes up on the bat just a bit, has a close stance. Strike call, knee high, strike 1. Tigers, by the way, have committed fewer errors than any team in the major leagues, only 88 errors. Pitch, hits the ball inside to make it 1-1. Doesn't necessarily mean too much. However, those errors, Tigers are generally a rather slow team afoot. There's the 1-1 pitch. There's a swing, and he hits a high infield fly ball. Rodriguez looking up. He's got it about halfway between third and second in on the grass to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down, and now Zachary has settled down and retired 8 batters in a row. Pinch Yastrzemski homered in the third. Nothing across for the Red Sox in the fifth, and the score of the ball game after 5 innings, the Red Sox 3 and Detroit nothing.
Other scores after 4 full innings now. The Indians leading the New York Yankees by a score of 3-0, and Gaylord Perry is on the hill for the Tribe. Steve Klein for New York. California failed to score in the top of the first against Minnesota. It's Andy Messersmith against Bert Blyleven. The warm-ups are in Chicago. It'll be Don Stanhouse for Texas, and for the White Sox, Stan Bonson looking for his 20th victory. National League after 3 innings, no score between San Diego and Atlanta. Mike Caldwell against Phil Niekro. After 2.5, 2-1 Philadelphia over New York. Ken Reynolds against Jim McAndrew. Bill Robinson, a 2-run homer, his 5th of the year for the Phillies. Jim Beecham, a solo shot, his 4th of the year for New York. After an inning and a half, it's 2-2 between Montreal and Pittsburgh. Baylor Moore against Bruce Keeson. Ron Fairley, a solo shot for Montreal, his 14th of the year. The warm-ups in Houston. It'll be Ross Grimsley for Cincinnati and Larry Dicker for the Astros. A little later, Chicago at St. Louis in about 10 minutes. A couple of hours from now, San Francisco at Los Angeles.
6th inning coming up down here at Fenway Park. Willie Horton leading off, and here's Ned Martin. All right, David, we have a score in the Cleveland game. The Indians got 2 more runs for Gaylord Perry, and they lead the Yankees 3-0 after 4 innings. Cleveland 3, the Yankees nothing after 4. Perry in search of his 22nd victory. He's got a real shot at that Cy Young Award. He and Wilbur Wood. There's a foul going down the third baseline. First batter up is Willie Horton. Horton has singled and grounded to shortstop. Tigers had 4 hits off McLaughlin. No balls, 1 strike. Horton up with Cash and Sims to follow. 3-0 Red Sox. Top of the 6th. Pitch. Curve fades outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Huge crowd here tonight at Fenway Park. Red Sox with the lead. Runs in each of the first 3 innings. Now the 1-1 delivery, waved at, strike 2. Had a wrinkle on that one, and Horton missed it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Look by McLaughlin. Bends over, gets the sign, and throws. Strike 3. Got him on a curveball. Good pitch. Horton's out. 1 away. 3rd strikeout for McLaughlin. 2 of them have been the fellow at the plate right now, Norm Cash. Called out on strikes in the first, where he bent his spleen and flung his bat. And then he struck out swinging in the 4th. There was no argument about that. Right side of the infield deep. Harper over toward right center. Reggie Smith straight away and deep in right. Wind blowing toward right. Pitch is a strike call. 0-1. For the most part, McLaughlin has been challenging Cash tonight. Right-hander swings and throws inside, jackknifing him back. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The count with 1 out. Here it is. Line foul off to the right, down by the tarp and bouncing around the front row of the seats down there. 1-2.
Well, this is the final Friday night game here at Fenway Park, and the next to the last night game of the season, of the regular season. Should they play the World Series here, there'd be at night. Wouldn't that be something? 1-2. Inside, ball 2, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. Now McLaughlin winds and throws. Ball 3 outside. He missed with a fastball. So he's 3-2 with Cash. 1 out. Lynn bends to get the sign as Cash levels the bat. Waiting for him. Here it is. Fouled off. 3-2 still. We got a call supposedly from Barrow, Alaska, saying the signal was coming in good there. We did mention last night we got a letter from Fairfield, California, where somebody with a short wave picked this up, and we've been heard in South Carolina, also in Venezuela. This may be a gag. He may be calling from Chelsea. There's a foul back. But anyway, they called somebody upstairs. Bill Crowley said that the guy said, "Yep, Barrow, Alaska. Game coming in fine." To Nanook of the North. 3-2 pitch to Cash again. Ball 4. McLaughlin just missed low and inside, and Cash gets his walk this time. The third one given out by McLaughlin. 1 out, Cash at first. Tigers have managed to get a runner on in every inning in this ball game. At least one. They have good semi-pro leagues, baseball leagues up in Alaska. I know, I've heard of them. Just they get to play maybe a couple of weeks a year. About that, the midnight sun comes out and goes down in July, and that's it. Here's the set by McLaughlin. He pitches, and it's a called strike to Duke Sims, left-handed hitter. 0-1. Nothing in 1 to Sims. Duke has grounded out and walked in this game. Playing him to pull also. Curveball, rifle deep toward right field, way back. Back for it, and no gone. It's a home run into the Red Sox bullpen, and the Tigers come within 1 run. Duke Sims has lolloped a home run, riding with the wind, a tremendous shot into the Red Sox bullpen. No chance for Reggie Smith to get it, and it's now Red Sox 3 and the Tigers 2, and the game takes on a completely different complexion. Well, that's what you got Duke Sims for. That's what the Tigers wanted him for. The big blow with a bat. So the walk cost McLaughlin right here dearly, and now he only has a 1-run lead. Sims just bombed one. For Sims, his 3rd home run since joining the Tigers. Pitch. Line drive to center field by Mickey Stanley. It's a base hit. 1 hopper. And they're hitting McLaughlin now. He had a strikeout to start the inning. Then he missed on a 3-2 pitch with Cash. He's given up a home run and a single now. And the Red Sox bullpen gets busy. Tigers now are out hitting Boston 6-5. Red Sox lead in the game 3-2. Fisk talking to McLaughlin. Petrocelli over from third. Lynn in the last couple of starts, last 2 or 3 starts, has had a history of starting fast and being very sharp for 4 or 5 or 6 innings and then tiring a little bit. Before that, he was having trouble in the early innings and then getting better, but the pattern has turned. He has come out swinging and has been tough until around the 6th. Then is tired. Might it be happening now? Bob Bolin, right-hander. Bob Veal, left-hander, throwing in the bullpen for Boston. They haven't been used for quite some time. Lee Stang, the pitching coach, was just out to the mound. He's running back to the dugout now, trying to settle McLaughlin down. The Tigers have a runner at first base, 2 runs in. 1 out. This is the 6th inning, and the Red Sox lead 3-2. Aurelio Rodriguez has hit into a double play and popped to short. Now the set and the pitch to him. Curveball rifled sharply on the ground off the glove of Petrocelli. Can't find it. Runners are safe. Backed up by Aparicio. A hard hopper down the line. Rico went over there. Got his glove on it. It bounced right straight up in the air behind him. He couldn't see it. And it goes as a base hit for Rodriguez. That ball was hit hard. So the Tigers in business now with runners at first and second. 2 runs already in and only 1 out. Eddie Brinkman is up. That's the 7th hit off McLaughlin, who suddenly has come a little unglued here in the 6th inning. He's had it with men on before, but this inning he's been hit hard after the strikeout and the walk. Brinkman has grounded twice to Aparicio at short. McLaughlin throws inside, ball 1. Red Sox 3, Tigers 2. Zachary is due up next, but now Chuck Selbach is working in the Tiger bullpen, the right-hander warming up. The pitch by McLaughlin, low, ball 2. In all probability, unless Brinkman hits a home run, they'll hit for Zachary, and Selbach will come on to pitch. 2-0 pitch to Brinkman. Low, ball 3 to Brinkman, a 199 hitter. And McLaughlin has really gotten himself in trouble now. The Tigers starting to roam around, get out of their cage, because they were pretty quiet for the first 5 innings. Now Yastrzemski comes over to try to calm McLaughlin down. McLaughlin is 3-0 to Eddie Brinkman, the number 8 hitter. Time called. A Tiger player coming in from their bullpen. We'll pause here for a station break. This is Red Sox baseball.
This is the American Forces Radio and Television Service.
KFRTS in the Canal Zone. This is the Southern Command Radio Network. 798-1420 on your dial.
We're back at Fenway Park. The Tiger player is Bill Freehan, who was injured in that play at the plate last night when tagging Yastrzemski. But he's coming into the dugout. The count on Brinkman, 3-0. McLaughlin pitches, and it's a ball 4. He walked him on 4 pitches, and the bases are loaded. 4th walk given up by McLaughlin. Eddie Casco waiting to see what Detroit does in the way of a pinch hitter. There is going to be one. As Chris Zachary goes back to the dugout. And Bill Freehan, who just came in from the bullpen. No, it isn't Freehan. Left-handed batter, Haller. Tom Haller. That's who it was. Looked like Freehan. He had a glove on one hand, but he's available for pinch hitting, but it figures that a left-handed batter would come up here. The wind's blowing to right. We're going to have a new pitcher. That will be all for McLaughlin, who ran out of gas very quickly here in the 6th inning and has left things in a mess with the bases loaded, 1 out, and pinch hitter Tom Haller, who has pinch hit home runs before, is at the plate. So we'll get a new pitcher, and I would assume that Bob Veal would come in. You're listening to Red Sox baseball from Fenway Park in Boston. So, the big figure of Bob Veal is walking toward the cart. Lynn McLaughlin, who gave it a good try, leaves the mound and gets a nice hand. He pitched good ball through 5 innings, but a 2-run homer by Sims started him on his downfall here in the 6th. McLaughlin goes 5 1/3 innings. He gave up 7 hits and 2 runs. He is responsible for 3 base runners. He walked 4 and he struck out 3. And now they're going to put Frank Howard in to bat for the announced Tom Haller. So Haller was announced to bat for Zachary, but he was just announced, and after that move was made by Billy Martin, Eddie Casco put the left-hander Veal in, and after that move, they put in Frank Howard. So Veal, of course, has to pitch to one batter. Veal is going to come in to pitch for the Red Sox, and Frank Howard is going to bat for the announced Tom Haller. Haller, a left-handed batter up, and then when Casco made his move to the bullpen, with Veal coming in there, Billy Martin turned around and sent up Frank Howard to bat for Haller, who was announced for the pitcher Zachary. So it's Red Sox 3 and Detroit 2 as Veal will begin his warm-up.
Bob Veal will be making his 4th appearance as a member of the Red Sox. His first 3 appearances have all been productive. They've resulted in 2 victories and 1 save. Veal's earned run average is 0. He's pitched 4 2/3 innings and has yet to give up a hit as a member of the Red Sox, much less a run. He has issued 2 bases on balls, and he has 5 strikeouts. Red Sox got him from the Pirates Farm Club at Charleston, where he had a 4-3 record this year, working both as a starter and in relief, mostly in relief. A big veteran left-hand pitcher who used to have a great fastball, and of course he's lost something off that now. But he has been around the Major League wars for several years, knows how to pitch, and he's going to be tested right here by Frank Howard. Now, Bill Haller, who was originally announced as the pinch hitter, left-hand hitter, had an average of 207. Howard's season's average is 248. With Detroit only, Howard is hitting 292. He's got a very dangerous right-hand hitter up here in Fenway Park with the inviting left field wall and the bases loaded. Red Sox took care of Howard pretty well earlier in the year when he was here with the Texas Rangers, but he's had some big hits for the Tigers. He had a home run that started them on a win over Baltimore, a comeback win over Baltimore a little over a week ago. He has 10 homers on the year and 36 runs batted in. 1 homer for Detroit. That was the one off Dave McNally of the Orioles. So here's the big guy to bat against veteran Bob Veal with the bases loaded. The toughest spot Veal's found himself since coming to the American League. Winds up and throws. Strike swinging. Fastball. Now I tell you, Howard puts on a show just swinging the bat. He is so big. Has so much power. Takes such a big cut. 0-1. Stanley is at third. Rodriguez at second. Brinkman at first. 1 out. Infield back. There's double play depth, really. Here's the pitch. Strike 2. Swinging. 0-2 to Frank Howard. Dick McAuliffe, a left-handed batter, is on deck. But Tony Taylor is around the bat rack in the dugout. He's a right-handed hitting second baseman. Veal pitching. Here it is. Ball high. Almost a wild pitch. He went way upstairs on that one to show Howard a bad pitch. And Fisk had to leap up and stab it. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Howard. Big spot in the ball game. The Red Sox lead by a skinny run right here. 3-2. 2-run homer for Duke Sims, the big hit of the inning so far. Howard digs in. Veal looks around at his infield. Petroselli very deep at third. Now, Veal looks for the sign. Fisk hands it to him. Bob looks over to third. Stanley down the line. Here's the windup and the pitch. Check swing at the ball outside. He almost went for it. The fans thought he had him. He had struck out. But it was outside and a check swing. 2-2 to Howard. Frank has a habit of going for bad pitches sometimes. Looked them over better the last few years. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Long look for the sign by Veal. He winds. Throws. Strike 3. Swinging.
big guy did it to the other. Bob Field struck out Frank Howard on a 2-2 pitch. But now he faces a very tough man, maybe a tougher hitter even, in this kind of situation, in Tony Taylor, who, when he was with Philadelphia, was one of the best clutch hitters on the ball club and in the National League. He's a right-handed batter, a veteran, and he's going to bat for Dick McAuliffe. And will stay in the game probably to play second base. Tony Taylor. Good player last year for the Tigers in his first year in the American League, and an excellent player for Philadelphia through the years in the National. Also played in Chicago. Taylor is hitting .295. 1 home run, 18 runs batted in. So here it is. The base is full in the 6th inning. Red Sox leading by a run. 2 outs. Bob Field will pitch to Tony Taylor. Taylor is very, very tough indeed. Gets his bat on the ball most of the time. Struck out 32 times this year. Field looks for the sign. Runners lead from first, second, and third. Here is a bluff toward home, and a pitch is outside, ball 1. A good bluff by Stanley. As they were putting on a bluff there was no squeeze. But Field, veteran that he is, did not break his stride and threw a ball outside. It's very easy to break your stride with something like that happening and commit a balk. You've got to go through with a smooth motion. Field wants another sign. The count is 1-0 to Taylor. The look to third, and the pitch to the plate. Strike 1, swinging. Tony Taylor all the way around on a slider. Tigers did exactly that against a young pitcher, I've forgotten who, just the other night. Bluffed break toward the plate, and the young pitcher did commit a balk, and it turned out to be the winning run of the ball game. I remember reading about that. All right, it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Taylor. 2 outs. Stanley moving around down the line at third. Here's the windup and pitch. Strike 2 call. Boy, Veal is sharp on his control. For someone who hasn't worked for a while. He now has a count of 1-2 to Taylor. Big, 6'6", 220 or 30, whatever he is. He says he needs to lose 10 more pounds. Around 240, actually. Boy, when he and Howard were out there, the diamond was tilted this way. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Taylor leveling the bat. Here's the look. The windup. The pitch. Line drive. That's beautifully by Petrocelli at third. Out number 3. Big play by Rico. Rico Petrocelli just saved 2 runs that time on a line drive. He dove to his left and came up with a ball, taking it about 6 inches off the ground for a tremendous catch. That's all for Taylor and the Tigers. And what an inning. 2 runs for Detroit. They had 3 hits, including a home run by Duke Sims, and they left 3 men on base. By a score at the end of 5.5 is 3-2 Red Sox.
American athletes won on the track but lost to the officials and the German hosts at the 20th Olympiad. So said Bill Bowerman, coach of the U.S. Olympic track team. Bowerman, the University of Oregon track coach, returned to his home near Eugene this week and made the statement in an interview with the Oregon Journal. He called several of the official rulings outright thievery. Among them, he said, were rulings in the shot put, pole vault, and 1,600-meter relay. He also said the action of quarter-milers Vince Matthews and Wayne Collette on the victory stand came as a great surprise and shock to us all. He said the 2 were on their way to a meeting of the Games Committee to apologize when they learned they had been suspended. They were denied an opportunity to be heard to express their regrets, Bowerman said. He said also lost his battle with the German host for greater security for the Olympic Village and was critical of the Germans' handling of several aspects of the games. More on Matthews and on Collette at our next break. Right now, updating the scoreboard. After 5.5, 4-0 Cleveland over the Yankees.
3-2 3-2 ball game. The Red Sox lead the Tigers, and the Tigers had the biggest threat of the evening with the bases loaded and 1 out. And Bob Veal came on. He struck out pinch hitter Frank Howard, and he had a 1-2 count to Taylor, but Tony wrapped one to Petrocelli's left, to Rico's left, to his right as we look out on him, and he made a dive like a Brooks Robinson, catching the ball just inches off the ground for a clutch play. Tony Taylor stays in the game to play second base. And Taylor will bat in McAuliffe's leadoff spot. And the new pitcher, Chuck Selbach, former Dartmouth College ace a couple of years ago, pitched Dartmouth into the College World Series at Omaha. Selbach is now pitching for Detroit. Zachary started. The starting pitcher, Chris Zachary, went 5 innings. And he gave up 5 hits and 3 runs, all earned. The thing that kept him out of trouble mainly was he did not walk anybody. He struck out 1. So he leaves the game trailing 3-2, and Selbach takes over. Selbach, a right-hander, facing Carl Yastrzemski in the 6th inning. Red Sox leading by a run, 3-2. Here's the pitch, and it's outside, ball 1. Chuck Selbach has won 3, I beg your pardon, he started 3 games. He's won 8 and lost 8, and is making his 56th appearance of the year. 48 of them in relief. 8 wins, 8 losses. He has saved 11 ball games. Earned run average, 3.03. Selbach facing Yastrzemski, who has had a sacrifice fly and a home run. Takes the strike. Yaz hit a homer in the 3rd into the visitors' bullpen. At that time, it made it 3-0 Red Sox, so that's the difference in the game now in this 3-2 affair. Selbach kicks and throws. Low and outside, ball 2, 2-1. Selbach graduated a year ahead of Pete Broberg, off from Dartmouth, who went with the Senators, now the Rangers. Right-hander works. Yaz takes the strike, flicking the outside corner, and he's kicking on the call. Larry Barnett has had several arguments from both sides in this ball game. Yaz gets some dirt and throws it down. Two and 2. Selbach kicks, delivers a chopper to the right side, picked up by Selbach, throws Yaz out easily, and there's one away. He chopped that one in the dirt. 1 gone in the bottom of the 6th inning. Reggie Smith up. He has struck out and grounded to short. Smith batting left against Selbach. And the pitch. High pop-up on a changeup. Foul territory. Cash chasing it over near the dugout, and he's got it. Norm Cash takes it right in front of the Red Sox dugout. Smith is out. 2 away. Rico Petrocelli getting the hand for the great stab of a line drive he made just moments ago. And he saved 2 runs. That's in there for a double, ordinarily. Possibly, anyway. It would not right down the line because Rico was going the other way, but he saved 2 runs there. All right, they're 2 down. Rico has flied deep to right and flied to left. Takes the curve, ball 1. I'd like to thank Litchfield Farm Shop, Middlebury, Connecticut. Ben Kornfeld, president, for their contribution to the Jimmy Fund. Here is Selbach's delivery. Check swing, it's inside, ball 2. Also, Leon Vinton, chief of police of Newport, Vermont. Robert Thompson of Chatham, Massachusetts, and Margarita McCaffrey of New York City for their contributions to the Jimmy Fund. 2-0 the count to Petrocelli. 2 out. Nobody on. There it is. A curved ball called strike. 2-1. He curved him on 2-0. I'd like to thank the Student Nurses Association of Massachusetts, Nancy McKenzie, secretary, for their Jimmy Fund contributions. Also, Sam Goldfarb of Portland, Maine. 2-1 pitch. Curveball hit on the ground to third. Easy play for Rodriguez. Fires across in time, and Selbach gets the Red Sox in order. 1-2-3 they go in the 6th inning. And after 6 complete, it's still 3-2 Boston.
Some contradictions to the remarks made by Oregon track and field coach Bill Bowerman. Sprinter Wayne Matthews had decided not to stand at attention during the national anthem at Olympic awards ceremonies long before winning his gold medal in the 400-meter race. So said the Charlotte, North Carolina News Friday. Matthews and silver medal winner Wayne Collette slouched and chatted casually on the victory stand after their 1-2 finish in the 400 meters, bringing down a torrent of criticism and a ban from future Olympic competition. In a copyrighted story by reporter Joe Faust, who attended at Johnson C. Smith University in Charlotte with Matthews, the news said Matthews told Faust that he had made his decision before he went to the Olympics in Munich. When a person stands at attention with hand over his heart during the national anthem, he is saying the flag is fair and just for all people who live under it, the story quoted Matthews as saying. A lot of people hypocritically stand at attention during the playing of the anthem, he said. However, I could not treat the situation in a like manner. I wasn't trying to prove anything to anybody while I was on that stand, said Matthews.
Okay, through 6 innings in a wild ball game here. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Boston. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Detroit. And Al Kaline is going to bat for Gates Brown. They'll squish around the outfield like they did last night. With the left-hander going now, they have Kaline in there. And Al will go into the game. They'll put Horton in left, I imagine, and Kaline will go to right field in the bottom of this inning. Here's the top of the 7th, and Dave Martin. Thank you, Ned. Kaline, a right-hand hitter. And one of the great ones. Here's the wind-up with the pitch to Kaline. A swing, and he hits a foul ball up over the roof, strike 1. Kaline's probably right now in his best physical condition than he's been in all year. Running well, fielding well, and throwing well. Doing a good all-around job for the Tigers when he plays. Current batting average is .286. Ball outside. Count goes to 1-1 on Kaline. Kaline has 6 homers. He's driven in 24 runs. Nobody on or out. We're in the top of the 7th inning at Fenway Park. The pitch by Veal is check swing, strike 2, rather. Count was 1-1, and he tried to hold up on his swing, but the umpire waved strike 2. He was well around on the pitch. Kaline backed his 900th career base hit, career extra base hit in the 9th inning last night when he doubled. His 900th career extra base hit. Ball 1, strike 2. Here's the pitch. Fastball, swing, and a base hit to left field. Here's Evans up with the ball, going to second base, and Kaline has a sharp single in the left field. It's squarely between Petrocelli and Aparicio. Leads off the 7th inning with a hit off Veal, and that's the first hit given up by Bob Veal as a member of the Red Sox. Veal has pitched, 5 1/3 innings as a member of the Red Sox. 4 different ball games before giving up his first hit. The batter now is Willie Horton. He's been up 3 times, and he has 1 hit. Incidentally, Kaline needs only 4 more extra base hits to tie Charlie Gehringer for his 2nd place in the all-time Tiger list in extra base hits. Those are just club records. Here's the stretch by Veal now. And the pitch to Horton. Hits the ball outside. Ball 1. Red Sox have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen in right field. Bob Bowen. He and Veal have given the Red Sox good bullpen strength going down the stretch drive. Showing up the major weakness that the Red Sox had all year, right up till the 1st of September. Bill Lee also warming up in the bullpen.
The left-hander and the right-hander warming up. Here's the pitch to Horton, a swing and a foul. Back over the roof and drops back up, back on the screen and down on the field. Foul ball, the count is ball one, strike one on Horton. Willie came in tonight batting only .223. He has 11 homers and 33 runs batted in. Tigers have hit 111 home runs. Now 112 with Sims homer tonight. Red Sox have hit 116 home runs. Now 117 with Yastrzemski's tonight. The pitch is a ball, high and away to make it ball two, strike one on Willie Horton. Red Sox have hit 65 home runs at Fenway Park this year. They've hit 52 on the road. Red Sox have hit now 22 home runs this month of September. They hit 22 all of August. Their best home run month this year was July with 27. 24 in June, 21 in May. 0 zip in April. There's a swing and a foul back at the plate. The count is ball two, strike two on Willie Horton. 2-2 with a man on first base and nobody out. A 3-2 ball game. The Red Sox lead. Detroit batting in the top of the seventh inning. Beal standing behind the mound, waiting for Horton to get up in the batter's box. Horton taking his time. Now they're both ready. Beal brings his arms down to his waist. Here's the pitch to Horton. The ball high and outside again. A fastball to make it ball three, strike two. Beal giving it all he's got out there. He's bearing down at every pitch. Tying run at first base with nobody out. Hitter and pitcher playing a cat and mouse game right now, making each other wait. The Yankee-Cleveland game is now in the seventh inning. It's 4-0 for the Indians over the Yankees. This game, it's 3-2. The Tigers have out-hit the Red Sox 8-5, but the Red Sox lead in the run column 3-2. Stretch again by Bob Beal. And here's the pitch. A swing and a miss. Strike three. Willie Horton strikes out. It gets a very tough man out of there. Pitch looked like was a sinker. Good pitch by Bob Beal, and Willie Horton struck out. Beal, as you know, has spent his major league career in the National League, and this is the first time the Tigers have ever seen him in American League competition. They perhaps have seen him in spring training games. So he must be a bit strange to the Tigers. As for that matter, the Tigers are to him. Pitch down to Norm Cash. It's a ball outside, ball one. Beal has two strikeouts. McLaughlin went 5 1/3. He allowed 7 hits, 2 runs. He walked 4 and he struck out 3. There's a slider outside, a ball to Cash to make it 2-0. Norm Cash has been up 3 times. He has fanned twice, and the other time up he drew a walk. Lefty against lefty right here. Cash usually doesn't hit left-handers too well. There's the delivery. Strike call to the inside corner. Count is ball 2 and strike 1. Cash, McAuliffe, and Northrup, 3 left-hand hitters on the Tigers, are notoriously weak against left-hand pitchers. Here's a swing and a ground ball to Griffin. He charges it. He tags the runner, throws to first. Out, double play to retire the side. Good play by Griffin. Kaline tried to elude the tag, but Griffin ran him down, really trapped him, ran him down, and then got a throw to first base. Didn't get too much on that throw. It kind of shot-putted the ball to first base, but got it there in time. to complete the double play from Griffin to Yastrzemski. No runs and one hit, nobody left in the middle of the seventh inning. The score is Boston 3 and the Tigers 2.
The State Office of Consumer Protection is investigating the College Football Hall of Fame, which allegedly has collected some $5 million over the past decade, but has yet to open the proposed hall. A spokesman for State Attorney General George F. Kugler Jr. said the office's probe is based on a new statute dealing with fundraising activities of charitable organizations. The National Football Foundation, which was set up 23 years ago to solicit funds for the hall, recently purchased an East 80th Street townhouse in New York to house it, rescinding earlier plans to locate the hall on a Rutgers University site. Frank Dominic, chief of the Consumer Protection Office's Consumer Frauds Division, told Newsman, quote, "We wanted to find out what happened to some $5 million supposed to have been collected in the past 20 years, unquote. The New Orleans Saints said that rookie center Bob Cousile of Pittsburgh is out for the year after tearing ligaments in his left knee in practice Monday, and Jack Cannon broke the tip of his left thumb in practice with the taxi squad of the Cowboys.
On the play that ended the top of the seventh inning, the base runner's job, of course, is to, at all costs, elude that tag. Kaline tried to do that, but he had gone just a little bit too far. And Griffin, when he came up with a slow bouncing ball, ran Kaline down. It took just a couple of steps to do that. He ran toward first base and tagged Kaline, then was in an awkward position to throw to first base to get the batter, but did manage to get a throw to Yastrzemski, not much on it, but it got there just in the nick of time for the double play. Good play by Griffin, and you really have to you have to fault Kaline a bit on that play for not somehow getting out of the way of the tag. That's what the man is supposed to do. Here's Carlton Fisk, the lead off now in the last half of the seventh inning. Here's the delivery to him by Selbach, a strike called. Serve in the outside corner, strike one. Butch Fisk up there, he's been up twice and has one hit. He singled to lead off the second inning and then scored a run. The Red Sox are leading Detroit 3-2 in the last half of the seventh inning. Pitch by Selbach is a strike call. The slider that hit the outside corner, same spot as the first pitch. The count is strike two on Fisk. Zachary, the starting pitcher, went 5 innings, allowed 3 runs and 5 hits, 1 strikeout, no walks. Zachary retired the last 8 batters he faced in a row. There's the lineup on the 0-2 pitch. Way outside, ball 1, strike 2. Tigers have Gates Brown in left field. Stanley in center, Horton in right. They're playing Fisk a little bit to the left and deep. Rodriguez playing third with Brinkman at short. Tony Taylor now at second and Norm Cash at first base. And the battery Selbach and Sims. Duke Sims behind the plate. Lined up by Selbach and a 1-2. Swing and a foul back of the plate. And it's still ball 1, strike 2. That's the count on Fisk. Now he gets all set again. Swing, and he hits a high foul fly ball off to the right. It's up in the crowd, out of play. And it's still a 1-2 count on Fisk. White Evans on deck here in the last of the seventh inning. Selbach getting his sign again. Here's the 1-2. It's swing and a miss. He tried to hold up on his swing, but he knew he was around on it, and Carlton Fisk goes down on strike. Perhaps the one flaw in Fisk sitting is the fact that he still strikes out a lot. Here's White Evans. He's been up twice without a hit. Fisk is now fanned 79 times this year. A third high on the Red Sox team. Tommy Harper has fanned the most times, 94, and then Petrocelli, 81. That's Fisk. The batter is Evans, hitless in 2 trips. Zachary, the starting pitcher, retired the last 8 men to face him, and now Selbach has retired 4 more men in a row. So the last 12 Red Sox batters have gone down in order. Swing and a miss on a fastball by Dwight Evans, and the count is strike one. A swing by Dwight Evans, a fastball by Shellbach. Strike one. Line up with the next pitch. Foul ball up on the screen, out of play. Strike two on Evans. Idaho boy breaking in great style here for the Red Sox. 8 for 17 going in tonight. Now he's 8 for 19. Swinging, it's a high fly ball into short left center. Stanley coming in. He's got plenty of time and room and grabs it 3 out. Started in short left center. That's the second out, and it brings up Doug Griffin. 13 Red Sox now have gone down in order. Red Sox are leading in the game 3-2. Griffin singled in the second inning, and he bounced out to the pitcher in the fourth inning. He's 1 for 2. Red Sox have made 5 hits. Tigers have made 8 hits. Shellbach winding up the pitch, the swing, and he hits a pop fly foul off to the right, strike one. Shellbach has good control. He's staying ahead of the hitters, getting that first pitch in there, and usually the first 2 pitches in there. Strike one the count on Griffin. All set again. Here's the delivery. A swing and a ground ball to short. Brinkman has it on a big hop. Throws the cash out at first base to retire the side. Short to first. 3 up, 3 down. And now 14 Red Sox have gone down in order. Nothing across in the 7th inning, and after 7 full innings, the score is still the Red Sox 3 and the Detroit Tigers 2.
Elsewhere, the Yankees are on the verge of dropping 4 1/2 games out in the Eastern Division of the American League. They trail the Cleveland Indians 4-1 after 7 falls. Steve Blassingame has relieved Steve Klein, or Wade Blassingame relieving Steve Klein in the 7th for New York. Gaylord Perry for Cleveland. After 4.5, no score between the Angels and the Minnesota Twins. No score after an inning and a half between Texas and Chicago. National League, the Braves leading San Diego 1-0 after 6 1/2 frames. After 5.5 innings, 4-2, the Mets over Philadelphia. Bill Robinson a 2-run homer for the Phillies. Jim Beecham a solo shot for New York. And Bill Sudeikis a 3-run blast for the Mets. After 4.5 innings, 2-2 between Montreal and Pittsburgh. Ron Fairley a solo blast for Montreal. And after 3 innings, the Reds lead Houston 3-1. Pete Rose has a home run for Houston, or for Cincinnati, that is. It came in the 2nd inning with nobody aboard, his 6th of the year. And rain has delayed the start of the game between the Cubs and the Cardinals in St. Louis. Let's go back to Fenway Park.
Well, we've got a whale of a battle going tonight for first place in the American League's Eastern Division. Ready to go into the 8th inning, and it's a 3-2 ball game. The Red Sox with 3 runs and 5 hits. The Tigers 2 runs and 8 hits. Neither team has made an error. Tigers with 2 more turns here, and here's Duke Sims to lead off in the 8th inning. And here is Ned Martin.
All right, Dave. Sims has been a big figure in this one. He had a 2-run homer in the 6th inning, giving the Tigers their 2 runs and bringing the game to within 1. The Red Sox had a 3-0 lead. Sims rifled a McLaughlin pitch into the Red Sox bullpen with a man on. Cash, who had walked on a 3-2 pitch. A close walk, and it was a costly one for McLaughlin. Bob Veal pitching, and Sims taking it high and tight, ball 1. Veal has worked an inning and 2/3. Struck out 2. Rick Miller is in center field now for the Red Sox, replacing Tommy Harper, a move often made by manager Casco. Miller in center field. Ground ball, base hit to right field as Sims hits the left-hander. So Duke Sims is 2 for 3, and he starts the 8th inning off with a base hit. These Tigers keep putting the pressure on you. They've had a man on base in every inning in this ballgame. We'll have a station break. This is Red Sox baseball.
This is the American Forces Radio and Television Service.
The
back at Fenway Park, and Mickey Stanley is up for the Tigers, facing Bob Veal. Stanley, right-handed batter, is 2 for 3 tonight. They're looking for the bunt, and he tries to bunt and foul tips it, strike one. The Tigers have the tying run at first base here in the 8th inning. Stanley checks his third base coach, Joe Schultz. Bob Bowen and Bill Lee in the Red Sox bullpen. Boy, this has been a nail-biter. And the biggest crowd of the year is here. $34,632, the largest crowd of the year. Tomorrow, Mickey Lolich will go for the Tigers, and either Sonny Siebert or Mike Nagy for the Red Sox, depending on Siebert's ankle. That ankle has hurt the club quite a bit in this month, as Sonny has been unable to pitch and unable to start, and they've needed that dependable right arm of his in there. Here is the stretch. Petrocelli playing close. It's inside. Stanley was going to take a full cut at that, but he was straightened up by a fastball near the letters. 1-1. Laren LeGros, a left-hander, and Tom Timmerman, a right-hander, throwing in the bullpen for the Tigers. Well, there are 2 right-handers now. LeGros is a right-hander. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here it is, and it's outside. Again, Stanley was going to take the full cut. He was not squaring away to bunt. The count is 2-1. 2 teams fighting for the top spot in the American League East. The Red Sox had hoped, in this homestand against Baltimore and Detroit anyway, to take 5 of the 7 games. Well, they took 2 out of 3 from Baltimore, but they've lost the first game to the Tigers. By and large, they would want to sweep the next 3, which is quite a large order. 2-1 pitch is outside, ball 3, and Fields in trouble. 3-1. Stanley has the count his way now. The on-deck hitter is Rodriguez. Tigers, a good hitting ball club, although they have a low percentage. The way they've hit against the Red Sox this year, you might think they have a team batting average of about 300. 3-1 pitch. Ball 4. Stanley's on. The tying run moves into scoring position with nobody out. A single to Sims, a walk to Stanley, and Veal's in a mess. First walk given up by Veal. Eddie Casco is walking out to the mound, and he wants the right-hander Bob Bowen right now. Well, Veal did the job that required of him for short man anyway. He came on and got 2 men out with the bases loaded in the 6th. Gave up a hit, but got the side out in the 7th with the aid of a double play. But here in the 8th inning, gave up a single to a left-handed batter, Duke Sims, the leadoff hitter in the inning, and has walked Mickey Stanley on a 3-1 pitch. So Veal leaves the game. He pitches an inning and 2/3. Nobody out here in the 8th. He has given up 2 hits. No runs so far, but he's responsible for 2 base runners. He gets a hand, walked 1 and struck out 2. He had a clutch strikeout when he struck out Frank Howard in the 6th inning with the bases loaded and 1 away. And then the great play by Petrocelli on Taylor took him out of the inning. Gave up a single to Kaline in the 7th, but a double play erased that later on. So, coming in from the bullpen, a veteran Bob Bowen, who has not worked in a while, but has done a good job since coming back from Louisville and has been the best right-hander out of the bullpen for the Red Sox.
Bowen has given up no runs in his last 8 relief appearances. That goes back to June 3rd, before he was sent to Louisville. He has a scoreless string of 12 2/3 innings with 9 strikeouts, 2 walks, and 4 hits. That includes 5 appearances since his recall on the 24th of August, just a month ago. Overall, his record is no wins, 1 loss, and 3 saves for the Red Sox this year, with an earned run average of 3.08. He's pitched 26 1/3 innings altogether in 17 games and has given up 20 hits, 9 earned runs, 10 walks, and he has 24 strikeouts. Good fastball and a good hard slider, and throws that ball hard, and has really been throwing it hard since he's been back the last month. So he comes on here in a tough spot. The Tigers have the tying run at second base. the person of Duke Sims. They have Stanley at first base, nobody out. In the top of the 8th inning, the Red Sox trying to hang on to a 1-run lead. First man up to face Bolin will be Aurelio Rodriguez. Dangerous right-hand hitter who in this ball game has made 1 hit and 3 times up. Rodriguez has good power. Has had overall this year an off year for him at the plate, but he is plenty dangerous. He hits that long ball. Isn't a very big guy, but he has power. Brinkman due to hit after Rodriguez. That represents somewhat less of a threat considerably than Rodriguez does. Tough man is right here, Rodriguez.
Bob Bolin all set to pitch now. That home run that was given up by McLaughlin to Duke Sims is only the second home run that the Red Sox pitching staff has given up in something like 10 games. But it was a big one. 2-runner by Duke Sims. Cleveland leads the Yankees 4-1 after 7.5 innings at Cleveland. The Indians batting in the bottom of the 8th. Texas nothing, White Sox nothing after 2. California, Minnesota scoreless after 5. Bolin ready to pitch to Rodriguez. Runners at first and second. They're looking for the bunt. Yaz is in on the grass. Here's the pitch. He's taking ball 1. He was going to swing away. He was not bunting that time. Joe Schultz now looks back into the dugout for another sign from the bench. Either Billy Martin or a decoy somewhere as to what is on now. A bunt, take, swing, whatever. Runners at first and second, nobody out, and a real jam for Bolin to get into. Tigers with a tying run at second, the lead run at first. Yastrzemski still playing in at first base. Petrocelli is a step back from third and 3 steps off the line. Here's the pitch. Ball inside. Rodriguez standing there, taking it, and it's 2-0. Bill Lee and Don Newhouser, left-hander, right-hander, in the bullpen now for Boston. Tigers have LeGros and Timmerman in their bullpen, right-handers. 2-0 to Rodriguez. Brinkman on deck. Bolin throws. Slider for a strike. Taken. 2-1. In the National League, Atlanta leads San Diego 1-0 after 6.5. And it's the Mets 4, Philadelphia 2 after 6. Pittsburgh 3, Montreal 2 after 5.5. Cincinnati 3, Houston 1 after 4. 2 balls, 1 strike to Rodriguez. Infield now at double play depth except for Yastrzemski. There's a line drive, base hit to left. 1 hopper to Evans, runner being held at third. Here comes the throw, cut off, and the bases are loaded. Rodriguez stings a single so hard to left field that they couldn't score anybody. Sims was held at third. He's not a fast runner, and there's no reason to send him because Evans took the ball on 1 hop and fired toward the plate. So now the mess is even bigger for Bolin as he's allowed a single to the first man to face him. That's been the trouble all year long with the bullpen. That first man and the second sometimes. The second here is Eddie Brinkman. He's grounded twice to shortstop and walked. Brinkman coming up with 3 on, nobody out. The Tigers trailing by a run, but they really have a threat on now. And Jim Northrup has walked out on deck. He's kneeling on deck now and will bat for the pitcher. But right now, Brinkman's up. Bolin will work from the stretch position. Here it is. Ground ball, stopped at third base. The throw to the plate, 1 out. Beautiful play by Petrocelli again. Petrocelli, who saved a run or two.
Brinkman hit a hot shot down the line, and it was backhanded on the ground by Petrocelli going to one knee. He got up, and he threw to the plate. Fisk tagged the runner just to make sure he didn't know if he had the plate or not, so he tagged the runner coming in, which was Sims. So they have forced a man at the plate, the play going 5-2. What a play by Petrocelli. He took it on the line and threw to the plate, and it was tagged. That was what happened. It was not a ground ball. It was a line drive. Runners at first and second now. There's a called strike on pinch hitter Jim Northrup. Northrup is batting for Selbach. The ball was caught in the air. That's what happened. At first I thought he hit it on the ground and he forced a man. That's why Fisk tagged the runner at the plate. They had him dead to right, so Fisk just tagged him, and it was a double play. Bolin throws. It's fouled off. Strike two. Rico Petrocelli has saved 4 runs with his glove in this game. 2 outs, runners at first and second. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get that straight now. Brinkman is at first base. It was on the ground. Rico stepped on third and got that man, then threw to the plate. That was one. I'm sorry. Here's a ball inside, 1-2. The play went so fast, and Rico was near the bag. He took it, and he stepped on third. That's what he did, and then he threw to the plate. That's why the tag play was made. So I blew that one, but there's a double play anyway, and runners are at first and second. Didn't look like a line drive, but it turned into a double play as Rico stepped on the bag and threw home. Of course, that took off the force, and Fisk had to tag it. Here it is, and there's a foul ball off the bat of Northrup. 2 down here. Brinkman at first, Rodriguez at second. Stanley was out, 5-2, and the runner at second base, Sims is out 5-2, and the runner at second base, Stanley, was forced out by Petrocelli as he stepped on the bag. So if you're scoring with us, that's 5 unassisted on Stanley and 5-2 on Sims. Petrocelli has been... He can't play third base any better than what he's done tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and it's fouled back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That was a hot shot, too. It was right near the line. And Rico, luckily, was guarding the line on Brinkman. And turned that play. 3 double plays for the Red Sox tonight. 2 of them have been started by Petrocelli. And he's made another saving stab of a line drive. Here's the pitch. A little fly ball. It's going to be trouble. Here comes Miller. He's got it. Big catch by Rick Miller to end the inning. And the Tigers do not score. Oh, mercy. The fielding the Red Sox are doing in this game has been fabulous. Rick Miller came out of nowhere. That's why they put him in there. He folded into right center field, slid on his tailgate, and made the catch to end the 8th inning. The bases were loaded with nobody out. Bolin came in, and with the aid of Petrocelli, Fisk, and Miller, got out of the inning with no runs. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 left. And after 7.5, it's 3-2 Red Sox.
In Robinson, Illinois, Bob Menney, finding his long shot, long lost putting game, fired a 5-under par 66 Friday at Crawford County Country Club to claim the second round lead in the Robinson Fall Golf Classic. The 32-34 round gave the 30-year-old 4-year tourist a 36-hole total of 136, 6 strokes under par for the 6,556-yard course, and a 2-stroke lead over Thursday's leader Greer Jones, along with Larry Ziegler and Orville Moody. I played better yesterday, said Menney, but today I got a few putts. Until this week, I hadn't putted well for 6 months on the last 36 holes. However, I can't think of more than 2 or 3 times that I didn't stroke the ball solid. Many opened with a 6-footer on number 1. Then from the 4th through the 7th holes, holed birdie putts of 35, 30, 12, and 8 feet. He missed the green for a bogey on the 2nd hole and 3-putted for another on the 9th. Updating the baseball scoreboard now after 7 1/2 innings of play. The Indians still leading the New York Yankees 4-1.
We've got a change of 2 for Detroit. Al Kaline remains in the game to play right field. Kaline came on to bat for Gates Brower. Kaline is in right. And the left fielder, of course, is Willie Horton. And Laren LeGros is the pitcher, a right-hander. Lagrow, relieving Chuck Selbach, who worked 2 perfect innings in relief, retiring 6 batters and striking out 1. Here's LeGros. LeGros is a right-hander. He was recalled by the Tigers from their Toledo Farm Club in early August. At Toledo, he had won 8 and lost 6 with an ERA of 2.43. He's been in 13 games as a member of the Tigers with 1 loss charged to him. He has 2 saves to his credit, no victories. He's pitched 22 1/3 innings and has given up 4 earned runs, 18 hits. He's given up 4 walks and he has 7 strikeouts. LeGros' earned run average is 1.64. A loss and 2 saves since joining the Tigers. Big, tall right-hander. Last of the 8th inning now with a score 3-2 in favor of the Red Sox. Boy, I tell you, the fielding in this series, or in this game, has been the best that we've seen in any one game this year by one team anyway. The Tigers have fielded well, too. Nobody's made an error. But there have been outstanding plays by Petrocelli, 2 of them. He also started a double play, which wasn't easy. Rick Miller just made a great catch. And it has really been something. First man up is Boland, taking a ball inside that almost hit him. Laren LeGros. Chuck Selbach left for a pinch hitter. Now the 1-0 delivery, and the pitch is popped up to the right side. Under it is Norm Cash at first base. He's got it. Wind blowing it a little bit. There's a strong wind now, very strong, blowing from left to right, and it's cold here. Here is Rick Miller getting a hand for his saving catch. He saved a run or 2 also. Miller has done that several times this year. He saved a run or 2 off Louis Dion in Chicago with a catch much like that, except he was playing right field then. And he just kept going. He ran that ball down and made the catch a foot off the grass, sliding as he did so. LeGros throws, fastball over, called strike. The Red Sox just stopped hitting after the home run by Yastrzemski in the 3rd inning. They haven't had a hit since. They've only had 5 in the game. Everybody's been retired since then. There's strike 2 swinging. But they've been doing it in the field. Miller is hitting .213 with 3 homers and 14 runs batted in. On deck is Louis Aparicio. Miller batting, of course, in Harper's spot. LeGros winds and throws inside, low, ball 1. Well, I didn't mean to mislead you on that double play, but I really just didn't see Petrocelli step on 3rd. He dragged with his foot and fired home. There's a strike 3 swinging. And that's 2 away, and the Red Sox continue to go down in order. Well, 2 away this inning, and here's Aparicio. He had a bunt single in the 1st inning. Grounded out in the 3rd and popped up in the 5th. The Tigers have had 10 hits in the game, but the Red Sox are leading 3-2. LeGros, a big right-hander. Fires, and Louis bounces one toward 3rd, charged by Rodriguez. Strong throw to 1st, in time by a step and a half. Boy, what a rifle he has for an arm. Aparicio is out, and again the Red Sox go down in order. Let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17 batters in a row have been retired since Yastrzemski hit his home run. Nothing across in the 8th, and after 8 innings of play, it's the Red Sox 3, the Tigers 2.
The Soviet national team beat Team Canada 5-4 Friday in the opener of their 4-game ice hockey series in the Soviet capital of Moscow. Team Canada was ahead 3-0 after the second period before the Russian team bounced back. The Russians now are ahead 3-1 with one tie in the 8-game series. The Kansas City Royals announced that next year's All-Star Baseball game will be played Tuesday night, July 24th. The place will be the Royals' new stadium in the Harry S. Truman Sports Complex, now nearing completion. It has a seating capacity of slightly more than 40,000. The Milwaukee Bucks said they are not interested in trading draft rights to American Basketball Association superstar Julius Erving, who has signed with Atlanta of the National Basketball Association. The New York Knicks have asked waivers on rookie guards Hayward Dotson from Columbia and Ken Mayfield from Tuskegee, reducing their National Basketball Association roster to 15. Let's go back to Fenway Park.
Well, here we go to the top of the ninth inning. The Red Sox holding on to a squeaky 3-2 lead. They got a run in the first, one in the second, one in the third. They have not had a hit since Yastrzemski got that homer in the third. 17 men have been retired by Tiger pitching. Duke Sims, meanwhile, has hit a 2-run homer for the Tigers. And the Red Sox in the field have been acting like Merlin the Magician. Petrocelli has played the bag right off the field at third. Second base. Rick Miller made a saving catch. 3 double plays for the Red Sox. And here we go to the top of the ninth. Tony Taylor, leadoff batter, who came into the game as a pinch hitter in the sixth and stayed in to play second base, is up. He lined a shot that Petrocelli grabbed 1 inch or so off the ground with the bases loaded. That ended the inning. The pitcher was Bob Veal then. Bolin throws, strike call, slider. Taylor's a good hitter. 0-1. Wind blowing stiffly left to right. The pitch by Bolin is hit high in the air, foul, first base side. I don't know if Yaz has room for it. Nope, it's into the stands. Out of play, bounces on the runway and back to the field. 2 strikes to Taylor. Thanks to Larry Sullivan of Sullivan Cafe in Groton, Connecticut. Made their annual contribution to the Jimmy Fund. The Duxbury Police and Fire Departments also are thanks to the banks throughout New England for displaying the Jimmy Fund wishing wells. Appreciated if you would empty the barrels and forward a check to the Jimmy Fund, Boston, Massachusetts, 02117. 2 strikes to Taylor. The windup and the pitch. Strike 3. Swinging. He loses his bat. But the ball rests in Fisk's glove. 1 out. We'll pause here for another station break. This is Red Sox baseball.
This is the American Forces Radio and Television Service.
AFRTX in the Canal Zone. This is the Southern Command Radio Network.
Al Kaline is the batter. Kaline had a single as he came on for Gage Brown in the 7th inning. He stayed in the game to play right field, and Horton moved to left. Kaline 1 for 1. Bolin fires. Swing and a foul ball back. He took a vicious cut at that one. He's tough to hit 1 deep to left and get it anywhere now with that wind. Blowing toward right. From first toward third, from the left field foul pole to the right field stand. Whistling smoke over the field from the stands. Here's the 1-strike pitch to Kaline, and it is fouled back to the screen. Count is 0-2. Bill Lee working in the Red Sox bullpen. No balls, 2 strikes. Nothing in 2, 1 out. Now the pitch. A tapper taken by Bolin, underhands at the first, 2 away. This was a slider that Kaline did not get good wood on, and he just tapped it. Bolin went off to his left, ran halfway to first base, and threw it to Yastrzemski. 2 down in the Tiger ninth. And Willie Horton is up. He has singled, grounded out, and struck out twice.
Tigers down to their last out. The Red Sox 1 out away from holding first place and going a game ahead of the Tigers. Here it is. A long drive deep to the center field, but Miller is right there. He's under it. He's got it. The ball game's over, and the Red Sox win it by the score of 3-2. Oh, what a ball game we've had here tonight. In the ninth inning for the Tigers, nothing across. No runs, no hits, no errors. Bob Boland, Rick Miller, everybody getting mobbed out there as they walk to the dugout victorious. Final score, Red Sox 3, the Tigers 2. We'll wrap it up in a moment.
In Atlanta, the wife of Tom Paine, an Atlanta Hawk basketball player on trial for rape, became so incensed at the testimony of one of the alleged victims Thursday that she hit her in the head with her purse. She's lying, Mrs. Paine shouted. She knows she's lying. Then, as the witness stepped down from the stand, Mrs. Paine banged away with her purse, articles from the bag spilling on the courtroom floor. "Don't you put handcuffs on my wife," the 7'2" Paine told a policeman who sought to quiet Mrs. Paine. The incident caused a 10-minute recess in the trial. Superior Court Judge Sam Phillips McKenzie was expected to decide Friday whether to hold Mrs. Paine in contempt. The merger between the American and National Basketball Associations would be destroyed by a bill pending in the U.S. Senate. So said Walter Kennedy, the commissioner of the NBA, Thursday. Kennedy said amendments in the merger legislation were unacceptable to both the NBA and the ABA owners. Let's go back now to Fenway Park before the wrap-up in Ed Martin.
Well, the largest crowd of the year saw maybe the best ball game of the year from a lot of standpoints. When you have great fielding plays like they had in this one, it constitutes an exciting game. And, of course, a one-run ball game with, at any time, the Tigers threatening to go ahead, and they did. In only one inning did they not get a man on base, and that was the ninth when Bob Boland chalked up his fourth save and got the side in order. Heroes all over the place tonight, but first the totals. For the Red Sox, 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors, 2 left. For the Tigers, 2 runs, 10 hits, no errors, and 10 men left on base. The winning pitcher was Lynn McLaughlin, who went through 5 strong innings and then ran out of gas completely in the 6th. But he was bailed out at that time by Bob Veal and Enrico Petrocelli for one play. Then Veal got in trouble and was bailed out by Bob Boland and Enrico Petrocelli, who engineered that double play that really saved the game in the 8th inning. He also saved the game with a stab of a line drive off Frank Howard's bat in the 6th, with the bases loaded and 2 out. Petrocelli started two of the 3 Red Sox double plays and played third base like it hasn't been played here in Fenway Park in many years since Frank Malzone left the ball club. The winning pitcher, McLaughlin, 8 and 6, a save for Bowen, his 4th. The losing pitcher, Zachary, he is 1 and 1. Selbach pitched well in relief, and LeGros pitched an inning of scoreless baseball. There was a home run by Duke Sims of the Tigers, and that was a big one because it brought the Tigers within a run, making it 3-2, but that's the way it stood. Kyle Yastrzemski had a home run, his 9th of the year. It came in the 3rd, and it proved to be the winning run of the ball game at that time. That time it was 3-0, but the Tigers came back and scored their 2 in the 6th, and they sent 8 men to the plate as Rico's saving stab of Howard's liner, or of Tony Taylor's liner, to save that inning, and then, of course, start that double play, which I didn't describe too well in the 8th inning, but he got it, and regardless of how it was described, Petrocelli did it, and he and Rick Miller made a great catch of a Northrop fly ball with the bases loaded in the 8th inning to end the inning, sliding on his tailgate out in center field, and all in all, it was quite a night.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Well, here we are, right down to it. All it amounts to after 152 or so ball games is the best 2 out of 3. Whoever wins this one goes on to play in another playoff and yet another one. Possibly. World Series. Here's Tommy Harper. The pitch to him is chopped foul. Strike 1, we're underway. Harper, right-handed batter, batting at .254 with 14 home runs, 49 runs batted in. Mickey Lolich with the paunch and the 21 wins. 21-14 record and 3-0 against the Red Sox. He has owned them this year, all complete games. The only left-hander to do that. Pitching to Harper, line drive right to third base. Rodriguez has it fully out. Hit the ball well, but right at Rodriguez to third. There's one down. Here's Louis Aparicio, batting .255 on the year with 3 homers and 39 RBIs. He has hit Lolich pretty well this year, 3 for 7. Left-hander goes to work, and Louis slams a shot to left field, base hit. One hopper out there to Willie Horton, and Aparicio continues to bang the ball well against Lolich. So both of the Harper and Aparicio were first ball hitting. Harper fouled the first pitch and then lined out. And Aparicio lined a single into the left. Here's Carl Yastrzemski. Yaz hitting .263. 12 home runs, 67 runs batted in. Against Lolich this year, 3 for 13. Had 1 home run. He hit it out here in Tiger Stadium in July. Lolich pitching, throws to first base. Back goes Louis. Remember opening day here in April, Lolich was pitching, and the first 3 Red Sox batters got base hits. Harper, Aparicio, and Yastrzemski. Another move to first by Lolich, and Louis gets back. Then Petrocelli, or Georgie Smith, struck out in the middle of all that, and Petrocelli singled to left to drive in 1 run. Yastrzemski was caught going into third base when Aparicio was already there. The pitch is outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. And Yaz ran into an out, and that killed off the inning. The Red Sox had the bases loaded, nobody out, got just 1 run off it. From then on, Lolich was virtually untouchable. That's what he'll do to you if you let him off the hook early. If he happens to have first or second inning trouble. Yaz cocks the bat high. Here's the pitch to him. Watch out. It's down low inside, high inside, ball 2. A high pitch that knocked him down. And the count is 2-0. Frank Howard playing first base. Tony Taylor at second, Eddie Brinkman at short, Aurelio Rodriguez at third, Willie Horton in left, Mickey Stanley in center, and Al Kaline in right. The catcher, Duke Sims. The pitcher, Mickey Lolich. Looks to first base. Throws to the plate, it's the ball high, 3-0. Yastrzemski has the count his way, 3-0 with Reggie Smith on deck. First is Aparicio. Lolich gets set now. He throws, and it's ball 4 high. He walked him on 4 pitches. Yastrzemski's at first. Aparicio moves to second. And Smith approaches the plate. So Lolich is in mild trouble early. Runners at first and second with 1 away. The man who did go out, Harper, hit the ball hard. Reggie Smith, batting right-handed against Lolich, is hitting .273. 21 home runs, 74 runs batted in. Lolich looks him over. Smitty has had no luck against Mickey this year at all. 0 for 12. Has not had a hit against him. Fouls it back to the screen. Took a good rip. Fouled it, strike 1. Packed house here at Tiger Stadium. Great crowd and a great baseball city. They're hung up on the Tigers, who are half game back of the Red Sox, but in order to take the whole thing in the East, a team here has got to take 2 out of 3. 1 strike pitch to Smith, high outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Reggie had real bad luck against Lolich this year. He's the only regular in the Red Sox against him in any length of time that has not had a hit against him. Yastrzemski at first, Aparicio at second, one out. Mickey gets set. Throws. High foul ball, maybe playable. Let's see. Sims going over, can't get it. 4 rows up in the box seats on the first base side near the dugout, which is the Red Sox dugout here at Tiger Stadium. 325 down that right field line to the lower deck. The upper deck hangs over 10 feet, so it's a shorter shot upstairs, 315 feet to the facing in the upper deck. Down the left field line, 340. There's acres and acres of ground in center field. That's where the pitchers have the advantage if they can get them hitting to the alleys here. But the lines are reasonably short. The count on Smith, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Petrocelli on deck. Rolich wants another sign. Smith is waiting at the plate. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, swinging. Got it. So Reggie continues to have no luck against Rolich. Got him on a slider. Broke in on him, and Petrocelli comes up with 2 outs. Rico hitting 243. 15 home runs, and he leads the club with 75 runs batted in. Rico's had only 1 hit against Lolich this year, 1 for 11. Not too many of the Red Sox have done well against him, only Aparicio and Griffin. Mickey throws, foul back, strike 1. So here again, Lolich has people on base in the first inning, but he got a big man in Smith, and now Petrocelli's up with 2 outs. 1 strike on him. Noisy, hammering crowd at Tiger Stadium. Rolich looks back to second base. Comes in with his pitch, and it's swung on and missed. Strike 2. He's working carefully and well. All the 4 or 5 hitters, Smith and Petrocelli. Nothing in 2 to Rico. Sims hangs out the side for Lolich. Pauses. Pitches. Set swing. Strike 3. Dumont, the first base umpire, says it's a check. It's a more than half swing, and Rico strikes out. So again, Lolich gets off the hook in the first inning, and the Red Sox let him go. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. There were 2 strikeouts. And after a half inning, it's the Red Sox nothing, and the Tigers coming up. Tigers coming up in the first inning. We've had a no-hitter thrown tonight in the National League. Bill Stoneman of the Montreal Expos threw a no-hit, no-run game at the New York Mets, beating them 7-0. 7-10 and 1 for Montreal. No runs, no hits, 1 error for New York. Stoneman got his 12th win, beat McAndrew, and I think that is the second no-hitter, I believe, for Bill Stoneman of Montreal. Here's Tony Taylor leading off for the Tigers against John Curtis. Taylor, right-handed hitting second baseman, batting .307, a veteran from National League play. Takes the ball outside. Curtis has had a rough time against the Tigers. He's worked 4 innings. 4 in the third innings against the Tigers this year, giving up 6 hits and 7 runs, 4 of them earned. There's a little chopper foul, third base side. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch 4 in the third inning. He's given up 6 hits, 7 runs, 4 earned. Walked 4 and struck out 4. So he has had not too much success against Detroit. But Eddie Casco wanted Curtis for this game, a left-handed pitcher in this ballpark, making the Tigers switch to a right-handed hitting lineup. The pitch, fastball, high, ball 2. American Forces Radio and the broadcast of this series, the entire series between the Red Sox and the Tigers. Welcome aboard. The pitch. Ground ball, one hopper to Curtis at the mound. Takes it and throws him out. Taylor went for a bad pitch and tapped out to Curtis. One down, here's Al Kaline. Kaline is up. The veteran hitting .304 with 9 home runs, 30 runs batted in. Pitch, strike call. Curtis has probably has had more trouble with Kaline than anybody else on this Tiger club. It is, and he misses high and outside. Ball 1-1-1. Umpires, Jim Honachek back of the plate, Nestor Shylock at first base, Frank Umont at second, Lou DeMuro at third. Curtis with a 1-1 delivery, foul back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Kaline. Duke Sims on deck. No score, bottom of the first. Full house here at Tiger Stadium. Here it comes. Fouled off. Count hangs at 1-2 to Kaline. He went late on a fastball. John Curtis, slim, articulate young pitcher, Clemson College. First full season in the majors. He's won 11 and lost 7. 1-2 delivery. There it goes. Ball out to left field. Goes Evans, can't get it. Home run.
The American Forces Radio and Television.
For Al Kaline, his 11th home run, beg your pardon, his 10th home run of the year and his 31st of the season. 31st run batted in. 31 RBIs, 10 home runs. Pitch to Sims, strike call. Strike. Boy, this crowd erupted on the home run by Kaline. The Tigers, if you look at odds, slightly favored in this series now. The whole thing changed around yesterday when the Tigers won and the Red Sox lost in Baltimore. Now the Tigers have a home field. And of course they have Mickey Lolich going in the first game. Pitch by Curtis, fouled off by Sims. 1-2. For a minute, it appeared that Curtis might get Kaline. He almost got a fastball by him. He tried to do it again, and Kaline just whacked the ball out of sight. 1-0 Detroit. Sims backs out, wipes his glasses off. Duke has done a good job hitting for the Tigers since they picked him up from the National League. Takes a fastball inside. Ball 2, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Frank Howard on deck. Curtis throws. Fouled off. Still 2-2. over Tiger Stadium. But a very pleasant evening. 60 degrees at the airport, about 65 in here, I'd say. A lot of folks here. Here it is. Curve inside on driving him back. He dropped the bat. And he takes his glasses off again. Sims has the count 3-2 now. Two strikes. Right side of the infield, deep. Reggie Smith towards the line in right. Sims a good full hitter. He's got a lot of power. Pitch 3-2. Ground ball hit toward Griffin. Has to back up on it. Has it on the grass. Throws low. Scooped up nicely by Yastrzemski. Nice play by Yaz to save a wild throw. So Sims rounds out second or first. A pretty good play all around because Griffin had to hurry him through. He took the ball back on the grass. Frank Howard coming up. Howard hitting .248. 10 home runs, 37 runs batted in. The big guy hits a high fly ball to right field. Reggie Smith back near the warning pad has it for the out. Howard tried to get one into the bleachers on the opposite field, but he flied out to Reggie Smith. And in the first inning, the Tigers get one run on one hit. The homer by Kaline. Nobody left on base. After one inning of play, the Tigers won. The Red Sox nothing. First inning. Red Sox trailing 1-0 come up in the second inning. Big roar for Kaline from the right field partisans as he went out to his position for his home run. Carlton Fisk leading off for the Red Sox in the second. The announcement that Bill Stoneman of Montreal has pitched a no-hitter at the New York Mets tonight. Carlton Fisk hitting .298, 22 home runs, 61 runs batted in. Pitch by Lolich. It's outside. 1 ball, no strikes to Fisk. Fisk is 1 for 7 against Lolich this year. Carlton has hit in 16 of his last 21 ball games. Now the 1-0 pitch by McGee. Swung on, strike 1. Riding the slider in on his hand. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tigers won, Red Sox nothing. The old pro Al Kaline hitting a home run. The Red Sox had an opportunity in the first inning. With 1 out, they got 2 men on base, but could not advance them. As Lolich bore down, struck out Reggie Smith and Rico Petrocelli. 1-1 delivery. Shot foul off to the right. Up toward the Red Sox dugout and off the railing there. 1-2. Fisk backs out, gets his customary dirt in his hand. Lolich looks down for the sign, and he pitches inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In 318 innings has struck out 235. Well, now it's 237 strikeouts on the year. Walked 69. Pitching to Fisk. High fly ball in the shallow left. Brinkman back on the grass. The shortstop will call for it and take it. We got about 10 yards back on the outfield grass toward left and left center. Fisk is out, popping to short. 1 down. Dwight Evans, the batter. Rookie fielder for the Red Sox. Playing before the biggest crowd he's ever played before. Evans has 14 hits in 48 trips to the plate. 1 home run, 6 runs batted in. And he has 3 doubles and a triple. Right-handed batter. Evans went 1 for 4 against Lolich at Fenway Park. Curveball inside, ball
This
one.
is the American...
Into the screen foul, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. One count with 1 away. Here it comes. Fast, high, outside. Ball 2, 2-1. Taking his time and planning his pitch, having his idea. Throws, strike call, good pitch. Ooh, that's a wicked slider. Or a hard curveball, 1. 2-2 to Evans, who just listened to that one. Doug Griffin on deck. Lolich now looking sharp. Roly-poly throws, strike 3 call, dropped by Sims. He's going to throw to first base to Howard. Evans is out. 3rd strikeout already for Mickey Lolich. Assist for Duke Sims and a putout for Frank Howard. Now Doug Griffin comes in, hitting .263. Griff has 2 homers this year. He has 35 runs batted in. Tigers lead 1-0. We're in the top of the 2nd. They got the quick lead after the Red Sox did not take advantage of 2 runners in the 1st. Here it comes. Fouled off. Strike 1. Nothing in 1 to Griffin. Here it is. Strike 2 called. Fastball. Straighten him up right on the inside corner. Boy, I tell you, he's carving that plate to shreds right now. Nothing in 2. Little different when you're up against a pitcher like Mickey Lolich. He makes you work for everything. Gives you nothing. 0-2. Strike 3 call. Curveball on the outside corner. Boy, what an inning. He is really immense. 4 strikeouts for Lolich in 2 innings. Nothing across in the Red Sox 2nd. And after an inning and a half, it's the Tigers 1, Boston nothing. Willie Horton will start it off for the Tigers in the 2nd inning. Then Rodriguez and Stanley. Tigers leading 1-0. Runs batted in. Curtis ready with a sign. Now he pitches, and it's a ball outside. To the muscular Horton. Curtis kicks and throws. Curveball, foul back. taking fine tar rag out of the on-deck circle. One ball, one strike. Now, John Curtis reads the sign from Carlton Fisk and throws. Fastball, check swing foul. One ball, two strikes. Tigers won and the Red Sox nothing. Bottom of the second inning. Al Kaline homered in the first. Long look by Curtis. The count on Horton is 1-2. Here comes the fastball. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Challenged him with a fastball and got him. One down. That's the first strikeout for Curtis. Rodriguez. Rodriguez, the third baseman, right-handed batter, hitting .234. 12 home runs, 53 runs batted in. Now the pitch. Fastball, strike one, swinging. Curtis is quick tonight. One strike. Now here it is. And it's fouled back to the screen. Strike two. People tonight. Foul line to foul line and all in between. Got him just jammed. Two strikes. And there's a high foul out of play. Rodriguez carving one over the first base dugout. 440 feet to straightaway center field. A long poke out there. 400 to left center and 415 to the right center field alley. 370 to right and 365 to left. And then down the line, 325 and 315 in right and 340 in left field. 0-2 pitch. Curveball. Check swing. It's a ball. Rodriguez had a notion. The curve dropped over but low. One ball, two strikes. Mickey Stanley kneeling on deck. One out. John Curtis fires, and it's a fastball. Long drive to center field. Harper going back, still going back. He's there, and he's got it way out in the gloaming out there. 4 out number 2. Just a long out. Away. Mickey Stanley coming up, center fielder. Hitting .234. 14 home runs, 55 runs batted in. Nobody on base. Oh, went a long way to run hit by Rodriguez. Ed Brinkman on deck. Now the pitch by Curtis. And there's a fly ball to right field. Shallow coming on. Smith can't get it. Drops in for a base hit. Shallow right. That's the second Tiger hit. They have a base runner with 2 outs, and Eddie Brinkman up. Brinkman has been a pest to the Red Sox this year. He hit a home run against them in this ballpark on opening day. And he has stuck in some big hits from time to time in the course of the season. By Curtis, and the pitch to Brinkman. It's in the dirt, gets away from Fisk, down to second. In the scoring position goes Mickey Stanley. It'll go as a wild pitch. It's in the dirt. So Curtis charged with a wild pitch, and the Tigers have a runner at second. Curtis with the pause. And with the pitch. Fly ball, third base side, under it, Aparicio. Shortstop has it for the out to retire the side. Brinkman pops to short. No runs for the Tigers. They got a hit and they left one. And at 2 innings of play, it is the Tigers 1 and the Red Sox nothing. Going to the top of the third inning. John Curtis will be first up for the Red Sox. Then the top of the order, Tommy Harper and Louis Aparicio. Mickey Lolich has been very, very tough through 2 innings. Has struck out 4, walked 1, given up a hit, and has a 1-0 lead. Curtis bats on the left side. Now Lolich goes to work, throws, and Curtis tries to bunt and misses. Strike 1. Tried to drop 1 toward third, bringing Rodriguez in. The Tiger advantage is a home run by Al Kaline, his 10th. It came in the first inning. Lolich pitching, Curtis taking. Strike 2. Breaking pitch that time. No balls, 2 strikes. Now the pitch. Strike 3, swinging. That's number 5 for Lolich. Out of the 9 men he has faced, he has struck out 5 of them. 1 away in the Red Sox third, and here's Tommy Harper, who lined to third base his first time up. To hit against Mickey Lolich, or ready to bat against him. Everybody's been batting. There's a fastball outside. Louis Aparicio got the hit off him, a single to left field in the first, and walked to Yastrzemski, and that has been it for the Red Sox. Lolich kicks and throws, and it's fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Field. Harper has a single. Straighten that one out. So Tommy has a line out and a single line to left. That's the second hit off Lolich. Louis Aparicio single to left field in the first inning. Getting ready at the mound. Louis 1 for 1, and a good record against Lolich this season of 4 hits and 8 trips to the plate now. And a move to first base. Harper dives back. Hand tag for Tommy, and he went in on his knees and his chest. Tommy goes right back into that lead again, and Lolich throws over, and Tommy dives back in. Lolich just needs to get a kind of off-handed throw there. Sims gives the sign to Lolich. Left-hander work. Louis fouls it off. Aparicio, 1 strike. again. Harper edges off first base. Good lead. Pitch to the plate is inside to Louis. Ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ricky Lolich came into this game with an earned run average of 2.55. Another good year for him. Looks to first. Throws to first. Tom gets back without the slide this time. Frank Howard is covering the first base bag against Harper. Tigers ahead 1-0 on Al Kaline's homer in the first inning. We're now on the top of the third. Aparicio up with Harper at first, 1 out. Here it is. Ground foul off to the left. Count on Louis, 1-2. A ball and 2 strikes. Checking the sign. Harper to his lead. Lolich throws. There goes Tommy. Ground ball in the hole in the left field for a base hit. Harper's going to dig for third. Here comes a throw by Horton. Not in time. Harper's safe. And runners are at first and third with 1 out. A hit and run single to left by Aparicio. And Harper belly-whopped the slide into third to beat Horton's throw. So the Red Sox have 2 on with 1 out and Yaz up. We'll pause for a station break at this juncture. This is Red Sox baseball. Back at Tiger Stadium, this is Ned Martin with Dave Martin. Carl Yastrzemski is up. The Red Sox trailing 1-0. Have Harper at third, Aparicio at first, and 1 out. Yaz walked his first time up. He walked on 4 pitches. So right now, he's digging into the plate, leveling the bat back and forth as Lolich gets ready to pitch. The Tiger infield at double play depth. They're shifted a little bit. Foul ball, a big rip by Yaz. He got a good rip that time, but fouled it toward the upper deck. Behind it. 1 strike. This is bear down time for Yastrzemski and Lolich. The Red Sox trailing by a run in the third inning. Red Sox have 3 hits. Tigers 2, but one of those was Kaline's homer. Rodriguez, the third baseman, is 4 steps to his left, even with a bag. The pitch. There's a long shot, deep short center field. Back goes Stanley. Can't get it. It's rolling all the way to the wall. Harper has scored. Aparicio being waved on. He falls down. He has to go back to third. And now they have Yastrzemski on third base, and he is going to be out. Again, it's happened. And would have scored Aparicio, but Louis fell down, rounding the base. He went back, and there was Yastrzemski. They tagged him out. And it's only a tie game when it should have been 2-1. So Yaz will get credit for a double and a run batted in. That ball went way down past Stanley into center field. Well hit. Aparicio would have scored, but he fell down rounding third. Yastrzemski running with his head down, barreled into the bag. Louis got back. It is Lewis's base, and Yastrzemski was tagged out by Rodriguez. So the play goes from Stanley to Brinkman to Rodriguez. And Sims had the ball first, then he threw to Rodriguez. There is Smith carving a foul back. Well, on opening day, we're telling you, Yastrzemski ran into important out at third. When 2 men ended up at third base, Aparicio was the other man again. This time, it was really up to Louis, and it was not Yastrzemski's fault as much. He had an easy triple out of that. Louis stumbled and fell, turning third, and scrambled to get back. So now is the runner at third, 2 out, and a 1-1 ball game. Smith is up. Here's the pitch to Reggie. Takes the curve for a strike. 0-2. So give Yastrzemski a double and a run batted in, scoring Harper. Boy, what a break for the Tigers and against the Red Sox with Aparicio falling down. The play on Carl Yastrzemski goes 8-6-2-5. Sims making the play over to Rodriguez. Aparicio at third. Here it is, and Smith takes strike three. Reggie can't seem to do anything against Lolich. Second time he is struck out, and Mickey Lolich blesses his stars as he walks to the dugout. He should have been behind 2-1, with a runner at third and only one out. Now 2 outs, but now he's out of the inning. Instead has given up 1 run to the Red Sox. They had 3 hits. 2 singles and a double, got 1 run out of it, and they left 1 man on base. And after 2.5 innings, it's tied up 1-1. Well, we've seen something history repeat kind of from opening day here at this ballpark, and it cost the Red Sox a run. But that's the way this game goes. Aparicio fell down, rounding third. Jazz was running with his head down, rounding second. He had a triple easily, but they ended up 2 on third base, just like the old Brooklyn Dodgers. There's the pitch to Lolich, high, ball 1. Mickey Lolich is up, a right-handed bat. Pitch by Curtis. Hangs it outside to Lolich, ball 2. Mickey, as a hitter, is batting .070. He's been up 86 times. He has 6 hits, all singles. No runs batted in. The pitch to him, fastball inside, ball 3. 3-1 to Lolich, an .070 hitter. Tigers 1, Red Sox 1. Inning number 3, the Tigers batting. Curtis okays the sign, and he pitches. Strike 2 called. 3-2. Tony Taylor below us on deck. Here it is, and it's fouled off. 3 balls, 2 strikes. He's been up 86 times. He has 6 hits, all singles. No runs batted in. Pitch to him, fastball inside, ball 3. 3-1 to Lolich, an .070 hitter. Tigers 1, Red Sox 1. Inning number 3, the Tigers batting. Curtis okays the sign, and he pitches. Strike 2 called. 3-2. Tony Taylor below us on deck. Here it is, and it's fouled off. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here comes strike 3, swinging a weak grandmother cut by Mickey Lolich. And John Curtis has his second strikeout. 1 away in the Tigers' third, in the top of the order, Tony Taylor up. Taylor grounded out his first time. Snap back to Curtis at the mound. Pressure-packed ball game here, tied up 1-1. Pitch. Curve over, called strike to Taylor, a right-handed hitter. No balls, 1 strike. Here it comes again. Fastball fouled off hit late. Down into the crowd, first base side. Joe Schultz, third base coach, talking it up from his station. Here's the pitch to Taylor. Strike 3 called. Tony taking a fastball and straightened him up nicely on the inside corner. 2 strikeouts this inning for Curtis, 3 in the game. Al Kaline up. Accounted for the Tiger run with his 10th home run of the year in the first inning. Got it into the lower deck. place among all-time Tigers for extra base hits. Only Ty Cobb has more. Pitch is high for ball 2. He passed Charlie Gehringer yesterday. Kline had an extra base hit yesterday, 905 of them in his career. 2-0 delivery. Curve hit on the ground to the left side, taken by Aparicio, straightens up, long throw in time. Kaline's out, and Curtis gets the side in order in the 3rd inning. Nothing across. And after 3 innings of play, it's the Red Sox 1 and the Tigers 1. 3 innings have gone by at Tiger Stadium, and the score is tied up 1-1. The Tigers 1 run, 2 hits. The Red Sox 1 run, 4 hits. Rico Petrocelli up against Mickey Lolich. Lolich has fanned 5 in the game, but has given up 4 hits, and he gave up a run in the 3rd and should have had 2. They should have had 2 of him. Here's Petrocelli and Dave Martin. Okay, thank you, Ned. Petrocelli struck out the first time up against Lolich. Like he all set, here's the windup. The pitch is a curve, strike ball. Breaking ball was in there, strike 1. Score is tied at 1-1. We're in the 4th inning. Lolich getting his side now from Sims. Brings his arms up over his head. The pitch inside for a ball to make it 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 on Petrocelli. Rico went 2 for 12 against the Tigers in the 4-game series in Boston earlier this month. There's a ball inside to make it ball 2, strike 1. 2-1. The Tigers have Horton in left, Stanley in center, Kline in right. Rodriguez, Brinkman, Taylor, and Howard around the infield. In the battery, Lolich and Sims. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ball high and away to make it ball 3, strike 1. 3-1, Bud Smith on deck. Red Sox take Lolich for 3 hits in the 3rd inning. And he starts this inning behind on Petrocelli on the hitter. Line up, here's the 3-1. Check swing, it's a ball, he walked it. Pitch was low. He had an ocean, started for it, held up, and Honachik called it a ball. Ball 4, so that's the 2nd walk given up by Lolich. First walk he's Dickerson. He walked Yastrzemski in the 1st inning. Here's Butch Fisk now, who is the leading Red Sox hitter this year against Detroit pitching. Now 10 for 30 against the Tigers, 333. Jeff Lolich pledges only 1 for 8. Goes down for that dirt before he steps in. Now the stretch. Pitch a swing and a foul ball. That was a sharp curveball breaking into the right-hand hitter. And Fisk pulled it foul to the left. Up into the crowd, the count is strike 1. Lolich pitched a 12-inning game in his last start. That was that thrilling win that the Tigers had over the Yankees last Thursday night. Pitch and the ball is inside. The Butch Fisk, the count is ball 1, strike 1. Lolich always works a lot of innings and throws a lot of pitches. 254 pitches against the Yankees last Thursday. That's a lot. Here's the pitch. Curve is high and outside. Ball 2, strike 1. That's the tip-off, the fact that he threw so many pitches in that game that he might tire early here tonight. The ball 2 and a strike 1 count on Butch Fisk. Petrocelli at first base and nobody out. Lolich is already already pitched 318 in the third innings this year before tonight's game. Fisk steps out of the batter's box. He reaches down with his hand to his cleat, adjusting the cleat on his right shoe. Fisk is, if you've ever seen a Red Sox game this year, is a deliberate hitter. After every pitch, he's out of there. Usually goes down for dirt after every pitch. Here's the 2-1 pitch now, and here's a foul ball back of the plate, and that makes it 2-2. The ball, 2 strike 2 count. Has pitched well in his last 2 starts after going through a pitching slump in the months of August and September. And he pitched a strong game to beat the Red Sox in Boston 7-1. Here's the 2-2. A ball is inside and low to make it ball 3, strike 2 to Fisk. And since then, Mickey in his last start pitched that duel against the Yankees, going all the way, allowing 3 Yankee runs on solo homers to Munson, McDaniel, and White. That game was here at Tiger Stadium. He finally lost the game 3-2 in 12 innings. He gave up 10 hits, struck out 5, and walked 3. He's 21-14 for the season. There's the 3-2 pitch. Swinging against the line drive down the left field line and curving in a foul ball. This misses by much, only about 5 feet foul, way down in the Tiger bullpen. Fisk, who is all the way around first on his way to second, comes back to the plate, and Petroselli goes back to first base. Ball 3 and strike 2 is the count on Fudge Fisk. This is the 41st start this year for Mickey Lolich. 41 starting assignments. 40 previous starts, he lasted the distance 22 times. Go to first base when the runner is back. Frank Howard playing first base tonight for Detroit. The ball 3 and a strike 2 count on Fisk, who again reaches down for some dirt. A swing and a bouncing ball foul down the third base line. But still 3-2 on Fisk, giving Lolich a battle up there, making Lolich throw a lot of pitches. John Curtis in his last start against Kansas City last Thursday afternoon threw 125 pitches. Lolich pitched Thursday night, so he's actually had a half day's less rest than Curtis. And he threw 154 pitches. 3-2 the count. Here's the stretch. Here's the pitch. Runner strikes toward second and goes back, and Fisk fouls off another pitch. So it's still 3-2 on Fisk. Tomorrow night, Louis Tiant will oppose Woody Fryman. We have a different starting time tomorrow night. That game will start at 9 o'clock. Boston time. Our coverage at 8:30, Lynette's pregame show, and the game broadcast at 8:55. Tomorrow night, and the Wednesday afternoon game is a 2:30 game, Boston time. 3-2 is the count. Runner getting a lead. Here's the stretch. And the pitch is late and it's strike 3. He finally struck Fisk out on a high fastball. Really made it work. Petroselli still at first base with 1 out now, and the batter is Dwight Evans. That's strikeout number 7 for Mickey Lolich. Lolich is the all-time Tiger strikeout leader with 2,109. His current total is second in the league to Nolan Ryan. Here's the pitch now to Dwight Evans. A swing and a miss, strike 1. A good fastball. Always firing that ball. Bearing down now. Lolich already has 7 strikeouts tonight. He needed only 4 going in tonight to pass Eddie Plank for 19th place on the all-time strikeout list. Not just the Tiger list, but the all-time baseball list. Here's a ball that just missed outside. Makes it ball 1, strike 1. Lolich is 5th among all-time Tiger leaders in total victories, 162. The ball 1, strike 1 count on Evans. Evans struck out the first time up. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul off to the right. Lands on the roof of the upper deck. Count is ball 1, strike 2. This stadium is double-decked all the way around. And it's jam-packed tonight. Every nook and cranny is filled. Capacity of 54,000. The fence, by the way, is 9 feet high all the way around. Good hitting background here. The park is painted a dark green. Ball 1 and strike 2 on Evans. Here's the pitch. Swing. Here's the ground ball through the back. The base hit. Here's Petroselli around second on his way to third. Here's the throw. It comes into second base. Petroselli raced around second, kept right on going to third base, and made it without a play at third. So now the Red Sox have runners on first and third with only 1 out of the batter, Doug Griffin. Now we have, with the score tied 1-1, a possible squeeze play situation. Griffin is the best runner on the Red Sox club. The score is tied at 1-1. We're in the top of the 4th inning at Detroit. Griffin has 14 sacrifice bunts this year. Petroselli with average speed, the runner at third base. Rodriguez playing parallel to third. Here's the pitch. Ball inside. Rodriguez looked like he was ready to charge in case Griffin did bunt. Ball 1, the count on Doug Griffin. Evans at first base and Petroselli at third base. 1 out. The stretch. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a bouncer foul behind the plate. That goes to 1-1, and Griffin was taking a full cut. Ball 1, strike 1 on Doug. He's been hitting well of late. He's been safely in 8 of his last 9 games. Over that span, has hit .321. Griffin is 4 for 13 against Lolich. And he's 10 for 38 against Tiger pitching this year. There's the pitch to him. A ball that spun him away. A fastball inside. Count goes to ball 2, strike 1. 2-1 the count. Red Sox won and the Tigers won. We're at the top of the 4th inning at Detroit. In the crucial first game of this final 3-game series at Detroit. Whoever wins tonight, obviously, really puts the pressure on the other team. For tomorrow night's game, the pitch is swing and a bouncer foul behind the plate. Count is ball 2, strike 2 on Griffin. 2-2. Runners at first and third. Lolich has a new baseball. He goes back and picks up the rosin bag. The thing about Lolich that has marked his pitching through the years is the fact that he has great control of his breaking stuff. He can always get that curveball or that breaking ball over whenever he wants to. Also has a good slider. That slider rides in on right-hand hitters. Here's the pitch. Called out. Pitch on the inside corner. For the second straight time, Griffin is caught looking. Bonachik waves him out. Fastball on the inside corner. So that gives Lolich 8 strikeouts, and Mickey was really reaching back for something extra against Griffin in a tough situation for him. First and third and 1 out. Here's the pitcher now, John Curtis. That eases things considerably. Makes it first and third with 2 outs. And the pitcher is back. Curtis batting left-handed. He struck out the first time up. Came in with an 0.98 batting average. Here's the pitch to Curtis. A swing and a miss. The curveball away. He reached for it. Just waved at it. The count is strike 1. Outfield plays it shallow and to the left. 1-1 in the 4th inning. Lowick getting his sign again. Here's the pitch. It's a strike ball, butter high. Down to strike 2 on Curtis. Lowick has a fine Tiger Stadium record this year, 13-4. On the road, he's only 8-10. Nothing and 2 on Curtis to stretch. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Struck him out. Curtis, swing and miss. Down on 3 pitches. That gives Lowick 9 strikeouts in only 4 innings. No runs and 1 hit. 2 men are left. 1 walk. Score at the middle of the 4th inning is tied up at 1-1. Now we go to the last half of the 4th inning at Tiger Stadium, Detroit. Ball game is knotted up at 1-1. Detroit scored on a home run by Kaline in the 1st inning. A long wallop deep to left field. The Red Sox tied it up in the 3rd with 1 out. Harper single to left. Aparicio single to left. Harper going to 3rd in the hit and run. Yastrzemski had a long wallop over the center fielder's head, driving in 1 run. Aparicio fell down at 3rd base, right at the bag. Yastrzemski was running up his back, and Yastrzemski was tagged out for the 2nd out. He got credit for a double and a run batted in, but Smith struck out to retire the side. That's the scoring of the game so far. Now Duke Sims to the batter's box as we go to the last of the 4th inning. Duke, a hot hitter. Out to the second baseman the first time up. He's been red hot at the plate of late. He had a great series against the Red Sox, going 6 for 11. That was a week ago last Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Here's the pitch. Swing, bouncing ball, knocked down by Curtis to first base. He's out. Got him. Curtis to Yastrzemski. Hit it sharply, and John had to track it down. It was right in front of him. He picked it up and threw Sims out. This is open 2-9 and brings up Frank Howard. Here's Frank Howard. He flied out to right field the first time up. Since joining the Tigers, Howard is 8 for 28. That's a 286 average. With 1 homer and 6 runs batted in. The homer came with 2 men on in a game the Tigers finally won. Pitch is outside for a ball. Homer came with 2 men on when the Tigers were trailing 5-1. Made it 5-4 and they went on to win. That was a big hit. Swing, here's a ground ball through the box. Big play by Griffin behind second. Throw to first. He is out. Got him. Good play by Chuck Griffin. He went fire to his right behind second base. Came up with the ball. And then had to right himself, regain his balance to make a good throw to first. Had time to do that against Howard, not too fast a man. Got something on the throw to first for the out. Looked like it was going to be a hit through the box, but Griffin, going far to his right, came up with the ball, threw Howard out. Here's Willie Horton. That's the best fielding play so far tonight by either team. Horton up there, here's a swing and a ground ball to Aparicio. He's up with it, throw to first base, he's out. And that's all for the Tigers in the 4th inning. A quick inning, 3 up, 3 down, nothing across. Now after 4 innings, the score is still tied up at 1-1. Tommy Harper leads off. He's been up twice, has hit the ball hard twice, but has 1 hit. Another time up, he hit it right at Rodriguez. Line drive. Here's the ball inside. The first pitch, a curveball. Ball one on Harper. Harper has 24 stolen bases this year. The most by a member of the Red Sox going all the way back to 1937, except for Joe Foy, who swiped 26 in the 68 season. Count is ball one. Here's the pitch. It's a strike to the inside corner, called by Hanacek, and the count is 1-1. 1-1 on Harper, the Red Sox leadoff man. Red Sox have 5 hits. Tigers have only 2 hits off Curtis. Harper steps out for a moment. Don Lenhart coaching at first base for the Red Sox, and Eddie Popowski at third. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's a ball. It's inside to make it ball 2 and strike 1. A lot of riders here from all over the country tonight. Kind of a World Series atmosphere. Riders from New York, Baltimore, Cleveland, Chicago. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss on a curveball breaking into Harper. Count goes to 2-2. Has been piling up those strikeouts tonight. A total of 9 gives him now 244 strikeouts this season. Second to Nolan Ryan in the American League. Ryan, as you know, pitches for the Angels. Here's the 2-2 pitch. High pop fly ball. First baseman Howard coming in. Fair territory. He's got it. Got it over toward the pitcher's mound, halfway between the line and the mound. In on the grass for the first out. Here's Willie Aparicio. He has a perfect night, 2 for 2. Willie has singled twice to left field. First time a line drive, and the second time a bouncing ball on a hit and run play. Willie is the leading Red Sox hitter on the season against Lolich. 2 for 2 tonight gives him 5 for 9 against Lolich this year. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss on a hard curveball. Down to strike 1. Strike 1 on Aparicio. Closed stance, left foot forward. Bends over the plate. Here's the pitch. Curve is inside for a ball to make it 1-1. Final score, the Chicago White Sox beat Minnesota 6-4. All the other scores are very unimportant now, relatively speaking anyway. Milwaukee leads the Yankees 4-1 at the end of 8. There's a foul ball up to the right. It's the facing of the upper deck behind the plate. And the count is ball 1, strike 2 on Aparicio. National League, the Cubs beat the Phillies today 4-3. New York and Montreal are 0-0 at the end of 3 innings. That's the second game of a doubleheader between the Mets and Expos. No hitter by Stoneman occurred in the first game of that doubleheader. Here's a ball inside to Louis, and the count goes to 2-2. Montreal 7, New York 0 in the first game. A no-hitter by Bill Stoneman to make his record 12-14. Second game pitchers are Mailer Moore and Earl Morton. 0-0 after 3. In the dirt, and it hit him. He goes to first base. Pitch was in the dirt and nicked him in the leg. Nicked him in the foot, and he limped a bit as he ran to first base. So Aparicio is hit by a pitch. But the man on first, 1 out, brings up Kyle Yastrzemski. Yes, has a walk and that long double in the third inning. The only Red Sox run of the game so far. He is now 4 4 for 14 against Lowitz this year. Against Tiger pitching, Yaz is 12 for 42. Here's the pitch to him. A swing, a foul. Back on the screen, strike one. Strike one on Yastrzemski. Won 4 for 13 in the Baltimore series, just completed. He was 4 for 14 against the Tigers in 4-game series in Boston last week. There's a strike ball, a curve in the outside corner. 2 strikes on Yastrzemski. Yastrzemski has 1 home run off Lowitz this season. Red Sox have only hit 5 homers against the Tigers. 2 by Yastrzemski, 2 by Smith, and 1 by Petrusella. 2 strikes on Yaz. Louis at first base, 1 out. 1-1 ball game, tied up. 5th inning. Here's a big swing, and he's out of there. Tried to hold up, but he was well around on a curveball, breaking away. Yastrzemski strikes out on 3 pitches. That's 10 strikeouts for Mickey Lowitz. 2 out now in the inning with a man on first base, and here is Reggie Smith. Smith has been no puzzle for Lowitz. Lowitz has been a big mystery to Smith. Reggie's been up 14 times against Lowitz this year without a hit. Tonight he's been up twice, and both times has struck out. Second time he was caught looking. Third time he swung and missed on a curveball on strike 3. Pitch to him, swing, it's a high foul fly ball. Howard coming over, may have a play. He's in front of the dugout, and he caught it. He almost missed it. But he finally made a backhand catch of a high pop foul fly ball. He almost overran it. It was one of those twisting foul flies. It's tough to judge. And Frank stayed right with it, and he caught it backhand with his front hand in foul territory, right in front of the Red Sox dugout. Reggie now is 0 for 15 against Lowitz. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 man left, 1 hit batsman. In the middle of the 5th inning, the score is rounded up. The Tigers 1 and the Red Sox 1. John Curtis on the mound has given up only 2 hits, a home run to Kaline in the 1st inning, and a single to right by Stanley in the 2nd inning. He's retired now, the last 7 men to face him. That staccato clapping now. They want the Tiger run. Here's the lineup by Curtis. The pitch to Rodriguez. It's a ball outside. Ball 1. Curveball adjustment. Curtis has won 5 of his last 6 starts. He's been a good road pitcher this year, winning 5 and losing only 2. And down the stretch since September 1, he's won 3 out of 4. Swing and a miss with a fastball to make it 1-1 on Rodriguez. Flat out deep to center the first time up. Ball 1, strike 1. Nobody on or out. Last of the 5th inning. Here's the pitch. The ball inside to make it 2-1. Stanley on deck, and then Eddie Brinkman. Rodriguez had a big series against the Red Sox in Boston, going 6 for 16. 375 average. The Tigers made a lot of runs and hits in that series, but only got a split out of it. Swinging a foul up over the roof, out of play, and the count is ball 2, strike 2. Tigers had 21 runs and 44 hits. The Red Sox only 14 runs and 27 hits in those 4 games. Tigers have been hitting better of late. Their hitting has improved. Now it's ball 2, strike 2. The next pitch, playing another foul ball back to the plate. It's still a 2-2 count. Ball 2, strike 2 on Rodriguez. And the team, the Tigers, hit .358 in the three-game series just completed against Milwaukee. That raised the team batting average to .237. It has been higher than that since the 9th of June. Here's the 2-2 to Rodriguez. In the dirt for a ball. Now it's ball 3 and strike 2. 237 overall season team average for Detroit. Compares to the Red Sox team batting average of .248. That average has gone down 3 or 4 points lately. Although the Red Sox have played fine ball, winning baseball down the stretch. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and hard ball. Left center field, way back maybe, and home run for Rodriguez. The Tigers lead 2-1. Crowd alive, a tremendous roar out of this crowd of 54,000 at Tiger Stadium. Rodriguez with the count 3-2 is waiting for the fastball. Curtis gave it to him and he swung it. Really got a hold of it up in the left field lower deck. First pitch to Stanley is the ball. It's high ball. Line inside, he ducked away. That ball went out at the 365-foot mark over the 9-foot high fence. Ball one on Stanley. The pitch to curve, strike call. Makes it ball one, strike one. Curtis throws the fastball, curveball, and straight change. No sliders. That was the 13th home run of the season for Rodriguez. There's the windup and the 1-1 pitch. Strike call, the outside corner. Makes it ball one, strike 2. Nobody on or out. We're in the last of the 5th inning, and Detroit now is taking a 2-1 lead. One and two the count. Here's the windup by Curtis. The pitch. Fastball, strike call. Beauty on the inside corner. Late high. Stanley, Johns, and Honachik. The fans boo. Looks like a good pitch from here. Stanley called out on strike. That brings up Eddie Brinkman. Strikeout number 4 for Curtis. Brinkman popped out to the shortstop the first time up. Ed Brinkman of the batter's box, the Tigers shortstop. The delivery to him. Fastball way outside and high. Brinkman came in tonight batting .203. Fine defense at shortstop. And every once in a while, he'll get a hit that hurts you. But not too dangerous a man up there. Counted ball 1. The pitch is the ball. It's low ball 2. 2-0. Red Sox have Evans at left, Harper in center, and Smith at right. Petroselli, Aparicio, Griffin, and Yastrzemski in the infield. And the battery, Curtis and Smith. Count is 2-0. The pitch swing. Here's a high shot to left field. The base hit. Evans again up to the ball. Throws it to second base. A swing on the left. Past Aparicio. Louis tried to backhand the ball to his right. But the ball was hit very sharply and went into left field for a hit. And hit number 4 off Curtis. Brings up the pitcher, Mickey Lower. 2 hits in this inning. Struck out the first time up. Joe Schultz coaching at third for Detroit, and Dick Krzyzewski at first base. The pitch, he bunts it towards third. Up with it, Petroselli throws the second out. Throw to first, safe, no double play. Petroselli to Aparicio, who covered second base. They got the force. Aparicio came in on the, I should say Petroselli came in on the bunt, and Curtis, the pitcher, came over. Looks as if they might The split second looked as if they might just get mixed up on who was going to pick up the ball, but they didn't. Petroselli made the play and got a force out of it. So it brings up Tony Taylor, the second baseman. Rickman forced out. Golick now the base runner. Golick at first with 2 outs, and he has his jacket on. Taylor has been up twice without a hit. Former member of the Philadelphia Phillies. The pitch to Taylor, swinging a foul behind the plate, strike one. Veteran second baseman, he and Nick McCullough. Platoon at second for Detroit. Detroit hasn't seen a lot of left-handed pitchers lately. With all their right-handers ready to be put into the lineup. Against southpaws. The pitch, a fastball, he swings and fouls it. Behind the plate, and it's 2 strikes on Taylor. Final score, the Milwaukee Brewers defeated the Yankees tonight 6-1. Ken Brett got the win over Steve Fine. 2 strikes. The pitch outside. Almost got away from Fisk. Pitch was way outside. Makes it ball 1 and strike 2. Tigers have a lot of extra men on their bench. 13 of them, not including pitchers. Here's the delivery, a ball inside. That makes it 2-2 on Taylor. Two out. The man on first base. Now Sonny Siebert gets up and warms up in the bullpen in right field for the Red Sox. Here's the 2-2 at the ball. Ball 3 and strike 2. Pitch was just about an inch over the ground. Very low. Ball 3, strike 2 on Taylor. Taylor's been safely in 11 of his last 12 games. There's a foul ball, the runner going down, 3-2 and 2 out. Taylor fouled it off. We're still 3-2. Tony has hit 400 over his last 12 ball games. He's raised his batting average to .308 for the year. Now the stretch, here it comes. A swing and a high hopper toward third. Petroselli has it. Going to first, he's out by a half a step. Taylor was picking him up and laying him down, going down that line. He still has good speed for 36 years old, and he is out only by a half a step. Petroselli to Yastrzemski. The sign is retired. 1 run and 2 hits, 1 man left, and after 5 innings, the score is Detroit 2, Boston 1. Going into the first half of the 6th inning now at Tiger Stadium. Hope you're enjoying all the action wherever you are and wherever you may be listening. Around the world on American Forces Radio Network. Up in New England on our Red Sox network. Some 52 stations in New England carrying all the Red Sox games. It's a real pleasure and privilege to have you on our network this year and have you listening. It's a thrilling, exciting season. Coming to the climax right here in these 3 games at Tiger Stadium. Here's Petroselli to lead off now for the Red Sox in the top half of the 6th inning. Score is Detroit 2 and the Red Sox 1. Petroselli struck out the first time up, drew a walk the second time. Pico is 0 for 1 in this game. The pitch is swinging a foul over the screen, strike 1. Baltimore series this weekend, Petro went 2 for 10. He was 2 for 12 in those 4 Tiger games in Boston. Out is strike 1. Pitch, ball, change up that time. One of the few Lolich has thrown tonight. High and outside to make it ball 1, strike 1 on Petroselli. Tigers came in tonight with a 3-game winning streak, all against the Milwaukee Brewers. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Strike ball to the inside corner. Ball one, strike two. A 1-2 count. Line up at the next pitch. Curve, a swing, and there's what a curveball. Petrocelli is out on strike. That pitch was a sharp-breaking curve, sharpest you'd ever want to see. Looked like it was going to be in the strike zone of the hitter, and then it broke way inside. It fooled Petrocelli completely. He started to swing, committed himself, was well around on it, then tried to hold up. That's the type of pitch it's difficult to hit with a paddle. Tennis racket, a very baffling pitch. Petro is out of there, and it rings up now the catcher, touch pitch. Strikeout number 11 for Mickey Lolich. Here's the lineup, and here comes the pitch. Ball is high, and outside, ball one. Tigers have a pretty good record against left-hand pitchers this year. They're 27-19 against southpaws. 8 over 500. High fly ball down the right field line. It's curving, and it's caught in the corner out there in foul territory by the right fielder, Keelan. Caught it in the corner right up against the railing from the back seat. Way down the right field line. Long foul fly hit by Fisk and caught by Keelan. 2 out and nobody on. It rings up Dwight Evans. Evans has been up twice and he has 1 hit. He singled to center in the 4th inning. Pitch to the rookie is the ball, inside ball one. Red Sox are 3 under 500 against Southpaws, 21-24. Tigers are 8 over at 27-19. Here's the 1-0 to Evans. Swing and a miss. Down at ball one, strike one. Is the count on Evans. 2-1. Tigers lead. Top of the 6th inning at Detroit. Line up at the 1-1 pitch to Evans. A ball inside. Ball 2, strike one. Doug Griffin on deck. Lolich has 11 strikeouts. He's issued 2 walks. He's allowed 5 hits. He's hit 1 batter. Line up, and here's the 2-1 pitch to Evans. A curve inside for a ball. A sharp-breaking curve again. Evans took it. Ball 3 and strike one. Lolich has good velocity on that curveball. It goes a very hard curve and a sharp-breaking curve. He has good stuff tonight. Here's the 3-1. Strike ball. Nice ball at the outside corner. 3 and 2. Strike two. Lolich going for his 22nd win. Great pitcher here the last several years for the Tigers. Overshadowed by Denny McClain in the 68 season, but he's won a lot of ball games for this club. Here's ball 4. He walked it. That was a curve, and it broke inside. Same type of pitch that Petrocelli struck out on, but Evans took it for ball 4. So he reaches. That's walk number 3 off Lolich. It brings up Doug Griffin. Griffin has been called out on strikes twice tonight. He's 0 for 2. Siebert warming up in the bullpen. If Griffin gets on, we may get a pinch hitter for Curtis. Curtis is in the on-deck circle. But Siebert is loosening up. Second time he's been up. Swing and a bouncer foul. He was up at the first half of this inning. I should say he was up in the last half of the fifth inning in the bullpen. Sat down, and now he just got up again. We're in the top of the sixth inning. Count is strike one on Griffin. Hooks it safely in 8 of his last 9 games. Strike one as Lolich takes some time now getting his sign. Pitch, a swing and a miss. That's the curveball. The one that Evans laid off, the one that Petroselli swung at. And now Griffin swings at it. Breaks way inside. Count is strike 2. 0-2 on Griffin. Lolich getting ready again. Brings his arms to his waist. Here's the pitch. Swings and then strike 3. Curveball. Not quite so sharp a break that time. Griffin swung and missed. He went down on 3 pitches and he fanned 3 times. That gives Lolich 12 strikeouts. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. 1 walk. 12 strikeouts in 6 innings for Lolich, an average of 2 per inning. So, in the middle of the 6th inning, the score is Detroit 2, Boston 1. He homered the first time up. That home run stretched his hitting streak to 10 straight games. He's been up twice and has that 1 hit. The other time up, he grounded to Aparicio. Pitch by Curtis. Curve swing. Here's a line drive in left field. Drops in a base hit. Up with it is Evans on the first bounce. Goes to the second base. And K-line has a single. Al is now 2 for 3. That's hit number 5 off Curtis. Brings up Duke Sims. Now Joe Schultz, the third base coach, comes down out of the coach's box all the way to the on-deck circle to talk to Sims before he steps in. The Tigers have a 2-1 lead. Sims is a good power hitter, and he's been hot of late. The only left-hand hitter in the lineup against Southpaw Curtis. 2 long ball right-hand hitters are coming up next. Howard and Horton. What do you do if you're Billy Martin right here? Do you let Sims swing away, or do you have him bunt? At any rate, Schultz was taking no chances about Sims missing a signal or a sign. He came down out of the coach's box to tell him what Billy Martin had on. And here's the pitch to him. He bunts it. Here's the pitcher, Curtis, off the mound, throws to first. He's out. Curtis Yastrzemski is sacrificed by Sims. Moving K-line to second and bringing up Frank Howard with Willie Horton right behind him. Here's Frank Howard. He's been up twice, flied out to right field. The second time up, he was robbed of a hit by Griffin. Eddie Casco is going to the mound now. He has Siebert in the bullpen. Siebert has had plenty of time to warm up. And this lefty-righty situation now favors Detroit with a runner in scoring position. Casco, Fisk, and Curtis talking it over, and then he goes back to the dugout. There will be no pitching change. Now the right-hander warming up is Newhouser. It was Siebert, but Newhouser's just gotten up and started to loosen up. Howard is 0 for 2 in this game. K-line at second with 1 out. Top of the 6th inning, the Tigers lead 2-1. Here's a curve inside the ball. I think that's the last half of the 6th inning. All in on Frank Howard. Howard asked Konachik to take a look at the baseball. Konachik throws in a new one. Tosses that one out. Fans buzzing here. I'd like to see another hit and another run. Here's the ball inside. Makes it ball 2-0 on Howard.
going to first. He is out at first base. Throw was low, and Yastrzemski dug it out of the dirt. Feline held second base. The sharply hit high bouncing ball. Louis had to back up on it. But he stayed right with it. Came up with the ball cleanly. His long throw was a little low, but Yastrzemski dug it out. Feline held at second base. Here's Willie Horton. Has been up twice. First time up, he struck out, swinging and missing a fastball for strike three. And then in the fourth inning, he grounded to short. Dangerous long ball hitter. Pitch by Curtis. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside, ball one. Deep and around to the left for Horton. He can pull. Here's the delivery. Swing is a line drive. It is a foul ball down the left field line. Hold it foul and counted ball one and strike one on Horton. To jam in, you've got to have good speed because he can pull that inside pitch. Ball one and strike one on Horton. Getting in time from Fletch pitch to Stretch. And the 1-1 in the dirt. So the ball gets stopped by Pitts. Ball two, strike one. Tigers 2 and the Red Sox 1. Horton's outside the batter's box. Curtis roughs up the baseball. With his chest protector. Ball three, strike one. First base is open. Rodriguez on deck, another dangerous hitter and a right-hand hitter. 3-1. That's pitch where the hitter has the advantage. A tough spot for Curtis. Come in with it or lose it. The first base is open. Here's the stretch. Pitch. Fastball outside. Walked it. Horton is on and it brings up Aurelio Rodriguez. Walk number one given up by Curtis tonight. This walk he's into. He has 4 strikeouts. He's made 1 wild pitch. Now a conference at the mound between Petrocelli, Fisk, and Curtis. Rodriguez has been up twice, flied out deep to center, and the second time up, hit a home run in the left field lower deck. That home run is the margin in this ball game right now, 2-1 Detroit. Rodriguez in the batter's box, hands slightly closed, left foot forward. Here's the stretch by Curtis. And the pitch. Fastball low outside, ball one. Curtis outside the, should say Rodriguez outside the batter's box. Getting some dirt. Something got loose way out in center field, a baseball.
position. Now he's behind on Rodriguez. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Ball is low. Ball 3 on Rodriguez. 3-0. Mickey Stanley, the on-neck man. A walk now would load him up. Third base is open right now. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. 3-0 count. The pitch. Take was on. Strike call. 3-1. Billy Martin had the take sign on. On the count. Now the pitch where the hitter has the advantage. 3-1. Here's the stretch by Curtis. Pitch. Fastball. Strike call. He took it knee high. Takes the ball. 3 and strike 2. Curtis goes to his fastball here. They're having trouble controlling his curve. The full count, 3-2, 2 outs. Runners will be going. Curtis gets his sign from first. Runner at second is Kaline with Morton at first. 2 out. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Swing. Here's a line drive in the center field. A base hit. Kaline around third is going to score. Harper throws to second base. Leonard's at first and third. Score now is 3-1. Most of the crowd. Going to the mound, and that'll be all for Curtis. Second time to the mound in this inning. Newhouser is coming in, a right-hand pitcher. With runners on first and third and 2 out. Rodriguez slammed that 3-2 pitch by Curtis on the line in the center field. Just a little bit over in the left center. Kaline scored easily, and Harper's throw is the second base. So that's all for Curtis. Leaves the diamond. He goes into the dugout. You're listening to Red Sox baseball from Tiger Stadium in Detroit. Here are the figures on Curtis. He pitches 5 2/3 innings. Curtis is charged with 3 runs and 6 hits. He walked 1, he struck out 4, and he made 1 wild pitch. He could be charged with 2 more runs, because both the runners now on base come in to score. The Tigers have scored 1 run in this inning. Curtis gave up 2 gopher balls tonight, 1 to Kaline in the first inning, 1 to Rodriguez in the 5th inning. And then in the 6th inning, Kaline led off with a hit. Sims sacrificed. Howard bounced out. Horton drew a walk, but Rodriguez came through with a hit to score Kaline. And that's where it stands right now. Runners on first and third with 2 outs, and the Tigers leading 3-1. The new Red Sox pitcher is right-hander Don Newhouser. Newhouser making his 31st appearance, has won 4, lost 2, and saved 4 ball games. He has a 2.45 earned run average. 36 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 30 hits. His strikeouts and walks are about the same. He's fanned 27, but he's walked 25. And he's facing Mickey Stanley with runners at first and third. The Tigers leading 3-1. Stanley, the first time up, singled to right field off Curtis. Second time up, he was called out on strike. On first and third with 2 out for Detroit in the 6th inning, and they're ahead 3-1. The pitch by Newhouser, tries to bunt it and misses, strike 1. Then up at the pitch, tried to bunt it and missed it. Squeezed on with 2 outs. They have a pinch runner for Willie Horton.
ball 1 and strike 1 on Mickey Stanley. The pitch hits the strike call to the outside corner. Ball 1, strike 2. Gamble at third base. Rodriguez at first. On and 2 the count. Newhouser ready. There's the pitch. Fastball outside. Makes it 2 and 2. Newhouser looks as if he has good speed out there tonight. Good hard fastball. Ball 2, strike 2. Stretch, here it comes. Swing and a foul tip behind the plate. Still 2 and 2. First and third, 2 out of the 6th inning, and 3 runs in this ball game for Detroit. One of them in this inning. Eddie Brinkman on deck. Well, the Red Sox are going to have to do something with Woolwich. Trail Mickey now by 2 runs. Here's the 2-2. Check swing a ball. Ball 3, strike 2. This is inside. Now the lineman will load the bases and bring up Brinkman. Now the stretcher it is. High fly ball deep in left field. Evans is back on the warning track. He pulls it down for the out to retire the side. A long high fly ball, and Evans on the warning track caught it for the third out. So the totals in the 6th inning: 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 2 men are left, 1 walk. The score at the end of 6 full innings is Detroit 3 and the Red Sox 1. Some changes for the Tigers. Norm Cash now playing first base in place of Howard. Northrop has gone to left field in place of Horton, taken out for a pinch runner. Those are the Tiger changes. Gagliano now will bat for Newhouser as we start the 7th inning. Score 3-1 Detroit. Here's Ned Martin. All right, Dave. Bill Gagliano coming in to bat against Lolich, who has fanned 11 Red Sox tonight. He's gotten Doug Griffin 3 times, Reggie Smith twice. He's gotten Petroselli twice. Got Curtis twice. Gagliano batting. Cash at first. Northrop in left now for the Tigers. Here's the pitch to Gag, a called strike. Red Sox trail by a pair. Gagliano batting .256. 10 runs batted in. Now the delivery. He's chopped it foul at the plate. He's behind Lolich, 0-2. Sonny Siebert warming in the Red Sox bullpen. So a little catching up to do, quite a bit in this kind of ball game. The Red Sox had opportunities to score runs. They have stranded 6. They had a run cut down, not cut down, fall down. When Aparicio fell down, rounding third, headed for the plate, went back to the bag, and Yastrzemski was on the bag. And that cost a run. Lolich pitching to Gag. And there's a base hit to right center field. A line drive dropping in there as Gagliano leads the 7th inning with a single. So the Red Sox have 6 hits. The Tigers have 6. They're going to have a runner for Gagliano. Juan Benitez is going to run for him. Benitez running for Gagliano. The Red Sox now with a 2-run deficit cannot play bunt unless you try to drop a surprise bunt somewhere. But they've got to hit away. And, of course, open themselves up to the possibility of a double play ball with a runner at first. So a runner at first is Benitez running for Gagliano. And Tommy Harper is up. He has lined to third, single to left, and popped to first. Tigers leading 3-1. Pressure ball game here. Lolich has the edge. Here's the pitch to Tommy. He takes it inside. Ball 1. Siebert Rome warming up in the bullpen. He'll come on to pitch for the Red Sox in the bottom of this inning. Boy, that shot by Mickey Stanley looked as though it might have enough legs to get out of here, but it hung up there for Evans to catch. Had that gone in, why, bye-bye Blackbird possibly. But now it's 3-1. Here's the set. And the pitch. He tries to bunt and misses. Harper says, no, I held up, but the plate umpire, Honachek, said, no, you didn't. It's strike one. Tommy, on a quick bunt try, was not trying for the sacrifice. He was trying for the base hit. Rodriguez had first in from third. The count on Harper, 1-1. Harper stands back a little bit in the batter's box toward the rear line. Lolich looks him over, checks first base, pitches, ball inside, 2-1. Tommy admits that he has very little idea when he goes up to a plate of hitting at any particular place, an outside pitch to right. He just takes a swing. That ball is in the strike zone. Said, some days I hit it and some days I don't. 2 balls, 1 strike to Harper. Lolich stiff arms and throws. Inside corner, call strike, and Harper doesn't like the call. He's kicking on the call by Honachek. He wasn't sure about the bunt side. This one he's not sure of at all. 2-2 now. So you can't take too many around the corners with Lolich pitching. He gets that corner very nicely. He has fanned 11 in the game. He has walked 3 and given up 6 hits, but only 1 run all the way. 2-2 to Harper. Now the check. Lolich goes to first base. Benitez gets back. Benitez can run. Rodriguez is deep at third. He's about 3 steps in from the line, well back at third base. Brinkman toward the shortstop hole and Taylor crowding toward second. Now the 2-2 pitch about to be made. Here comes strike 3. Swinging out of there. Harper tried to check his swing but could not, and that's number 12 for Lolich. Boy, he's been something else, but the batters have been helping him out a little bit. 12 strikeouts for Lolich, and therein lies the tale. 12 strikeouts, 6 men left on base. Now 1 out in the 7th, and Benitez still at first base. Louis Aparicio is up. He's been on base 3 times, has 2 singles, and has been hit by a pitch. Tigers 3, Red Sox 1, 7th inning. Time getting short. Pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. Soft curveball. Lolich has got them all. He's got curveballs. He got the fastball. I think I said 12 strikeouts. Lolich has 13. 13 strikeouts in the game. Mercy. Benitez with a good lead off first. Lolich pitching to Aparicio. Swinging strike. Nothing in 2. No balls, 2 strikes to Louis. Yastrzemski's on deck. Well, Louis is the only man so far whom Lolich has not gotten on strike. He's had at least 1 against everybody else in the regular lineup. He's got 2 strikes on Louis now. Left-hander looks to first base. Comes in with his pitch. Louis sends a foul ball sharply to the left toward the top, almost hit a photographer. Nothing in 2 to Aparicio. He tried to straighten out that 0-2 delivery. It's almost too good. No balls, 2 strikes. Red Sox have strikeout. The Red Sox have had base runners in every inning but the second. They've had somebody on base, but have scored only once. Lolich pitching. Fouled off. Louis went for an outside pitch that might have been a ball, but he couldn't afford to take a chance and fouled it into the crowd just to the right of the screen back of the plate. Nobody hurt. 1-2. Lolich taking some time on the mound. He has dished out 6 hits only. 3 walks. Hit a batter. Now ready to pitch to Aparicio. Here it comes. Pop-up. Near home plate. Sims and Cash converge on it. Norm Cash wants it, and the first baseman has it for the out. Louis Aparicio pops to first. 2 down in the Red Sox 7th. And we'll pause here for station identification while we have a moment. This is Red Sox baseball. Back at Tiger Stadium, this is Ned Martin with Dave Martin and engineer Al Walker. Carl Yastrzemski's at the plate with 2 out, and Benikas running at first base, running for pinch hitter Phil Gagliano, who has singled. Carl Yastrzemski has walked. He has doubled home a run and struck out. His double should have been a triple, but Aparicio fell rounding third and had to get back to the bag. Yaz ran right into him, and 2 men ended up at third base. Yastrzemski was tagged out. Lolich ready to pitch to Carl. Here it comes. Outside, ball 1. He really whipped that triple, or would have been a triple in the 3rd inning. A long drive over Mickey Stanley's head in deepest center, rolling to the 4:15 mark, around there. But it went as just a double. 1 ball, no strike. Benikas off first. Cash playing fairly deep at first. Strike call to Yastrzemski, and he's ticking on the call by Honachik. Carl is mad at that one. Scoops some dirt, tells him what he thinks of him. 1 ball, 1 strike. Honachik has not exactly been everybody's hero to the Red Sox tonight. He's had a bunch of beef. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lolich looks to first base. He throws. Outside, ball 2. 2-1. Of course, he's working very closely, carefully to Yastrzemski, who has gotten into the home run groove in September. And of course, batting in Tiger Stadium, you make a mistake on the inside half of the plate to somebody like Yastrzemski, and bang, it's gone. So he's worked Carl on 2 pitches outside. He tried to jam him with the other and did. Got the call on the inside corner. Pauses. Pitches. Ground foul off to the right. Got it in on him. Yaz wanted it. Failed a little bit. Fouled it off. So now it's 2-2. Strikes, 2 out. 3-1. The Tigers leading in the 7th. They've had 2 home runs in the game. Rodriguez has had 1. Kaline's had 1. Rodriguez knocked in the other run with a single. Yaz squeezing that bat, cocking it high. Lolich ready. Throws. Strike 3. Leads the inning total. Number 14 for Mickey Lolich. Boy, what a game he's pitching. No runs. 1 hit, a leadoff single, and 1 man left. The Red Sox now have left 8 men on base, and after 6.5 innings, the score, Tigers 3, Red Sox 1. Sonny Siebert has come on to pitch for the Red Sox. Don Newhouser went to 1 batter in the 6th inning. Came on relief of John Curtis. And Mickey Stanley flied very deep to left field to end the inning. So Newhouser was removed for a pinch hitter, and now Siebert is in. Sonny Siebert has won 12 and lost 12. His earned run average is 3.78. He's pitched 195 in the third innings, allowed 104 runs, 82 of them earned. He's given up 203 hits. He has walked 59, and he has 122 strikeouts. This is only the second relief appearance for Siebert this season. He has started 30 games and completed 7. Bothered by that bad ankle recently. Last several weeks, as a matter of fact, the ankle that he pushes off on, and it's affected his leverage. Stuff he's been able to get on the ball. But the last several days, he says he's been feeling, that ankle's been feeling much better ever since that last start he made in Boston. He's been feeling better. And he telling me the other night, now it's at the point where he hopes he is called into a game, whereas before he was hoping he would not be called into a game or not given a starting assignment. Brinkman leads off now, and here's that.
Brinkman has popped to short and singled to left. Siebert getting ready to pitch to him. Tigers ahead 3-1. Each team has 6 hits. But the Tigers have had 2 homers. Fastball is high to Brinkman, ball 1. Siebert explaining in a dugout show the other day about his rhythm. Now he has to have it right. He's worried about his control now. Pushing off on that ankle. 1-0 delivery. Strike call. He fired that one. When Siebert is just forgetting about everything but him and the batter and is pushing off and firing the way he can, he's a tough pitcher. When he starts to think about aiming, about control, about other worries, then he gets in trouble. Fly ball to left center field. Over for it, Tommy Harper. He wants it, and he takes it. Evans crossing in back of him. And Brinkman is out. Fly ball to center field. The hand will be for Mickey Lolich. Takes a fastball high, ball 1. Mickey has struck out and had a sacrifice fielder's choice. Boy, he's pitched some kind of game tonight. He's been in trouble. That's why he's been a good pitcher. He's been in trouble all the time, but has given up only 1 run and fanned 14. Strike called to him. 1 ball, 1 strike. In the Red Sox 8th inning, they'll have Smith, Petrocelli, and Fisk scheduled up. Now the 1-1 delivery. And it's a strike called. One ball, 2 strikes to Lolich. Siebert rocks and fires and misses outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Tony Taylor is on deck. Sox are trailing in this game 3-1. Siebert, the 3rd Red Sox pitcher on the mound, moves in and throws to Lolich, a strike call. Lolich takes it on the outside corner, and Siebert gets the strikeout. John Curtis struck out 4 while he was in there. Newhouser pitched to only 1 batter and got him on a fly ball, so Siebert is a man. Tony Taylor has gone 0 for 3. 2 ground balls sandwiched around a strikeout. Tigers 3, Red Sox 1. The bottom of the 7th inning at Tiger Stadium. A lot of excitement here. And some clutch pitching by Mickey Lolich, some home run hitting by Kaline and Rodriguez. The pitch is outside to Taylor, ball one. Kaline is on deck. He's had a good night. Single and a homer. Rodriguez has had a single and a homer and has knocked in 2 runs. 1-0 to Taylor. Siebert pitches, strike swinging, and the count is 1-1. The outfield a little bit to left on Taylor, but not so in right field. They don't give him the entire right field line. Reggie Smith is straight away. The pitch by Siebert is fouled off. And the count is 1-2 now to Tony. Taylor's a very popular ball player on this Tiger club. There's a lot of good work go off the field with youngsters. Had some fine years in the National League with Philadelphia. He hurt his hand on that foul ball. He started back to the plate. Then he came out, and now Billy Martin, the manager, is coming out. Kaline is checking it, and the Tiger trainer now will come out to look at Tony Taylor's left hand, I believe. He fouled that off his fist, and he may have wrenched the thumb a little bit. The trainer is moving one of the fingers around on his hand below it. Looks like Nellie Fox with a wad of tobacco he's got in his right cheek. That hand hurts Taylor. Martin is out there checking. Joe Schultz, the third base coach, coming in. The score is 3-1 Tigers. They're batting in the 7th inning with 2 out, and the count on Taylor, 1 ball, 2 strikes. They're waiting to see now if Taylor thinks he can go up there and swing the bat. Because of the count of 1-2 on him, they like to, if they have to, send a pinch hitter up for him, which is kind of a tough spot for a pinch hitter coming in with a 1-2 count on him already. That is what is known as having 2 strikes on you. They're still checking with Taylor, and Siebert, meanwhile, gets a few warm-ups in. The Tigers got a run in the 1st inning on Al Kaline's homer. The Red Sox tied it up in the 3rd on that play we've been telling you about. The double by Yastrzemski, which should have been a triple. Aparicio stumbled, rounding 3rd, and fell down, then had to get back to the bag, and Yaz ran into him and was out, thereby costing the Red Sox a run. The Tigers got another run in the 5th inning when Rodriguez homered, and then Rodriguez singled a homer run in the 6th inning. So that's the score now, 3-1, and we're going to have a pinch hitter. Dick McAuliffe will take the count over from Tony Taylor, who was unable to continue, had a bad hand after that foul ball. Taylor taken out of the game, and McAuliffe will bat. Well, they would like to have McAuliffe in there anyway against the right-handed batter. Dick McAuliffe will come up to the plate with the count already, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fisk goes out to talk to Siebert. Tigers 3, Red Sox 1, if you just joined us. It's been a game full of suspense on every pitch almost. Good plays in the field, 2 home runs, and 14 strikeouts by the Batman, Mickey Lolich, who is a walking advertisement for those who are a little bit overweight. All right, McAuliffe up there, 1-2 the count, and he takes the ball inside, 2-2. Siebert got the first 2 men in the 7th. He's now pitching to pinch hitter McAuliffe. Left-handed batter. Siebert fires. Line drive right to Yastrzemski at first base. McAuliffe hit the way out of that one, but he lined it right into Yaz's glove. So it's 1-2-3 for Siebert in the 7th. 7 full innings at Tiger Stadium. The count is still the Red Sox 1, the Tigers 3. Going to the 8th inning now. The Red Sox trailing by 2. The score is 3-1, Detroit. Dick McAuliffe, who took the turn at bat for Tony Taylor, who went out with an injured finger on his left hand. McAuliffe is taking Taylor's place at second base. So the second baseman is Dick McAuliffe. Reggie Smith has had as bad an evening as he's had for a long time. He struck out twice and fouled out. Mickey Lolich with 14 strikeouts goes to work. Ground ball foul off the left side. Tigers with single runs in the first, the fifth, and the sixth. The Red Sox have scored in the third. Gary Peters is warming up in the Red Sox bullpen now. Red Sox have been pecking away all night at Lolich, but have got only one run. Ground ball foul again, same place. Pass popped. So it's 0-2. Smith still hitless against Lolich this season. Gone 0 for 15. Lolich looking for his 22nd win of the year, and also looking for his 4th complete game win over the Red Sox this season. He's the only pitcher to win 3 complete games over Boston this season. Left-hander throws, and it's high for a ball. Tried to show Reggie a fastball and tease him with a bad one up around his eyes. Reggie let it go by. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now Mickey reads the sign from Duke Sims and goes to work. Here it comes. High, ball 2. Same place, 2-2. Lolich has struck out 14, walked 3, given up 6 hits. The Red Sox have left 8 men on base. Tigers have stranded but 4. Lolich pitching 2-2 to Reggie Smith. Winds, throws, low, ball 3. Full count to Reg. Rico Petrocelli on deck with Carlton Fisk to follow. This is a big one here at Tiger Stadium. If the Tigers win, they go into first place by a half game and could clinch it with 1 more win tomorrow night. The Red Sox, if they should pull this one out and win, they'd be a game and a half in front and would need just 1 more also. Ball got loose from the Red Sox bullpen in right field, and Al Kaline returned it. The count is 3-2 to Reggie Smith. Slightly open stance from the right side. Lolich fools around with his cap. Looks placidly and calmly in to get the sign. Winds and pitches. Ball 4, and Smith is on to lead off the 8th inning. Again, the Red Sox get a base runner. In every inning but 1, the second inning, they've had at least 1 man on base. But Lolich, to his credit, has been that tough with people on. He has allowed only 1 run. Smith at first, Petrocelli up, and Rico's had a rough night. He's sandwiched 2 strikeouts around a walk. 0 for 2. Tigers 3, Red Sox 1 in the 8th inning. For the first time tonight, we're going to have warm-up activity in the Tiger bullpen. Lolich pitching, Rico taking, ball 1. Sherman, a left-hander, and Chuck Stelbach, a right-hander, throwing in the bullpen for the Tigers. With Gary Peters working for Boston down in right field. 1 ball, no strikes to Petrocelli. Smith with a 3-step lead off first. Lolich looks over there. Pitches. The high drive to right field. Kaline has room for it. Drifting back toward right center. He's got it. Reggie plays it halfway and returns to first. Rico got pretty good wood on the ball, but hit it too high. 1 out in the Red Sox 8th. Carlton's Fisk coming up. He's 0 for 3. Popped to short, struck out, and fouled the K-line across the right field line down toward the stands in right field. The 6th inning. The Tigers have played long ball against the Red Sox tonight. They've had 2 home runs. Red Sox should have 2 runs right now. Should be fighting to get a third to tie it up. Instead, they're 2 runs down because of the base running boo-boo. Here's the pitch. He checks his swing to Fisk and takes the ball. Gets a little lift from Duke Sims, the catcher. So now Honachuk's getting it from both sides. Fisk leans down to get the customary pound of dirt through his hand. Smith at first base, 1 out. Lolich checks. Throws. Ground foul. Count is 1-1. Nobody has really gotten a good rip of the ball tonight except Aparicio. Twice he had singles. Evans got a solid single to center field in the 4th. Harper had a line single in the 3rd. And Yastrzemski's double was a thing of beauty. It should have been a triple. 1-1 to Fisk. Not a soul has left this ballpark now. 51,518. Here's the pitch. Inside and low. 2-1 to Fisk. Rookie Dwight Evans kneeling on deck. Lolich wants another baseball to work with. 2-1. Tension hanging around here. Tigers holding a 2-run lead. The Red Sox trying to get back in this thing. Lolich pauses, checks first and throws. Next by Rodriguez. Goes to second. 1 over the first. Double play. Inning's over. Another thing the Red Sox didn't want. A double play ball, which takes them out of the inning. No runs, no hits, but nobody left. And after 7.5, the Tigers still lead 3-1. Taking a look at the baseball scoreboard, a light schedule for Monday, but an interesting game at Montreal. First game of a doubleheader. Montreal 7, the Mets nothing. A no-hitter for Bill Stoneman, who won his 12th game against 14 losses. No, and an error for the Mets. 7 runs, 10 hits, and an error for Montreal. McAndrew, Strom, Roush, and Sadecki for New York. Stoneman went the distance for the Expos. Ron Fairley hit his 16th home run of the year for Montreal with none on in the first inning. Chicago beat Philadelphia 4-3 in their game at Wrigley Field. 4 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors for Chicago. 3 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors for Philadelphia. Twitchell, Scarce, and Wilson for Philadelphia. Ruschel, Thebus, and Pizarro for Chicago. Ruschel got the win. He's 10-8 on the year. Twitchell, the loser, 5-9. In the second game of that Montreal Mets doubleheader, no score through 7. Moore and now McGraw for the Mets. Morton continues to throw for Montreal. In the American League, Chicago beat Minnesota 6-4. Lemon's the winner, 4-7 on the year. LaRoche, the loser, 5-7. Orta hit a home run for Chicago, his 3rd. Bradford hit one, a grand slammer, his 2nd. Sonny Siebert completing his warm-up in preparation for the bottom of the 8th inning. Siebert going into his 2nd inning of relief. Retired the side in order in the 7th inning. Now he'll face K-line, Sims, and Cash. Now K-line has been an involved figure tonight. He's homered, grounded out, and singled, and has scored 2 runs. The veteran in his 20th year of Major League play. Came into the game batting .304. Siebert winds and fires and misses high, ball 1. The crowd here is alive electric as they see their ball club 2 runs up with 1 inning to go and one more chance for the Red Sox in the ninth. 1-0 pitch. There's a base hit to left field. Again, K-line is gone. Turns first. Evans fires into second base. 3 for 4 for K-line. Boy, I tell you, some of the young players today can take a lesson from Mr. K-line on how to not only how to play the game, but the attitude to have about it. He's always been spring training, the first one leading the guys around the field running when they have to run and get in shape. He's the first one to inspire his ball club. He has quiet hustle and he has professionalism. He's at first base, and the batter is Duke Sims. Sims, the former battery mate of Sonny Siebert at Cleveland, stands in from the left side. He's 0 for 2. He sacrificed 1. They're going to look for a bunt there. They'll throw over to first base, not in time. Bob Beal and Bob Bowen throwing in the bullpen for Boston. The Detroit relievers who are warming up, Selbach and Sherman, have taken a seat. They're looking for the bunt, but it's a swing and a miss. All the way around for Sims that time. No balls, 1 strike. Norm Cash on deck. Tigers 3 and the Red Sox 1. Tigers have 7 hits in the game, the Red Sox 6. Tomorrow night, Louis Tiant will go for the Red Sox, and Woody Fryman, the left-hander, for the Tigers. Time has been called. Joe Schultz, the third base coach, is walking down. He wants to talk to Sims now, who is drying his glasses. Count is 0-1. The Red Sox infield was looking for the bunt. They got a bunt from Sims in the 6th inning. He had a sacrifice. This time he was swinging away. Of course, if he had located the ball and had hit it toward Petrocelli, Rico would have had a new set of dentures next week. 0-1, the count to Sims. Pitch. High for a ball. He bluffed the bunt. And Fitz bluffed the throw to first. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sims, the batter, with nobody out. 1 out. Or 1, beg your pardon. Nobody out. And the Tigers leading 3-1. Bottom of the 8th. Al Kaline, the runner at first. Petrocelli in close to third, creeping in on the grass, and there's the bunt. Placed in front of the plate. Fisk goes to second. Bad throw. Goes into center field. Harper backs up. Has to throw back into second. Runners at first and third. Several times this year, but he's been able to pounce on a bunt that was close at home plate and throw that lead man out at second. Hurried his throw and fired it much too low for Aparicio to get. It skidded out into center field, allowing Kaline to go to third. So it's a sacrifice fielder's choice for Sims and a throwing error on Mount Fisk, allowing third base to Kaline. Here comes Casio to the mound. Eddie is going out to talk to Siebert, maybe lift him. The left-handed batter, Norm Cash, will come to the plate. Siebert will leave the game, and it has been not necessarily through any fault of his own. But what they want is Bob Beal to pitch to Norm Cash. Beal is the big left-hander, and Cash, of course, is a left-handed batter. So Sonny Siebert pitches 1 inning plus, getting nobody out in the 8th, and is responsible for 2 base runners. There was an error made behind him. Siebert had a strikeout, and he gave up a base hit. He left-hander who's done such an excellent job in relief since being picked up by the Red Sox from Charleston, West Virginia. And they got him right after September 1st, so he would not be eligible for any playoff or World Series play if the Red Sox should get in it. So now, Siebert is gone and Veal is on. This will be Veal's 6th appearance as a member of the Red Sox. He's won 2, saved 2, lost none, and has not been scored on. He's pitched a total of 7 1/3 innings, allowed only 2 hits. Given up 3 walks, and he has 9 strikeouts. No runs of any kind, earned or unearned, have been scored off Bob Veal. Left-hander who used to be with the Pittsburgh Pirates. He comes in here with runners on first and third, nobody out. The Red Sox trying to stay close in this game, trailing 3-1 in the last of the 8th. Veal was with Charleston this year, where he made the transition from a starting pitcher in the major leagues in Pittsburgh to a relief pitcher, and has battled his way back to the majors now. As a reliever, has done a great job for the Red Sox. Oh, we have a moment here. Let's pause for station identification. This is Red Sox baseball.
This is the American Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is SCN Radio, the voice of information in the Canal Zone, at 790 and 1420.
And they'll walk to Tiger Stadium. Veal, a portly southpaw, completes his warm-up throws now. He'll face Norm Cash, a left-hand hitter. First and third, nobody out of the 8th. Set. Okay, Dave. Norm Cash coming up for his first time. He came on to play first base for Frank Howard. That was in the 7th inning. He's now batting here in the 8th. And Cash is dangerous in this ballpark. He has hit many a home run here, several of them over everything in right field. Right out of the park, over the roof, bouncing his way toward Hamtramck. So he's up there now against left-hander Bob Veal. Runners at first and third, and the Red Sox play their infield in. Aparicio is 3 steps off the grass. Griffin is 2 steps off. Petroselli's even with a bag at third. And Yastrzemski's half holding against the runner at first. They'd like to cut off the run at the plate if possible. Check swing foul. Strike 1. Cash is batting .261. But he's had some production this year, as usual. 22 home runs, 61 runs batted in. Tigers ahead 3-1. They have runners at first and third, nobody out in the 8th. Veal trying to work himself out of a big man. Here it comes. Fastball is high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gary Peters and Bob Bowen throwing in the bullpen for Boston. The on-deck hitter for Detroit, right below us, is Jim Northrup. 1-1 to Cash. Veal ready. Throws. Ball outside, and the count is 2-1. One strike to Cash. Running at first base is Sims with a sacrifice fielder's choice. And Kaline is at third. Virtue of the error by Fisk. Here it comes. Ground foul off to the right and rolling toward the Red Sox dugout. 2-2 to Cash. Veal would like to strike him out. Or get him on a pop-up. He can't get the comebacker to the mound. Then he would have a chance to move the infield back to double play depth with the next batter Northrup up. Also a left-handed hitter. Veal sets and he throws, and it's strike 3 swinging. He got him on a curveball or slider outside corner. And there's 1 down. So he does get Cash on strike. And here's Northrup. Time called as Fisk trots to the mound. Aparicio comes in and looks up to talk to Bob Veal. he went in to play left field, replacing Willie Horton in the 7th inning. Same time Cash came on to play first base. Northrup has 8 homers this year, 41 RBIs, and he's hitting at .260. He's tough. He's been tough always against the Red Sox. The hitter who's praised with power goes to the alleys a lot, left center and right center. K-line at third. Running at first base is Duke Sims. Tigers 3, Red Sox 1 in the 8th. The infield is still in, though, for the Red Sox. They are 2 steps off the grass, Aparicio and Griffin. They still want to cut that run off. There's a ball inside to Northrup. Fastball. They did not move back at all. They are still playing it tight. By doing that, of course, they cut down an angle on a ground ball, which if they were playing deeper, they'd have a shot at. But they take that risk in order to try to keep that runner, K-line, at third in this 3-1 ball game. All right, here we go. The pitch. It's butted at and fouled, and they have the squeeze going. K-line was headed for the plate, and Northrup tried to lay one down, squeezing him home, but he fouled it back. So, Billy Martin pulling out a stop or two there, as he has the veteran K-line charging from third, and Northrup trying to bunt. The squeeze play did not work. He fouled it back, and now the count is 1-1. Petroselli duly noting that, is even with the bag at third and ready to come in if necessary. Aparicio 3 steps back of the grass at short. Here it is. Strike swinging. Northrup is behind on the count, 1-2. Full cut that time. Bad news is on deck. Aurelio Rodriguez, who, along with K-line, has been a wrecking crew tonight. 1-2, the count to Northrup. Now the check by Veal. He throws, swing and a foul back, and there goes the bat all the way out to second base. As Northrup lost control completely, it was fielded by Doug Griffin, who knows how Northrup feels, because Doug loses his bat a lot on strike. 1-2. Tigers ahead 3-1 in the bottom of the 8th. Veal working very carefully on the mound. Big guy leans in to get the sign. Sims off first and K-line off third. There's not much speed on the bases. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Northrup. Ball inside, a fastball. 2-2. Tigers threatening to open that lead more in the 8th inning. The outfield on Northrup is not playing him to pull. They have Tommy Harper over toward left center field with Veal pitching to Northrup. Here it comes. Ball inside, and it's 3-2. Full count to Jim Northrup. Rodriguez on deck. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Sims off first. Now the stretch. Now the pitch. Fouled off, and Northrup spoils a good pitch, a slider by Veal. So the count hangs at 3-2. Boy, this has been a grinder here. Red Sox with threats with base runners all night long, but 14 of them have fans. Tigers have had a couple of home runs. They've threatened, and they're threatening now. 3-2 pitch. Is Luke foul out of play. No chance for Rico. It goes into the crowd, and I think Northrup split his bat on that one. He did. Getting one from the bat boy, another one. Kind of had that cracking, hollow sound. He wants the pine tar rag now at the on-deck circle with Rodriguez kneeling there. The count on Northrup 3-2. Jim gets back in there. Big pitch coming up for Bob Veal. out at home. Rico Petroselli to Carlton Fisk, and there are two away. A slowly hit ball, the third, charged by Petroselli, had to make the play as Kaline was headed for the plate, and he threw to Carlton Fisk, and he tagged out Kaline. So it's a fielder's choice for Northrop. He's at first base. Sims goes to second. And Kaline is retired 5-2. Petroselli to Fisk. We're going to get Bob Bolin in now, a right-hander, to pitch to Rodriguez. So Bob Veal has done his job, pitching to two batters, getting them out with a fielder's choice and a strikeout. And he leaves. And again, Mr. Veal has done an excellent job in relief. Bob Bolin, who also has had good luck, is coming on to pitch in the eighth inning because they want to play right on right with the right-hander Bolin facing the right-handed hitter Rodriguez. Now Rodriguez has been poisoned tonight. He has had two hits, a single and a home run. He's knocked in 2 runs, and he has scored one. So now Bolin takes his warm-up. Bolin, since his recall on the 28th of August, has made 8 appearances. He's been credited with 5 saves. He's pitched at that time 12 innings, allowed only 1 run and 5 hits, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts for an 0.75 earned run average. He was with the Red Sox earlier in the year, and altogether this year has made 20 appearances, has an 0-1 record with a 2.97 ERA, a total of 5 saves, all of them since his recall. Bob has given up 11 walks, 27 hits, only 10 earned runs, 23 hits in 30 1/3 innings. Throws a good hard fastball and a slider. Has been a fine relief pitcher. He and Bob Veal have really shored up that bullpen in the last month for the Red Sox. Only 1 run off Bolin and only no runs at all off Veal. Well, he's got his work cut out for him, but things are a little better now for the Red Sox because they've got that runner off third base. Kaline, who was cut down at home plate on the play for Petroselli to Fisk. Runners are at first and second now, 2 out. The Tigers at one time had runners at first and third with nobody out. In the American League today, the White Sox beat Minnesota 6-4. Baltimore playing in Cleveland tonight. Milwaukee beat the Yankees 6-1 in their first game. Texas at Kansas City, Oklahoma at California, nothing on those. This afternoon in the National League, the Cubs beat Philadelphia 4-3. Montreal beat the Mets 7-0 in the first of a doubleheader, and that was a no-hit, no-run game by Bill Stoneman of the Expos. Second game is 2-1 New York after 8.5. All right, here we go. Rodriguez stands in. Bob Bolin on the mound. Runners at first and second and 2 out. The Tigers with a 3-1 lead in the 8th inning. Bolin pitches. Swinging strike on the slider. Rodriguez slide to center, homered and singles, 2 RBI. Place just resounding with noise, constant noise all throughout this game. The cacophony of sound billowing around Tiger Stadium. These people are wild, 51,000 of them. Here's the set by Bolin, the pitch. Outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Red Sox in the 9th. When it comes, we'll have Evans, Griffin, and Bolin, or pinch hitters, scheduled up. Gary Peters working alone in the bullpen now for Boston. Veteran Bob Bolin. Already with a sign. Sims leads away from second base. Northrop from first. There's a strike called on Rodriguez. Threaded the outside corner, and the count is 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Game just 5 minutes shy of being 3 hours old. It's only 3-1 in the score. But it has been worked with care and precision by those involved. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 2, 2-2. Keeping it away from Rodriguez, who 2 strikes, 2 outs. Sims off the bag at second base, and Northup off first. Here's the pause. Bolin kicks and throws, fouled at the plate. Count hangs 2-2 to Rodriguez. Bolin, who's been all through this before, when he was with the Giants in the National League, he had was involved in several pennant races. He was involved in a playoff after the regular season. Veteran who was sent down to Louisville to work some this spring. Went down and then came back. 2-2 count to Rodriguez. Long look by Bolin. Check second. Throws. Fouled off. Rodriguez just putting the bat out in token gesture to keep alive because that ball was near the outside corner. And Rodriguez did not have a good grip at it. 2-2. Against Woody Fryman tomorrow night on Wednesday afternoon. Marty Patton facing Joe Coleman. Now Bolin ready again with a sign. Here it is. Ground ball into left field. Makes it again. Smith headed for the plate. He'll score. Here comes the throw, and it's cut off. 4-1. Eagles and the New York Giants are still going at it in their football game at Veterans Stadium. In the fourth period, New York is leading that game by the score of 27-12. Johnson has scored 4 touchdowns. Ron Johnson for New York. This latest one coming on a 15-yard pass from Norm Snead. The extra point by Pete Gogolak was blocked, so that made it 27-12, the score in that ball game. In the second game of a doubleheader, the New York Mets knocked off Montreal by the score of 2-1, 2-6-0 for New York. 1 run, 9 hits, and an error for Montreal. McGraw, the winning pitcher in that ball game, his record is 8-6. Marshall, the loser, 14-8, and the attendance for that doubleheader at Shea Stadium, 7,184. That game was played not at Shea Stadium, but at Montreal. Montreal took the first game of that doubleheader 7-0 on a no-hitter by Bill Stillman, his second no-hitter of his career. He pitched one back in 1969 against the Philadelphia Phillies. And now let's get to the action at Detroit, top half of the ninth inning. Going into the top of the ninth, the last call coming up for the Red Sox. They trail now by 3 runs. Mickey Lolich, just an inning away, outs away from completing his 22nd win of the year and getting his 4th complete game win over the Red Sox. He's the only pitcher in the league to have 3 complete game wins. He's going for number 4 tonight. He hasn't been invincible, but has he been tough with people on base? Red Sox have left the batch of them on. First man up will be Dwight Evans, who's had 1 for 2 off Lolich, a single back in the 4th inning. Here it is. Inside ball 1. The Red Sox, of course, have to swing away at everything. There can be no finesse when you're 3 runs down. Can't do any bunting, hitting and running and all that jazz. You got to just hope the hits fall in. The 1-0 pitch to Evans. He bluffs the bunt and takes it inside. Ball 2. Red Sox have had opportunities to tie it up. They've had a run cut down by bad base running. And all in all, they haven't done too much right lately because when the time has presented itself, it's either been a double play ball or something has happened. And of course, Lolich has been more than equal to the task. He's had 14 strikeouts. The 2-0 pitch, strike call, 2-1. The Mets beat Montreal in that second game of the doubleheader, 2-1, a win for Tug McGraw and a loss for Mike Marshall. In the first game, Bill Stoneman pitched a no-hitter for Montreal. Low inside, ball 3 to Evans. Left-hander Fred Sherman and right-hander Chuck Stelbach working in the bullpen for Detroit. Second time they've been up. Tigers lead 4-1 in the ninth. Evans up with a 3-1 count. Lolich fires and misses high, ball 4, and that's the second time Evans has walked. So again, the Red Sox have a base runner. That's 4 walks given up by Lolich. Doug Griffin probably wished he were back at the hotel tonight because he has been able to do nothing at all with Lolich. He has struck out 3 times. Griffin up there with a runner at first base and nobody out. Lolich now has 5 walks in this game. 5 walks given up by Lolich. Andy Costco is on deck. He will bat for the pitcher, Bolin. There's a bunt toward third and a beauty picked up by Rodriguez. Throws to first. Slide. He's out. A good bunt, but Rodriguez made a good play. Griffin tried to bunt for the base hit and was thrown out on a close play as he hustled down the line and slid into the bag, something you seldom see, trying to beat the throw from Rodriguez, who's an excellent third baseman and has a rifle for an arm. He played the bunt well. It was bunted maybe a little bit too hard, but placed right down the line. It did move Evans to second base. So Griffin is out 5-3. He'll get a sacrifice on that. Evans is second with 1 away, and Andy Costco is going to bat for Bolin. Costco has seen very little action lately. He's done a Wally Pip job. He showed up at the ballpark sick one day, had a temperature, and could not play, and young rookie Evans was put into left field. Eddie Casco, the manager, had not wanted to use Evans so quickly. But Dwight did so well the first game, and from then on, he stayed in there in left field, and Costco was out of a job for a while. And he stands in, right-handed batter. Hits the long ball, but not frequently. Lolich sets and throws. Inside, it may have hit him. It did. It hit him as the ball dipped toward the ground and hit Costco on the leg. So Andy trots to first base. Costco has been hit by a pitch. That's the second hit batsman for Mickey Lolich. Runners at first and second with 1 out. Billy Martin is going to the mound. Tommy Harper is at the plate, and right now, Harper represents the tying run. Martin out talking to Lolich. They have Selbach and Sherman warming up. Bill Lee now has taken the warm-up reins over in the bullpen for Boston. So the Red Sox in the ninth have 2 base runners with 1 out. Martin has had his say with Lolich, convinced that Lolich still has good stuff. Eddie Brinkman trots back to short, and Duke Sims comes back behind the plate. Harper against Lolich tonight has had 1 hit in 4 trips. He singled in the 3rd, and he scores the only Red Sox run. Was driven home on that long double by Yastrzemski on the play, which we'll label that with capital letters from now on, costing the Red Sox a very valuable run at that time. Pitch by Lolich. Foul tipped into the glove of Sims, strike 1. Harper is a free swinger. And of course, right now, would like to aim for those bleachers in left to tie it up. He wants to keep the ball off the ground if possible, preventing any double play possibility. Runners at first and second. The set by Lolich. Time called. Harper backs out. Lolich had started. If he had looked back towards second and not seen Tommy go and the umpire call time, it almost went through with his whole pitch. Evans is at second base. Costco at first. Tigers ahead 4-1 in this first of a 3-game series, the final regular series of the 1972 season. A wild and weird and wonderful summer. Here's the pitch. Check swing foul off to the right. Nothing in 2 now to Harper. He's in a hole. Louis Aparicio's on deck. What they'd like to do is get to keep some people on so that Yastrzemski would have 1 more time at bat. At least Jazz has the long ball potential that Aparicio does not have. Aparicio had 2 hits tonight, though. All right, 2 strikes to Harper. Lolich pitches. Ball outside and low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Plate umpire Honachek had a few thousand umpires behind the plate on the screen giving him some help. They thought it was a strike. 1-2 to Tommy. Lolich ready. Now he throws. Ball inside. 2-2. Didn't miss by too much. Lolich goes back. Gets to Rosen. Mickey has given up 29 home runs this year. Same as the number on his back. 2-2 the count to Tommy Harper. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Swinging. 2 down. 15 strikeouts for Lolich. And the Red Sox are down to their last out. Louis Aparicio will be at the plate. He has singled twice, been hit by a pitch, and popped up. Sims goes out to talk to Lolich. Louis, of course, right now just wants to stick a base hit in there somewhere or get on base and try to set the stage for Carl Yastrzemski, who is walking now to the on-deck circle. Lolich has been in command, but he's also been in trouble. The Red Sox have had runners on in every inning except 1. That was the second when Lolich got the side in order. But he has struck out 15 along the way and given up 6 scattered hits. Now pitching to Aparicio. Here comes high ball 1. Lolich has walked 5, struck out 15, and hit 2 batters. His night has been an adventure out there. But he's leading by 3, 4-1. Here it comes. Louis swings and chops the foul off to the left. 1 ball, 1 strike to Aparicio. A ball and a strike, 2 out, 2 men on base. left-hander. Aparicio waiting. Now he throws, and it's a high drive to left center field. It should end the ball game. Under it is Northrup. He's got it. And the Tigers go into first place ahead of the Red Sox. The Detroit Tigers, Mickey Lolich, getting congratulated by everybody. Very calmly walks off the field as he pitched another masterpiece of sorts in beating the Red Sox by a 4-1 score. In the ninth inning, a scare but no more. No runs, no hits, and 2 men left on base. Final score, the Tigers 4, the Red Sox 1. We'll wrap it up in a moment. Okay, the Boston Red Sox are now out of first place in the American League East. The Detroit Tigers move in there 85 wins, 69 losses for Detroit, 84 wins, 69 losses for Boston. And so as a matter of fact, their records just switch around, actually, with one more win going up on the board for the Detroit Tigers. So that means now that Detroit one more victory in the 2 games remaining, and the Detroit Tigers will be champions of the American League East. Boston still has a shot at it, but the Red Sox must win both of the remaining 2 games in this 3-game series to pull it out and become champions in the American League Eastern Division.
Thank you, Dave, and good evening, everybody. Well, it's up for grabs tonight for the Red Sox. This is it. No tomorrows if they lose. Pitch to Tommy Harper to open the ball game is a strike call on the outside corner. And you're going to hear that on almost every pitch tonight, probably, as Tiger Stadium is a madhouse, a snake pit, with about 50,000 rabid fans. There's a line drive, base hit to center field as Harper straightens out a slider, and he's on to lead off the ball game. Tommy Harper, with 14 home runs, 49 RBIs, and a .254 batting mark, singles sharply to center field. So there goes Fryman's no-hitter. Louis Aparicio up. Louis with a couple of hits last night and the stumble over third, which was really played up in the papers here. And, of course, Louis felt worse about it than anybody else. Aparicio pitches a called strike. Louis hitting .257, 3 home runs, 39 runs batted in. Harper takes the lead off first base. He's got a 4.5 step lead. Cash holds against him. Fryman moves over there, and Harper gets back. Norm Cash playing first base, Dick McAuliffe at second, Eddie Brinkman at short, and Aurelio Rodriguez at third. Fryman checks, pitches, strike, swinging. Late swing by Aparicio on a fastball. That ball was in Sim's mitt before Louis really got a good swing at it. In the left field spot tonight, Willie Horton. Playing center field is Jim Northrup. And in right field, Al Kaline, who had quite a night last evening. Duke Sims the catcher, Woody Fryman the pitcher. The count is 0-2 to Aparicio. Here is the set by Fryman. Pitches, foul back to the screen. Aparicio has hit .259 against Tiger pitching this year. On deck, Carl Yastrzemski. Now the set by Fryman. Pitch to Louis. Inside, a ball. Fastball in off the belt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One and 2 to Louis. Harper leads the way. Fryman looks at him. Comes in with his throw to first base. Harper scoots back to the bag. Second straight night this place jam-packed. There are some empty seats out in right center. The pitch. Inside, Harper going, throw to second base. He's got the bag. Stolen base. Tommy Harper with an excellent jump against left-hander Woody Fryman. Slides in with his 25th stolen base of the year. And he got some dirt in his eyes. Right now he's asking time, shaking out some dirt from the right leg, pant leg. So a runner in scoring position with the count 2-2 to Aparicio. Fryman's pitch was inside. Harper at second, nobody out. Louis waiting for the pitch. Fryman pauses, pitches, fouled off, out of play. 2-2. The Red Sox got to Fryman early at Fenway Park. Later on, he pitched himself a pretty good ball game. He struck out 7 in that game while he was in there, and he looked very good after a shaky first couple of innings. But by that time, the horse had left the barn. 2-2 to Aparicio. There's a crosswind blowing right to left in Tiger Stadium. Now the set. And the pitch. Inside, ball 3. 3-2. Count to Louis, who took 2 quick strikes, who has swung at 1. Now it's 3-2 to him. McAuliffe is shading the second base bag a little bit. They give him some room to the right side. Here it is. Ground ball to third. Rodriguez holds Harper, throws to first. 1 out. Aparicio grounding to third baseman Aurelio Rodriguez. 1 gone, and Harper is still at second base. Carl Yastrzemski to the plate. Yes, hitting .263. 12 home runs, 68 runs batted in. Yes, hitting .273 against the Tiger staff this year. Now Fryman gets the sign. And he throws. Throwing outside, ball 1. Boy, this place was wild last night after the game. Walking down the street outside the ballpark towards downtown, and cars were piled up, blowing their horns, back-to-back, bumper-to-bumper traffic, yelling, "We're number 1." The pitch to Yastrzemski. Strike call. 1 ball, 1 strike. With a 1-1 count, trying to pick up Harper at second base. Red Sox trouble, among other things, last night was not being able to get the runners in. They left 10 men on base against Mickey Lolich. Curveball outside. He came around from the side that time and missed it. 2-1. Reggie Smith on deck. Waiting for Fryman's pitch. Here it comes. Inside. Ball 3. 3-1. Count to Yaz. Carl digs in there, sets himself at the plate. Tucks that right shoulder under the chin, looks out. Here's the pitch by Fryman. Ball 4, he lost him. Yastrzemski's on, and runners are at first and second with 1 out. And once again, the Red Sox start as they did last night. They had 2 men on base against Lolich in the first inning and could not score. See what happens now. In the first inning last night, Reggie Smith came up with 2 on and struck out. Reggie's coming up now with a .272 batting mark, 21 home runs, 74 runs batted in. He had a rough night last night. Didn't get a hit off Mickey Lolich all year. 0 for 16 against him. Now against Fryman. Here it is. Strike call, good fastball. Smith against left-handed pitching this year is batting .280. Against right-handed pitching, .268. He's had 5 home runs batting right-handed. Pitching. Strike 2, call. Reggie's in the hole, 0-2. Ball whistled across the outside corner. 0-2 to Smith. Petroselli on deck. Fryman can throw hard. Now he checks Harper, and he comes in with his pitch. It's inside, close to Reggie. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fryman throws the fastball and the slider. And he works the curve, but he's primarily just a hard thrower. And has really been a help to the Tigers in this race, coming over from the National League. Pitches. Reggie bangs one toward the middle. It's taken by Brinkman. Flips to second. The ball's dropped. Everybody's safe. Here comes the run to the plate. He is safe at home, and the Red Sox lead 1-0. Tommy Harper scores on an error by Dick McAuliffe, and the Red Sox lead 1-0. Well, here's what happened. Reggie hit one toward the middle, and Brinkman made a nice play on it. He went over there, and apparently they looked like a double play ball. He shoveled underhand a little toss to Dick McAuliffe, who was on the bag, and McAuliffe dropped it. Yastrzemski slid in safely. The throw went to the plate, and Tommy Harper just kept going around, was waved on by Eddie Popowski. And the Red Sox have a lead, a gift run here, as a double play ball was dropped on the pivot by McAuliffe. McAuliffe gets the error. Smith safe at first on a fielder's choice. Yes, safe on the error, and Harper scores. There's no run batted in. 1-0 Boston. Petrocelli is up. Here's the pitch. Strike swinging. Rico hitting .241 with 15 home runs, 75 runs batted in. Yastrzemski's at second, and Smith at first. Now the set by Fryman, pitching to Rico. Strike two called. He's getting those first two over. He did it on Aparicio, he did it on Smith, and now he's done it on Petrocelli. Rico had a rough night last night also against Lolich. Now Woody looks back towards second. Pitches inside, ball one. In Fenway Park, Fryman had an early rough first inning and second inning. He had trouble getting the ball over where he wanted it and got behind on a lot of hitters. Now the 1-2 delivery to Petrocelli. Strike three call. He's out of there. See you later. Rico caught looking with a bat on his shoulder and walks back to the dugout. So there are two down now, and Fryman is in a position to possibly pitch himself out of trouble now, as he needs only one out. Carlton Fisk would be the one out if he can get it. But Fisk has other ideas. Carlton hitting .296, 22 homers, 61 runs batted in. Runners at first and second, one unearned run in. Fryman delivers, and it's low, ball one. Fisk went 0 for 4 last night against Lolich. Petrocelli went 0 for 3. Smith went 0 for 3. So the power guys, Lolich took care of. Fryman looks in. Comes to the belt. Throws. A ball. 2 balls, no strikes. 2-0 with 2 out and 2 on. Red Sox ahead 1-0. The outfield is around to left on Fisk. Rodriguez deep at third. And about 3.5 yards in from the line. The pitch to Fisk. Check swing, a chopper going down the third baseline, foul. Brown thought that it was in the air, but it had hit right at home plate and was a foul ball. Count is 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike to Fisk. Budge steps in. Fryman leans in for the sign. Yastrzemski has a good lead off second. Smith off first. Pitch to Fisk. It hits the air toward right field. Coming on is Kaline. Still coming. He's got it. Good catch. Innings over. Al Kaline came running on. He had a long run for that ball that was dropping fast, and he took it about 6 inches off the ground and saved a run. 1 unearned run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left. And after a half inning, it's the Red Sox 1 and the Tigers coming up. Red Sox got a run in the first, but Woody Fryman and Al Kaline saw to it that they didn't get any more. They had a chance then to break a couple of runs early, as they did last night. They had the chance last night, but weren't able to do it. So once again, they leave two men on the bases after having stranded 10 last night against Lolich. But they got one unearned run and have said, in effect, to Louis Tiant, there's your run. Work with it. Well, Louis has done it before. He's worked with a run before, one or two, and has been able to shut out the opposition. Tiant with 6 shutouts this season. He had 4 in a stretch one time in a row. First pitch to Dick McAuliffe as a called strike. McAuliffe, the second baseman for the Tigers, who made the error that allowed Harper to score the only run of the game so far. Dick is hitting 238 batting average. 8 homers, 30 runs batted in. Tough in this ballpark. Tiant throws and misses outside, ball 1. McAuliffe, Kaline, and Sims up for the Tigers in the first inning. Louis ready. Throws. Inside, ball 2. 2-1. Tiant, 2 wins, 1 loss against the Tigers. Pitching to McAuliffe. Strike called. Good slider. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Louis okays the sign and fires. Fouled off. 2-2. Louis with the Fu Manchu mustache okays and kicks and throws. Ball outside, 3-2. Strikes to the leadoff man, McAuliffe. Kaline on deck. Tiant wants another sign. Pitches. Fouled off again. Foiled by McAuliffe. Yastrzemski playing first base. He's deep. Doug Griffin at second. The edge of the outfield grass. Louis Aparicio at short. Enrico Petrocelli at third. Dwight Evans in left. Tommy Harper in center. Reggie Smith in right. Carlton Fisk behind the plate. Louis Tiant on the mound. 3-2 to McAuliffe. Here comes high foul out of play. Another foul ball. That's 3 for McAuliffe. Well, you talk about pitchers, and you talk about Steve Carlton of the Philadelphia Phils tonight. He beat the Chicago Cubs 11-1 to win his 27th game of the year for a last place ball game. His last start of the season. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 call. Dick McAuliffe is arguing on the call by plate umpire Nestor Shylock. So Tiant went 3-2 to McAuliffe, weathered a couple of foul balls, and struck McAuliffe out. Here's Kaline. Al Kaline got a standing ovation for that catch in the top of this inning. It was a good one. And it saved a run. The Red Sox would have had a runner across on that little fly ball in a shallow right by Fisk. Kaline had a home run last night, had 2 singles, and rose to the occasion as he has done so many times in his 20-year career. The pitch by Tiant. Strike called as Tiant looked to the heavens, to the scoreboard, the flagpole, to Petrocelli, and then threw a strike. Kaline stands in there. He is really fired up for this, as are all the players on both sides. There's a chopper foul at the plate, 0-2. But John Curtis said last night he knew that something was going to happen. He had a feeling about Kaline. He said he never saw so much determination in a man's eyes the first time he came up to the plate. And Kaline smashed a home run. The count is 0-2. Duke Sims on deck. Tiant throws, and he wastes one high and inside. Ball one. K-line went down. Now went to the tailgate. Taps the dirt out of his spike. He's seen pitches like that before. 1-2. Louis Tiant ready. Throws. There's a base hit to left field. Evans throws in, and K-line's on again. So K-line continues to come up for the big ones as he singles to left off Louis Tiant. The first hit off Tiant. Duke Sims, the catcher, up. Batting .316 with 4 home runs and 19 RBIs since joining the Tigers. Duke, a left-handed batter. Tiger fans looking for the Tigers to try to tie it up or go ahead here in the first inning. The Red Sox have a 1-0 lead. Throw to first by Tiant, not in time. Ready now. Sims waiting. Still waiting. The pitch. Ball inside. 1 ball, no strike. One and nothing with one away. Welcome the fans in the Philadelphia area who listen to WCAU. We understand that they are joining us tonight for the broadcast. We've been heard in Detroit where they were picking our Baltimore games up, but a hearty welcome to Philadelphia and WCAU. This is Ted Martin along with Dave Martin and our engineer Al Walker at Tiger Stadium. Red Sox leading the Tigers 1-0 in the first inning. Tiant throws. It's low to Sims. Ball 2-0. And a congratulations of course, to Steve Carlson of the Phils, who seems to be a shoo-in for the Cy Young Award in the National League this season. 27 wins. 2-0 to Sims. Tiant in a little shaky spot right now, and that's been history for him. Has trouble in the early innings and then gets things together. Looks to first base. Pitches. Inside and high. Ball 3. 3-0 to Sims. Norm Cash is on deck. Another left-handed hitter who is really awake in this ballpark to that short porch and right. So Tiant's in a mess right now with 3-0 to Sims. K-line at first base. 1 out. Tigers batting in the first inning and trailing 1-0. The Red Sox got an unearned run in the top half. Now the set by Louis Tiant. The pitch. Ball 4. So he walks Duke Sims on 4 pitches. K-line moves to second, and the Tigers are stirring all kinds of things in this first inning. Yastrzemski goes out to talk to Tiant. Carlson missed also. The batter is Norm Cash, who can be a game breaker almost any time in this ballpark. Cash has had 22 home runs, 61 runs batted in. He has 261 batting marks. The Red Sox infield will play a double play depth with 1 out and Cash up there. Petrocelli at third moves 3 or 4 steps to his left and back. Aparicio is shading second. Doug Griffin 3 steps toward first, and Yaz 4 yards off the line. Louis Tiant in trouble. Looks back towards second base. Cash squeezing the sawdust out of a bat at home. Here it is. And a changeup is right in there for a called strike. A little soft curveball starts him off. 0-1. Willie Horton is on deck. You know what the quality is? With a one-strike pitch to Cash. Fouled off, strike 2. He went with a fastball. 0-2 to Norm. Kaline at second base and Sims at first. Dion gets another baseball, hands the count 0-2 to Norm Cash. Outfield around to right, deep on Cash. Long look by Tiant. Graduates by degrees to his belt on the stretch. Pauses, pitches. Foul ball. He jammed Cash that time with a fastball in on his letters. And Norm peeled it foul. The count is 0-2 still. Huge crowd at Tiger Stadium, around 50,000. Red Sox are assured now of drawing 1 million on the road. They needed 31,000 or something like that tonight. 32,000. So they've drawn over 1 million on the road and 1 million for something at home. 0-2 to Cash. The pitch. And a check swing is low for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It didn't miss by much. Cash checked his swing off. Sox got a run on the top of this inning on an error by Dick McAuliffe. He dropped an underhand flip by Brinkman as they were trying for the double play. McAuliffe on the pivot dropped the ball and everybody was safe. Harper scored from second base on the play. 1-2 to Norm Cash. Here's the set by Louis Tiant. Throws, curveball, a little bit high and inside. Ball 2. 2-2. Tiant laboring a little bit in his first inning. Had trouble spotting the ball. He had a couple of strikes on Kaline, but Al singled to left after McAuliffe is banned, and then Sims walked on 4 pitches. 2-2. The set by Louis. The pitch. And it's line foul, almost hitting the first base umpire, Umont. Boy, he hit that one hard. We'll have a station break here. This is Red Sox baseball.
This is SCN Radio, the voice of information in the Canal Zone, at 790 and 1420.
Stadium. Tigers batting in the long first inning. They trail 1-0. The inning has gone about a half hour. Cash is up there with a count 2-2. Tiant tried to change up that time, and Norm almost got himself a double. Louis throws. Ground ball. Yastrzemski has it. Throws to second. They've got one. No play at first. Runners at first and third. Diaz had a little trouble extricating that ball from his glove. He threw to Aparicio to get the middleman, Duke Sims. And Louis wisely held on to the ball because Cash had first base. A fielder's choice for Cash. Kaline goes to third. Runners at first and third with 2 gone. Willie Horton is up. Horton, the left fielder, hitting .229. 11 home runs, 36 runs batted in. Run at third, lead run at first with 2 out. Tiant working very deliberately here in this first inning. This is his biggest game of the year. Pitching to Horton. Low outside to a right-handed batter. Ball 1. Also, hello to all the members of American Forces, the armed forces, men and women, on American Forces Radio, listening to the game tonight all over the world. 1 ball, no strikes to Willie Horton, who holds that bat vertically. The pitch and a curve is inside. It failed to come in. Ball 2, 2-0. Keon is having trouble getting his slow stuff where he wants it. Norm Cash rattled 2 shots off the changeup curve. One was a line drive foul at first base, almost decapitating umpire Umont. The other one was a hot shot to Yastrzemski, who started the 4th play. And they couldn't get the double play. Carl, that ball was hit so hard it embedded itself in Yaz's glove. And he had to dig to get it out. 2-0 to Willie Horton. Jim Northrup, a left-handed batter, is on deck. Tiger lineup is loaded with power, long ball power. Their averages haven't been much this year, but they've had the long ball. Now is set by Tiant. Looks to third. Throws to the plate. High pop-up. First base side. Yastrzemski under it. Waiting for it. And he one-hands it for the out. That retires the side and takes care of the Tiger threat. So in the first inning for Detroit, no runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left. Each team left 2 in the first. After an inning, the Red Sox lead 1-0.
Original pitcher for California, left-hander Clyde Wright.
Dwight Evans is coming up. Now, what do you do when you try to get a couple of whole hot dogs down and you get live commercials and all kinds of aggravation from your engineer? Dwight Evans is up. Rookie left fielder facing Woody Fryman takes the strike. Fryman let go by Philadelphia. Waved out of the league somehow. And also, nobody up to Detroit bothered to take a chance on him. And he's been a godsend to the Tigers. The pitch is inside, ball 1. Evans is hitting .300 even. Just coming up from Louisville. 1 home run, 6 RBIs. He had a hit last night against Lolich. Swings, misses. He wanted that one. Fastball around his eyes. Count is 1-2. Evans has been up 50 times and has 15 hits. 3 doubles and a triple. Swings and no, he doesn't. He checks his swing. Sims wants the plate umpire Shylock to check with Umont, the first base umpire. He shakes his head no. He backs up Shylock. Nestor said earlier this year in an interview that that's the hardest call for a plate umpire to make. Now the half swing, so he has to go usually to the open umpire for a decision. 2-2 pitch. There's strike 3, no doubt about that. Dwight Evans strikes out. Second K for Woody Fryman. He will strike out a lot of people before he's through, usually. Doug Griffin comes up, the second baseman for the Red Sox, hitting .261. 2 homers, 35 RBIs. Griffin was completely overmatched by Lolich last night. Lolich had him baffled. Griff had 3 strikeouts and a sacrifice. Fryman, the big left-hander, delivers, and there's a high fly ball to right field, not deep. K-line trots over in toward the line and squeezes it for the out. 2 down. Louis Tiant, the pitcher. Bats from the right side. Hits occasionally, but not often. And he backs away from a fastball high and tight, ball 1. Tiant is batting .094. He has 5 hits and 53 trips, 1 double, 4 runs batted in. Fouls the pitch back to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. Red Sox 1, the Tigers nothing if you just joined us. This is the top of the second. Fryman to the full windup. Kicks some throws. Foul ball out of play. Goes back into the upper deck. 1-2. Very pleasant night in Detroit. Temperature in the 60s. Late to the high 60s. Little breeze blowing from from right to left, and sometimes out toward left field, the left field corner. The pitch by Fryman, and Louis takes it outside. Ball 1. Ball 2. Make it 2-2. Tommy Harper kneeling on deck. Here's Fryman's pitch. There's a ground ball to shortstop. Sends Brinkman up with it. Waits and throws in time by 4 steps. Tiant grounds to short, and Fryman gets the Red Sox 1-2-3. After an inning and a half, the score is still the Red Sox 1 and the Tigers nothing.
21st against 12 losses. Renko, the Montreal starter, the loser, he is 1-10. Schenk hit his third home run for Montreal with 2 on in the 6th. Fairley hit number 17 for Montreal, none on in the 9th.
In the bottom of the second inning, Louis Tiant, who hardly had a chance to sit down and get a drink of water, will pitch to Northrup, Rodriguez, and Brinkman. The first inning lasted over a half hour, but the top of the second went in a hurry as Fryman got the side in order. Jim Northrup, center fielder, hitting .258. 8 home runs, 41 runs batted in. Tiant, ready. He throws, and here's a ground ball to Yastrzemski. Backhands it on the trap hop, waves Tiant away, and steps on the bag for the out. Nice play. A difficult hop and chance for Yaz. He came in and kind of slipped that glove backhanded in front of him and took a trap hop off Northrup's bat. First baseman unassisted, 1 down, and Rodriguez up. Aurelio Rodriguez was responsible for this 3 runs batted in last night. 2 singles and a home run. He and Kaline were the offense for the Tigers. Third baseman with a .238 batting mark, but with 13 home runs and 56 runs batted in. The pitch by Louis Tiant, and it's a strike called on a changeup. Here's something from the Where Were You When We Needed You department. Milwaukee defeated the Yankees 3-2. Each team getting 7 hits. Skip Lockwood the winner, and Stottlemyre the loser at New York. Milwaukee 3, the Yankees 2. The Brewers dropped 3 in a row to the Tigers here over the weekend. Pitch to Rodriguez, outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Red Sox 1, Tigers nothing in the bottom of the second. Pressure-packed ball game. A win for the Tigers, and they go to Oakland on Saturday to go into the playoffs. Win for the Red Sox, then we have to wait till tomorrow. Foul ball out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tigers won that one last night with Rolich striking out 15. And the Red Sox stranding 10. The Red Sox now have lost 2 games in a row. They went into Baltimore, took 2 out of 3 from the Orioles, but they lost a tough game Sunday to Mike Cuellar, 2-1. And that was a big loss for them, because meanwhile the Tigers were taking 3 in a row from the Brewers. Red Sox came in here with only a half-game lead. Now they trail by a half. Tiant, there's a pitch hit toward right field. Back goes Reggie Smith, and he has it for the out. He almost misjudged that ball. He went there, and the wind sailed it away from him, back toward the warning path in right center, but he stayed with it. 2 down. The wind here is like it is in Cleveland. It's tricky currents play around the ballpark, so you really can't tell by the flag in center field, which is very high, how it's blowing down on the field. Sometimes you get a gust out toward left. Sometimes it'll come in from right. Here's Eddie Brinkman, the shortstop. Right-handed batter. Tiant winds and throws, and misses low. Ball 1. Brinkman hitting .204. 6 home runs, 49 runs batted in. Tiant throws and gets the breaking ball over for a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. With 2 gone. Here it is. Low inside. Ball 2, 2-1. Tiant gazed heavenward when he came in with his pitch that time. He's got head motions that most pitchers haven't even used yet. Here's the delivery.
Fastball snaking across the outside corner. 2-2. Fryman is on deck below it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Red Sox ahead 1-0 in the second inning. Louis throws, curves him, a chopper towards third, maybe trouble. It is taken foul by Petrocelli. It was, Rico had a good look at it as he was standing right at the bag, and it was twisting out foul, so he didn't bother to hurry anything and took it in foul ground. The count is 2-2. Actually, it would be better for him to 2-out foul as far as Rico is concerned, because Brinkman can run, and the ball was not sharply hit. He might have beaten that out had it stayed fair. 2-2. Moves back in. Now Tiant is ready. And he throws. Change up. There is a pool cue shot, and Brinkman looked kind of silly on that one. It was a change up curve, and Eddie took about 3 inches as he swung and just pool cued it right off the end of the bat. 2-2. Is a spoiler kind of hitter, a guy you don't want up there with a winning run at second and third. He pokes hits around. Pitch is outside to him. Ball 2. Ball 3. 3-2 now. Pitch didn't miss by much. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Brinkman, number 8 hitter at the plate. Tiant's delivery, and there's a line drive right to Petrocelli at third. Brinkman is out, the side is retired, and Tiant gets them 1-2-3 in the second. After 2 innings of play from Tiger Stadium, it's the Red Sox 1, the Tigers nothing. 2 innings have gone at Tiger Stadium with the Red Sox leading 1-0, an unearned run in the first inning. Tommy Harper scored it, and he's at bat right now. Woody Fryman ready to pitch to him, and for play-by-play in the third inning, Dave Munt. Okay, thank you, Ned. Here's Tommy Harper, right-hand hitter. Started the game with a single. Woody Fryman getting his sign. Here's the lineup. And the pitch to Harper, it spins him away up high and inside, and he had to get out of there in a hurry. Ball 1. Tommy went 1 for 5 in the first game of this series last night. And a fastball, strike call, the beauty on the inside corner to make it 1-1. Good pitch by Fryman. Has good stuff tonight. He throws very hard. Good fastball and high slider. Here's the 1-1 to Harper. Playing, and he gets a pop fly foul. Up over the roof, out of play, and it's ball 1, strike 2. Red Sox lead 1-0 in the third. A game they've got to win tonight to stay alive in this Eastern Division race. Ball 1, strike 2 as Fryman looks down to Duke Sims, gets his sign. Here's the lineup, and here's the pitch. It's low, almost in the dirt, just about an inch off the ground. Ball 2, strike 2. Tigers have won 4 games in a row. They've won 8 of their last 11, 13 of their last 18. They've been playing good ball, as have the Red Sox. And the 2-2 now to Harper. Strike 3 call. Tommy backs away from it. But the umpire, Nestor Shylock, plays him out. Tommy didn't say anything. Fastball on the inside corner. And with plenty of mustard on it. Good hard fastball. So he called out that Fryman's third strikeout, and 2 of the 3 strikeouts have been uncalled third strike. Here's Aparicio, who grounded to third the first time up. Line up, there it is, a strike. Same spot as the last pitch to Harper. On the inside corner, good fastball. Louis was the only member of the Red Sox who did not strike out at least once last night against Lowich. Swing is the ground ball to third. Up with it is Rodriguez. Throw to first base. He's out. 2 gone. Rodriguez to Cash. 2 out and nobody on, and it brings up Yastrzemski.
on balls the first time up. 2 out of the top of the third. Yastrzemski has been hitting over the last 31 ball games at a .299 pace with 8 homers, 25 runs batted into that span. 8 of his 12 home runs this season have come in the month of September. He's been steaming up down the stretch at bat. Here's the delivery to him by the left-hander. Strike call. That was a curve that hit the outside corner. 3 of Yastrzemski's 12 homers have been off left-handers. Chris Carroll's a left-hand hitter. Ball outside to make it ball 1, strike 1. He has won 1 for 3 last night against Lolich, left-hander. Pitch, strike call, fastball on the outside corner. Yastrzemski looks back at the umpire with a funny look on his face, but didn't say anything. Ball 1, strike 2 now. Ryman's velocity seems to be picking up as the game progresses. Faster now than he was in the first inning. Sidearm is swinging a high pop fly ball into short center field. Eddie Brinkman, the shortstop, is back under it. He has his third out to retire the side. Yastrzemski popped out to Brinkman. 3 up and 3 down. Nothing across in the top of the third. After 2.5 innings, the score is Red Sox 1, Tigers nothing. Dion through the first 2 innings has allowed no runs and 1 hit. He's walked 1 and struck out 1. He leads the American League in earned run average with 1.87 compared to Gaylord Perry's 1.91. As I mentioned before the game started, Dion is the first Red Sox pitcher to be under 2 in ERA since Carl Mays had a 1.74 earned run average back in 1917. In fact, there are only 3 Red Sox pitchers who have compiled an ERA under 2.50 since 1917. Here's Woody Fryman, and the pitch to him is swinging a line drive to center field. Base hit. Fryman, the pitcher, gets ahead. Harper has it, throws it back to the infield. Single to center for Woody Fryman. And a 108 batting average at game time tonight with 3 runs batted in, no homers. He hits Dion's first pitch in the last of the third for a base hit. That brings up Dick McCullough. The 3 Red Sox pitchers under 2.50 ERA since 1970 are Jay Bush, 2.11 in 1918, Nick Houston, 2.26 in 1944, and Dick Raddick, 2.29 in 1964. Here's McCullough with the Tiger fans cheering here and pulling for a rally. The Tigers trail 1-0 in the third inning. The stretch by Dion. Long hesitation, and McCullough steps out of the batter's box. Time is called. McCullough took a called third strike the first time up. He's a tough man up there at the plate, a tough out. Batting average doesn't show it. Chokes up on his bat about an inch in a very open stance. Foul ball up in the screen out of play, and the count is strike 1. McCullough has that right foot. He's a left-hand hitter, and his right foot is way back toward the back edge of the batter's box. And the stance just to look at him looks very awkward. But he has hit that way for years and years. Seems to me that it's not quite as open a stance in this series as it has been when we've seen him earlier this year. Closed it just a little bit. Count is strike 1 on McCullough. Here's the pitch. Strike call to the outside corner. Beauty by Dion. McCullough took it. Now it's 2 strikes on the Detroit second baseman. McCullough in the 4-game series against the Red Sox in Boston on September 21 through 24 went 6 for 15. He hit 400 in that series. 2 strikes on him. The stretch by Dion. Here's the pitch. Hits the ball outside. Fastball at missed. Ball 1, strike 2. In that earlier series in Boston, they had the same pitching matchup in Game 4 of the series. Dion and Fryman. Red Sox won the game 7-2. McAuliffe in that game against Tiant went 1 for 3. He had one hit, a single, and that hit drove in a run. One of the 2 runs Louis allowed that night. Or that day it was, an afternoon game. Ball 1, strike 2 is the count on him. Here's the stretch. And the pitch is swinging a ground ball to Griffin. He dives, comes up with the ball, throws. He is out at first base. Doug Griffin went to his left, dove on the ground to head that ball off, hit sharply. And he was still lying on the ground when he threw to Yastrzemski and just did get McAuliffe for the out. Woody Fryman goes to second base. Some play by Doug Griffin, the second baseman for the Red Sox. Well, there's one out, and the batter is Al Kaline, who's wielding a hot stick. This fella is really hot. 21 hits in his last 41 times at bat. 20 years with the Tigers, an all-time great. He singled the first time up tonight. Griffin just turned in the best defensive play by the Red Sox so far tonight. Kaline has made a fine defensive play already for the Tigers. Here's the stretch by Tiant. Long hesitation of the pitch. Off-speed pitch, and he lines a foul down the left field line. Foul ball, strike 1. Ready. Here's the stretch. And the pitch, overarm fastball is in the dirt to make it ball 1, strike 1. Kaline did not play against Tiant on September 24th in Boston. Billy Martin used in his outfield in that game Stanley, Gates Brown, and Northrup. His lineup quite a bit for Tiant in this game. Ball 1 and strike 1 to count. Stretch again. Fryman at second with 1 out. The pitch is swinging. It's a fly ball into center. Should be caught. Tommy Harper drifting in under the ball. He's got it, and that is the second out. 2 out with a man on second. The batter now will be Duke Sims. Now let's pause for station identification. This is Red Sox baseball. Tiger Stadium. I'm Dave Martin with Ned Martin and Al Walker, our engineer. Hope you're enjoying all the action wherever you may be listening tonight. Around the world on American Forces Radio and our New England Red Sox Network and other stations. I understand WCAU is with us tonight in Philadelphia. Duke Sims, a dangerous left-hand hitter in the batter's box. He's been hot also. Although he was hitless last night in 2 trips, drew a walk the first time up tonight. The pitch hits the ball outside, ball 1. Sims and Tiant used to be battery mates with the Cleveland Indians. They came up in the Cleveland organization together 1 year at Portland in AAA. Sims caught Tiant when Tiant had a record of something like 13-1. Then Sims was behind the plate a lot at Cleveland, particularly in '68 when Tiant won 21 ball games. Lost 9 at a ERA of below 2. The pitch, it's a strike call. That was a breaking ball on the outside corner, letter high, to make it ball 1, strike 1. 1-1 on Sims. Tigers picked him up on waivers from the Dodgers a few weeks ago, and he's been playing good ball. He has come in very handy to the Tigers since the injury to Bill Freehan. Now the stretch by Tiant, the pitch to Sims. There's a swing and a ground ball to the second baseman, Griffin. And a big hop. Throws to first, he's out. And that's all for the Tigers in the third. Ball came up to Griffin on a big hop. And he inning, no runs and one hit. The single by Fryman, the pitcher, and one man. The score now at the end of 3 innings is still the Red Sox, the Tigers nothing. Move down to the top of the 4th inning. Reggie Smith will be leading off for the Red Sox. You know, Detroit won last night 4-1. The Red Sox lost the final game at Baltimore Sunday 2-1. So in losing 2 in a row, it marks only the second time that the Red Sox have lost 2 straight since August the 11th and 12th in Baltimore. Another interesting figure is this. In the last 22 games played by the Red Sox, decided by 2 or less runs, the Sox have won 16 and lost only 6. The most ominous figure, as far as the Red Sox are concerned, tonight's game is the fact that they're 21 and 25 against left-hand pitchers this year, and only 9 and 18 against southpaws on the road. They're facing a tough southpaw tonight in Woody Fryman. Here's the pitch to Reggie Smith, a swing, a foul over the screen, strike 1. Smith hit into a fielder's choice the first time up. An error was made in the play, and Smith reached base. Smith homered off Woody Fryman in the first inning, September 24th, hit a 2-run homer. Here's a ball outside. The count goes to 1-1. The second time up in that game, Smith singled off Fryman. And the third time he faced Fryman, he also singled. He went 3 for 3 against Woody. Strike call to the outside corner makes it ball 1, strike 2. 1-2 the count. Nobody on or out. Top of the 4th. Here's the pitch. Swing. He hits a bouncing ball to the first baseman, Cash. Up with it. Fryman getting over to cover. The throw. He is out by a half a step. Close play from Cash to Fryman. Covering first base to retire, Reggie Smith. Smith was batting right-handed. And a nubbed one to Cash. Did not hit it well at all. And it brings up Rico Petrocelli. 1 out and nobody on in the 4th. Petrocelli took a called third strike. The first time up. Rico has not been hitting well of late. He's been in a slump. Here's the windup by Woody Fryman. The pitch to Petrocelli is outside, ball 1. Players will all tell you, though, even if they are in a slump, they'll tell you that this is a good park to hit in. They like to hit here. Good background. It's always been known as a hitter's park. Pitch outside for a ball to make it 2-0 on Petrocelli. The Red Sox lead 1-0. 4th inning in Detroit. Tigers have Horton in left, Northrup in center, and Kaline in right. They're deep into the left for Petrocelli, playing him to pull the ball. Herb is inside for the ball, makes it 3-0 on Petrocelli. Rodriguez, Brinkman, McAuliffe, and Cash, the Detroit infield, in the battery, Fryman and Sims. Line up, here's the 3-0. Strike the automatic through the middle to make it 3-1. Take sign was on. Rico was 0 for 2 against Fryman a week ago Sunday in Boston. Here's the pitch. Swing, a foul. Back of the plate up into the upper deck. So it's a ball 3 and a strike 2 count. Tiger Stadium is double decked all the way around. They have sky view boxes above the upper deck from right field all the way around to left field. Big scoreboard on top of the upper deck in center field. Here's the ball inside, and Petrocelli draws a walk. That brings up Pudge Fisk. Walk number 2 given up by Fryman. Fisk hit a fly ball to right the first time up, and Kaline came in to make a great catch of the ball below his knees. And they come in fast, and he caught it. Fisk is the leading Red Sox hitter against Tiger pitching this year with a 303 mark. Petrocelli at first with 1 out. Here's the pitch to Fisk. Big right-hand hitter. Ball is high, ball 1. Fisk was 1 for 2 against Fryman in Boston. That one hit was a double, and he hit a changeup for 2 bases into left field off Woody in the first inning of that game. Pops it up. Rodriguez drifting over into foul territory. Hayes got it. Easy play. High pop foul fly ball. Hit by Fisk and caught by Rodriguez. That brings up Dwight Evans, the left fielder. Evans struck out the first time up. Against Fryman, Evans went 1 for 2. He had a double to left field. Fryman was nicked for 5 earned runs, 7 hits, and 4 in the third innings in that game a week ago Sunday in Boston. Swinging a foul up in the screen, strike 1. This game so far, Fryman has allowed only 1 run and 1 hit. He's walked 2 and struck out 3. The walk to Petroselli snapped a string of 9 straight batters, retired by Fryman. Red Sox scored in the first inning, an unearned run. They lead 1-0. Here's the pitch to Evans, a fastball, a little bit too close for a ball. Count is 1-1. 1-1 on Dwight Evans. Batted well over 300 at Louisville this year, and the Red Sox brought him up in September, and he's been inserted into the starting lineup as a rookie. Through this pressure-packed stretch run, he's stayed right in there and has done a good job. Really some way for a rookie to break in. Here's the pitch. Hits the ball inside. That makes it ball 2 and strike 1. In fact, I was having lunch today with some of the Red Sox players. We were talking about the Evans situation. I could recall few rookies who have broken in this way to the major leagues. Here's the ball outside. Makes it ball 3 and strike 1. Evans is only 20 years old. A big fellow, right-hand hitter. Makes his home in Idaho. 3-1 the count. The stretch now by Fryman. Pitch is outside. He walked it. Evans draws a walk, and Fryman has issued 2 walks now in this inning. Last night against Lowledge, Evans, I thought, did the best job of any Red Sox hitter of laying off that hard slider that breaks so sharply into a right-hand hitter. Petroselli and Fisk and Smith were all going for it and having a lot of trouble with it, usually striking out, but Evans laid off of it. And he got a couple of walks from Lowledge last night, although he did not hit safely. Here is Doug Griffin now with 2 men on and 2 out. Fryman has now issued 3 walks, 2 in this inning. Now time is called for a moment. First base umpire Umont walks over and not sure just exactly what he had in mind, but time was called for a moment. Now he walks back to his position. We're ready to go. Here's the pitch to Griffin, a foul ball back to the plate, strike 1. Evans drew a pair of walks from Lowledge last night. He did get 1 hit off Lowledge. He singled in the 4th inning. The other time up he struck out. He did a good job. Lowledge said after last night's game he had the best stuff last night that he'd had all year. And he did look really tough last night. He had a great hard slider, sharp breaking slider. First pitch to Griffin, or the next pitch to Griffin, is a ball inside to make it 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 on Doug. Boston second baseman batting with teammates at first and second and 2 out. The Red Sox lead 1-0 in the top of the 4th inning. Ball is high, makes it ball 2, strike 1. 2-1. Fryman having control problems, so Duke Sims, the catcher, goes out to talk to him. There's the final score in the National League tonight. Cincinnati Reds knocked off the Houston Astros 6-1. Gary Nolan
ran his record to 15-5. Ken Forsch took the loss. The ball 2 strike 1 count here on Griffin. Sims back behind the plate. Now the stretch by Simon. The pitch, a swing, a foul. Off to the right of the upper deck. So now the count goes to 2-2. Ball 2 strike 2. Dwight Evans, who just drew that walk, has hit safely in 11 of 14 games since becoming a starting left fielder for the Red Sox. All those games right here in the stretch run. Here's a swing and a ground ball to short. Brinkman throws the second out, so he turns aside. Brinkman to McCollum, a forced play at second base. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men are left. 2 walks. Score at the middle of the 4th inning is Red Sox 1, the Detroit Tigers 0. Now we go to the last of the 4th inning at Tiger Stadium in Detroit. Ideal baseball night. Good weather here, both last night and tonight. A little bit warmer tonight. And wind is still a crosswind blowing from right toward left. Louis Tiant through 3 innings has allowed 2 hits and no runs, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Woody Fryman through 4 Red Sox turns at bat has allowed an unearned run, only 1 hit, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Norman Cash leads off now for the Tigers in the last of the 4th inning. Cleanup man on the batting order. He bounced into a forced play the first time up. Fans getting restless here. Here's the windup by Tiant, the pitch to Cash. Strike call, the beauty over the heart of the plate, waits high. Left-hand hitter. He's up there in years, but he still gets his hits and drives in his runs. Here's the 0-1 to him, a swing, a foul, back of the plate, strike 2. Cash has 22 homers and 61 runs batted in. Looks down for his sign from Budge Fisk. Count is strike 2 on Cash. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on an off-speed pitch. Cash flips his bat away and disgusted himself. He struck out on 3 pitches. Dan got him on a change. Here's Willie Horton. Another power hitter. Horton popped out the first time up. Horton has hit safely in 8 of his last 10 games, going 10 for 31, a 323 clip. 0 for 1 in this game. Holds that bat high and vertically. Here's the ball way outside, ball 1. Horton's a right-hand hitter. He holds the bat much like Yastrzemski, who is a left-hand hitter, holds it up high. On him. There's the windup by Tiant, the pitch. Foul ball back at the plate. Count is ball 1, strike 1 on Horton. Willie's outside the batter's box, looking over his bat. Knocks the dirt out of his cleat. Red Sox 1, Tigers 0. We're in the 4th inning in Detroit. Game 2 of this 3-game series. Here's the lineup and the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. High fastball. Went for it and missed. Ball 1, strike 2. Detroit will lead the American League in attendance this year. They figure to have their third highest season attendance figure in club history this season. Count is ball 1, strike 2. The wind up by Tiant. Here it is, a ball. It's outside to make it 2-2. Dick Krasuski coaching at first base for the Tigers, and Joe Schultz, the coach at third. Their pitching coach is Art Fowler, and of course their manager, Billy Martin. The 2-2 count, the windup, here it is. Head fake that time by Tiant. It's outside for ball 3. Tiant takes a big pivot on his windup. There's all sorts of things out there in the mound. But basically, he has good stuff. He throws very hard. Throws a variety of pitches and from different angles. Overarm, three-quarters, sometimes even sidearm. Although rarely sidearm. Ball 3 and strike 2 on Horton. 1 out and nobody on. Tiant ready again. It is a swing and a foul tip. Dropped it, so Horton will get another swing. Fisk, I believe, was shaken up a bit. Foul tip, and the count is ball 3, strike 2. Fudge is walking around down there at the plate, killing a little time to shake it off. I'm not sure just where that ball hit him. Must have hit him in the, might have hit him in the chest protector, perhaps the mask. Ball 3, strike 2, the count on Horton. Outside the batter's box. Now he steps back up in there. One out, nobody on. There's the windup of the 3-2 pitch. Swing, here's a line drive, and Aparicio dives, but cannot get to it. It goes into left center. Harper up with the ball. Throws it to second base, and Horton is on for the base hit. Horton lined one just out of the reach of the leaping Louis Aparicio. Ball is hit to Louis' left, and he gave it everything he had, and I thought for a split second was going to hit it off, but it eluded him and went into left center for a base hit. Here's Jim Northrup. That was hit number 3 off Tiant. Northrup grounded to Yastrzemski at first base the first time up. Stretches. Horton not too fast a man at first base, in fact rather slow. Swinging against the foul, back of the plate up on the roof, out of play, strike 1. Strike 1 on Northrup. Northrup is prematurely gray and he wears his hair long. Looks like a young Mike Burke, president of the Yankees. The left-hand hitter. Strike 1. Fans start that staccato clapping now. Big crowd, some 50,000 strong in Detroit. 0-1 the count on Northrup. And on first, 1 out. Fastball is inside to make it ball 1, strike 1. Chicago White Sox beat Minnesota in a day game today, 5-2. In the first of a twilight doubleheader. Second game, Baltimore leads 3-0 at the end of 6. All those games rather meaningless now. The only one that really counts is this one right here. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's swing, and he hits a high pop fly ball in the infield. Aparicio calling for it. He's got it. He caught it in the skin part of the infield. Over near second base. That's 2 out, and it brings up Aurelio Rodriguez. Knocked in 3 of the 4 Detroit runs last night. Slugging Tiger third baseman. This fellow's very fine ball player, an underrated player. He's the only player in the major league whose first name contains each vowel. Aurelio, A-U-R-E-L-I-O. He's really been wielding a molten mace of late. Safely in 10 of his last 11 games, going 17 for A 370 clip to hike his average up to 238. It's a misleading average. Tiant ready with a runner at first and 2 out. It's playing a foul. Back of the plate on the screen, strike one. First time up, Rodriguez flied out to right field. Rodriguez has a home run and 3 runs batted in each of his last 2 games against the Red Sox and against Milwaukee. And on first and 2 out, Rodriguez stands up there fairly close to the plate in the batter's box with the left foot forward, a closed stance. The delivery. Swing. Here's a hard ground ball. Petrocelli has it. Go to second. He's out to retire the side. A forced play at second base from Petrocelli to Griffin. No runs and 1 hit. 1 man left. Score now at the end of 4 innings remains. The Red Sox 1, the Tigers nothing. Okay, Dave. Louis Tiant up for his second time. He grounded to short in the second inning. He has got an unearned run to work with. That's been it. The Red Sox have not hit in this series so far. Strike call to Louis. Red Sox got a run off Lolich last night. That should have been 2, and they've gotten an unearned run tonight off Fryman. Pitch is inside, nearly hitting Tiant. A ball and a strike. Tommy Harper on deck. Has fanned 3 and walked 3, giving up the 1 hit, and that was to Harper leading off the game. The pitch to Tiant. Outside, ball 2, 2-1. The windup by Fryman. He kicks and throws, fouled off. 2-2. This crowd here is ready to explode. Two balls, 2 strikes. Red Sox ahead, 1-0 in the top of the 5th. Woody Fryman reads the sign and goes to work. It's low in the dirt, so his count now on his opposite number, Tiant, is 3-2. Waiting at the plate, open stance. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it's fouled off. Louis bails out quite a bit, but he gets his bat on the ball occasionally. He's not going to remind anybody of Red Ruffing or some of those good-hitting pitchers, but every once in a while he'll stick a base hit in, meaning something. 3-2 pitch to him. Fouls again to the upper deck. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Leading Kansas City 2-0 after 6 innings. Here's the 3-2 pitch again, and Louis takes strike 3. He took it inside, and he was jawing at the plate umpire, Shylock, for the call. So Louis Tiant is called out on strike. And he is mad. He is upset. Tiant, who is one of the most even-tempered people, really didn't care for that. Slams the helmet down. He thought he had ball 4 on it, figuring the pitch was inside. He was called out on strike. So that's 4 strikeouts for Fryman. Tommy Harper has been a strikeout victim, and he has the only Red Sox hit. Takes the ball up high. Harper laced a single to center to open the ball game, stole second, and then scored when the error occurred at second base. A call of dropping Brinkman's throw. 1-0 pitch to Harper. Inside, ball 2. 2-0. ball game. Dion pitching in figures. He's in one of those. Woody Fryman pitching well also. There's a line foul down into left field. Harper got good wood on it, but pulled it too much. 2 balls, 1 strike to Tommy. Fryman has given up only the hit to Harper. Dion has given up 3 hits. Fryman has walked 3 and struck out 4. And Dion has walked 1 and struck out 2. Very even ball game. The runoff Fryman is unearned. Left-hander ready. Throws to Harper. There's a fly ball to center field. Coming on for it quickly is Northrup. He's got it for the out. He got a late break on that. Almost misjudged it, but got in plenty of time. 2 out. Louis Aparicio twice is grounded to a third baseman, Rodriguez. Pressure entirely on the pitchers so far. The hitters aren't doing a thing. Dion has been really in a little more trouble than Fryman. Pitch is low to Aparicio. Ball 1. Yastrzemski on deck. Now Fryman works. And it's outside. Ball 2. 2-0. The pitch to the plate, swung on, ground ball past third base, down into left field, past the dive of Rodriguez, picked up by Horton. Aparicio trying for 2. Here comes the throw. He's flied. He's got a double. A double for Louis Aparicio. This time he got one past Rodriguez, who had fielded these other 2 ground balls. It hugged the line down into left field. Horton did a good job covering it, and through to second. It was a close play there, but Louis slid in with a double. So he's in scoring position with 2 out, and Carl Yastrzemski at the plate. He has walked and popped up. That double by Aparicio is the second Red Sox hit. Yes, threw a walk in the first inning. He reached second base on McCullough's error when he dropped what appeared to be a double play throw from Brinkman. Brinkman trying for the double play, and McCullough just plain dropped it. So Yaz stands in there against Fryman. Left-handed batter, left-handed pitcher. Here's the pitch. Low and outside, ball 1. Red Sox trying to get beyond an insurance run here. Louis has been working with a 1-0 lead. Aparicio leads away. Here's the set by Fryman. He pitches, and it's a strike call. Fastball snapped across the outside corner. 1-1. Aparicio at second base with his 26th double of the year. 1-1 pitch to Yaz. Fly ball to left field. Horton is there. He's got it. The inning's over. Yastrzemski trying to go to the opposite field. Flies out to Willie Horton. So it's 2 runs, 1 hit, and 1 left for the Red Sox. And after 4 1/2 innings, the score, Red Sox 1. Tigers zip.
Well, you might have thought that harness racing is a no-problem type of a sport, little physical contact, no problem whatsoever. Well, if you still under that impression, you might check in with driver Joe O'Brien. A 5-horse spill at the Red Mile Harness Racing Track at Lexington, Kentucky. And driver Joe O'Brien is now in the hospital with 5 broken ribs and a fractured collarbone. He's a member of Harness Racing's Hall of Fame from Shasta, California. Philadelphia 4-2. Montreal and New York split a doubleheader. Montreal 7-0. No-hitter by Stillman. New York took the second game.
Tigers up in the 5th inning. Red Sox leading 1-0. The penultimate game of the 1972 regular season. How about that, Walker? It could be the ultimate for the Red Sox if they lose it. A loss tonight for Boston gives it to the Tigers, and they just play it out tomorrow. The pitch to Eddie Brinkman. Line down into left field, going foul. Brinkman caught that ball well and slammed it foul deep into the corner. In the second inning, Brinkman also hit a 2-hand pitch. at third. So Brinkman's up there with a loud strike. Fryman on deck. Tiant throws. It's bunted toward third. It's a beauty. Petroselli up with it. Throws to first. Safe. One single. Eddie Brinkman, after lashing a foul down into the left field corner, dropped a beautiful bunt down the third base line. He just dropped it back quickly. Nobody was looking for it, and Petroselli played it perfectly. He came in barehanded it through the first, but it was too late. Brinkman can run. So the lead man is on, and everybody here, some 50,000 people, will be looking for the bunt from Woody Fryman. Fryman singled to left center his first time up. Tigers trailing 1-0, have a base runner. Fryman, a right-handed batter. Here comes Petroselli creeping in from third. Diaz will hold and then charge from first. Here it is. Strike called. Fryman bluffing the bunt. He shortened up and took a strike on the outside corner. Fryman, a 108 hitter, but he got his fifth hit for the Tigers, first time up. Here's the set by Tiant. Infield, playing the bunt situation. It's bunted foul back into the crowd, back of home plate. And now the count is 0-2. So you're the manager, what do you have him doing? He's got a hit before. Do you risk a double play ball, have him swing away, or bunt, and risk a third strike on a foul bunt? With the pitcher up there, you'd figure he'd bunt. Joe Schultz's sign from third base, 10 claps of the hand. The fifth clap was the key. All right, here's 0-2. Petroselli looking for the bunt. Fryman waiting. Tiant checking, throwing. Inside, and Fryman was squaring to bunt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tigers have the lead man on in the 5th inning. Base hit scarce in this game. 4 for Detroit, 2 for the Red Sox. Louis Tiant reading the sign from Fisk. Now he checks. And he throws, and it's outside. Fryman was not going to bunt that time. He was laying on, and if that pitch had been good, would have taken a full swing at it. So he gets another sign from Schultz. The count is 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tiant. Here's for the sign. Pauses. And he pitches. It's bunted foul, strike 3. So Fryman tried to sacrifice and struck out, bunting foul on the third strike. That's strikeout number 3 for Tiant. Now the top of the Tiger order comes up, Dick McAuliffe. McAuliffe was called out on strikes in the first inning. He was robbed of a base hit on a good play by Doug Griffin in the third. Griffin went far to his left, went into the dirt for the ground ball, and threw McAuliffe out. Tough left-handed hitter, very aggressive. Tiant looks out toward right field. Everybody's looking out toward right center field now, whether there's something on the field or not. Somebody had something hanging on a railing. Or it may be that the grass is greener in right center field. Louis Tiant, meanwhile, takes some warm-ups, extra ones, as time has been called here at Tiger Stadium. Oh, they've got a fan, a little bit exuberant, standing on the fence, a wire fence which is on top of the brick railing, and he's leading a little coterie of cheerers out there, and Tiger cheers. They want him to get out on there, and now he's going to be taken down, or asked to come down, but things like that happen, and on days like this and nights like this. It happened at Fenway Park in '67. people were wandering around the field constantly during the game, shaking hands with people, holding things up. All right, McAuliffe's up. Louis Tiant ready to pitch to him. Throw to first base. Almost threw it away. Yastrzemski had to lean to his left and back to take that ball. He almost picked Yaz off. Brinkman at first base. Brinkman has no stolen bases this year. Has never tried. Tigers don't run much. Here's the pitch. Change up outside. 1 ball, no strike. Tigers as a team have stolen 17 bases this year. They've been cut down 21 times trying to steal. 1-0 the count to McAuliffe. Infield, tenth behind Tiant. The pitch. Dropped over, but low. Ball 2, 2-0. Louis using breaking stuff on McAuliffe. No strikes. Brinkman with a short lead off first. Yastrzemski holding against him. McAuliffe waiting with that ungainly stance of his. Now the pitch is inside and low. Ball 3. 3-0 to Dick now. Without Kaline on deck. 1 out, 1 on, 5th inning. Red Sox leading the Tigers 1-0. Reads the sign. 3-0 pitch. All 4. He lost him on 4 pitches. McAuliffe to first base and Brinkman to second. Tying run at second base. Now Kaline up. McAuliffe was the second given up by Louis Tiant. He walked Duke Sims in the first inning. Nothing in 2 to Kaline. The kind of hitter you don't want to give too good a pitch to on this count. Now Tiant making ready. Here comes strike 3, swinging. He got him on a slider. Foul tipped into the glove of Carlton Fisk. And there's a big one out of the way as Kaline strikes out. 4th strikeout by Tiant. Now here's Duke Sims. Sims walked in the first and grounded to Griffin in the third. Red Sox ahead 1-0. The Tigers have runners at first and second. 2 out in the 5th. The right side of the infield deep. Yaz goes back about 3 yards off the line at first. Griffin a step in from the outfield grab. Petroselli deep at third and several steps over towards shortstop. Sims a full hitter from the left side. Long look by Tiant. He gets set. Throws. Ball high. Fastball, 1 ball, no strike. Boy, this ball game is a potato matcher right now. It's everything hinging on every pitch. Anybody gets a runner to second base, and the team thinks it's won the ball game. Only 1 run has scored in it. The Red Sox have it, and it's unearned. Now Tiant gets ready. Throws. Strike call to Sims. And Duke, I believe, wanted that pitch and is mad at himself for not offering. 1 ball, 1 strike. Norm Cash below us on deck. Tiant wants to get Sims right now. He does not want Cash up there with them bases loaded or people on. He'd like to have Cash lead off an inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brinkman off second. McAuliffe off first. 2 outs. Here it is. Fly ball from left center field. Evans is over there. He falls down and has the ball. Makes a great catch. Dwight Evans slipped and fell on the turf out there and lying down, reached the glove back and held onto the baseball. Holy crow. The inning is over. Duke Sims flies to left and put a star next to that one if you're scoring with him. Youngster, 20-year-old Dwight Evans has made the play of the night. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left. And after 5 innings, the score is still Red Sox 1, Tigers nothing.
Willoughby for San Francisco.
The Red Sox are leading 1-0 as they come to bat in the top of the 6th inning. They, of course, predominantly Detroit crowd. And, of course, there are some Red Sox rooters back of their dugout. But Evans got a great hand coming in after that catch. He went over for it. It was an easy out. But he slipped on bare spots out there caused by the professional Detroit Lions, the football team. And they've been squashing around here for a few weeks. And they've worn down some turf out there. And it was on that slippery stuff that Evans fell down. And just lying there, the ball drifting. For a minute, it looked as if he was helpless. He could not get up. Didn't have time. He just stretched the glove back and somehow made the catch. Brother. He and Griffin have put in the plays of the night for the Red Sox in the field. Reggie Smith leads off against Woody Fryman in the 6th inning. Red Sox leading 1-0, an unearned run in the 1st inning. Reggie takes a pitch low, ball 1. Smith is 0 for 2. He's had a fielder's choice and grounded out to first. Hitless in this series so far. Looks at a breaking ball low, ball 2, 2-0. Fryman comes right back. Fastball outside, ball 3, 3-0. Has the count his way. 3 balls, no strikes. The on-deck hitter is Petroselli. Fryman delivers. Strike called on the outside corner. 3-1. Fryman getting that sign from Sims. Takes a long look and now winds. Here it is. Ball 4. He misses low and Smith is on to lead off the 6th inning. Well, that's the 4th walk given up by Fryman. He walked 2 in the 4th inning, gave up a walk in the 1st, and now 1 here in the 6th. Red Sox have had men on base in every inning but the 2nd and 3rd. Fryman retired 6 batters in a row in those 2 innings. Petroselli is the batter. He is called out on strikes in the 1st. He walked in the 4th. Fryman has given up only 2 hits. Pitching to Rico. Fouled off, strike 1. He had a good cut at it. So he hits our leadoff single by Tommy Harper in the first inning, and then Harper came around to score the unearned run. Louis Aparicio grounded a double down the third base line off Fryman in the 5th. And that's been it. The Tigers have 4 hits off Tiant. Throw to first base, but right near the bag is Smith. Woody Fryman checks and again throws to first. The outfield on Petroselli is to left and deep. They give him the right field line. Here it is. Fouled off. Count is now 0-2. The hit one foul to the upper deck behind the first base side. No balls, 2 strikes to Petroselli. Charlton Fisk on deck. Smith takes a pretty fair lead off first. Fryman looks over there. And now he comes to the plate. Fly ball to center field. Not deep at all. Northrup comes into left center. Angling under the ball and has it for the out. 1 down. Smith returns to first. Charlton Fisk fly to Kaline, who's made the fielding play of the night for the Tigers. That was on Fisk's fly ball in right field. Very shallow, and Al came on hard to just pick it up before it hit the ground. And then Fisk fouled to third in the 4th inning. Things kind of quiet, comparatively speaking. Right now, the Red Sox batting and leading in the game, 1-0, 6th inning. Fryman delivers. Way outside, ball 1. One ball, no strikes, 1 out. Fryman, glove on knee, gets the sign. Now he goes to first, and Smith scoots back to the bag. Fisk stands out a moment. Now he's in there as he faces Fryman. Left-hander delivers, and it's popped up foul. First base side. Back goes Norm Cash. Under it. Has it for the out. Smith fouls out to the right side of the infield, this time to the first baseman, Norm Cash. He went for what appeared to be a bad pitch. Here's Dwight Evans. The youngster has struck out and walked, and made that fielding play just a few moments ago. Fryman is pitching very strongly out there. His only problem is putting men on with a walk, but that hasn't been often. 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. And he's had a good rising fastball because the Red Sox have been hitting the ball in the air a lot. Tiant has been using mostly breaking stuff and change of speed to get the Tiger batters. A move to first again, and Reggie Smith gets back. In this game so far, a walk has been like a triple. Each side treats it the same way. There hasn't been much else. Throw to first base, not in time. Red Sox have left 5 men on base. They've got one on in the 6th. Now Fryman ready to pitch to Evans. And there's a ground ball. He called it no pitch or else a balk. The plate umpire has called a balk. Chester Shylock, before the pitch was made, called a balk before the pitch had been made. Here comes Billy Martin now talking to Shylock. Duke Sims made a big beef on it. So if they call that a balk, of course the runner Smith will go to second, but they may have just called it no pitch, that Evans had backed out. Because Evans is at the plate, Smith is still at first base. Sims is claiming that Fryman has already started his motion and that Evans had no business standing out. It goes as no pitch. It's not a balk. Evans had started to back out, and Shylock claimed that he had asked for time, and he did not do it before Fryman had gone into his motion. So that is the call on that. Smith is still at first base. Martin did beat for a while, but that was all it was. No pitch. Evans did it anyway. Went to second baseman McAuliffe. Would have been an out. Fryman digs the sign from Sims. Smith swinging his arms pendulum fashion at first base. There's a foul out of play. One strike to Dwight Evans. If you just joined us, the Red Sox lead the Tigers 1-0. We're in the top of the 6th inning at Tiger Stadium. The run came in the first inning. It was unearned. A single by Harper, a stolen base, and then with one out, Smith hit a ground ball to Brinkman, which might have been a double play. Brinkman tossed to McAuliffe, who dropped the ball, and Harper scored. Fryman again throws to first, a low throw this time, but dug out by Cash. Evans waiting for the one-strike pitch. Here is the set by the left-hander. And the pitch. Outside with a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Out in the bleachers. Rolling movements of bodies all over the place out there. They're in the aisles. They're standing up. 1-1 delivery. Fouled off. Back to the screen. 1-2 to Evans. A ball and 2 strikes to Dwight. Sign. Reggie Smith off first base again. He has spent the inning there. Now the set by Fryman. And there goes Reggie. The pitch is inside for a ball, and Smith has second base unopposed. The count is 2-2. They didn't even bother to throw down there. Reggie got a tremendous jump on Fryman and moves into second base easily with his 15th stolen base of the year. So he's in scoring position now where a single could get him home. The count on Evans is 2-2. Dwight digs in at the plate. Fryman ready to pitch. Set. Throws. Inside and low. Ball 3. 3-2. That ball was boxed around by Duke Sims. Prevented it from getting behind him. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Doug Griffin is on deck. Fryman throws the rosin away. Comes up on top. Evans squared out at the plate. Now Woody Fryman ready. 3-2 pitch. Check swing and a foul. It might have been ball 4. Evans tried to check it. We'll have a station break. This is Red Sox baseball.
Second, fourth.
We're back at Tiger Stadium. This is Ned Martin along with Dave Martin and our engineer Al Walker. The Red Sox leading the Tigers 1-0. Dwight Evans at the plate with a 3-2 count and a runner at second base. 6th inning. Fryman wants another sign from Sims. Evans waiting. Now the kick and the throw. It's strike 3 ball. Got a slider over and no argument at all by Evans on that one. He is called out on strike. Woody Fryman gets number 5, and that's a big one for him because the runner was at second base. No runs, no hits, and 1 left. 5.5 innings have gone by. The score, Red Sox 1, Tigers nothing. Norm Cash first up in the Tigers 6th, and he takes the ball high from Louis Dion. Cincinnati beat Houston 6-1. The Pirates defeated St. Louis 6-2. The Mets won the first game from Montreal 5-2. Number 21 for Tom Seaver. The second game is tied up 3-3 after 7. And at Los Angeles beat Atlanta 6-5. Pitch is low to Cash, ball 2. Attendance tonight at Tiger Stadium 50,653. 50,653. It'll be Marty Patton against Joe Coleman tomorrow afternoon. Pitch to Cash. Strike 1 called. They have have police and fire department and a few other freebies in tonight, so the total here is 54,079. It is capacity. And not one of them is quiet. There's a high foul ball coming back out of play. The count on Norm Cash is 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cash 0 for 2. Louis Tiant on top of a skinny 1-0 lead, an unearned run in the first inning. Tiant pitching for the Red Sox life. They've got to win this one tonight or it's all over. 2-2 pitch to Cash. Ball 3 inside, off the knee. Didn't miss by much. Tiant thought he might have had that. 3-2. Willie Horton is on deck. Well, Tiant has walked 2 in the game. Fryman has walked 4. So far, they've gotten away with their walk. 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. He walks Cash to open the 6th. Again, the Tigers get that lead man on base. They've done it 3 times tonight. Third walk-off, Tiant. Willie Horton up. He's talking to Joe Schultz, the third base coach. Well, the Tigers are going to play for a run, naturally. They're trailing by only 1. They've got time. They bat last. They're the home club, and they can play for a tie at this point. What they want to do is get that runner down to second base. What each team should want to do. The Red Sox also, and they only lead by a run. So Horton stands in. He has popped up, and in the 4th inning, he singled to left center. Cash off first, a short lead. The Red Sox infield at double play depth. Petrocelli now moves in 1 step at third. They're not looking for any sacrifice from Horton. Free swinger, but they're going to get it. But it's toward third. Rico goes to first with it in time, and they play the sacrifice. Pretty good play by the Tigers. They have Horton, a free swinger, bunting. And Rico was not looking. Nobody was looking for the bunt. So the sacrifice goes 5-3. And the Tigers have a tying run in scoring position. That is Horton's second sacrifice bunt of the year. But he gets Cash to where a single would get him in and tie this thing up. Jim Northrup is the batter. So the Tigers have utilized the bunt here. They don't sacrifice much either. The Red Sox don't. The Red Sox have not had a sacrifice tonight. Jim Northrup, the batter, 0 for 2. Grounded out and popped up. Tiant looking back towards second base. Here's the pitch to Northrup. Strike call, slider on the inside corner. Louis has pitched in pressure throughout this game. The Tigers went down in order in the 2nd and 3rd innings. And the Red Sox went down in order in the same innings, numbers 2 and 3. Other than that, each team has had at least 1 man on base every half inning. Right side of the infield deep. 1 out. Cash at second. Here's Tiant's delivery, and there's a base hit to right field. This will tie up the ball game. It's rolling to the wall. Cash Northrup falls down rounding first. The throw gets past everybody at second. But the run scores, and it's tied up 1-1. The bunt to great advantage. Just a half inning ago, the Red Sox had the lead man up, Smith, but they didn't bunt him to second. They finally stole second, but the count on Dwight Evans was 3-2 then, and he didn't do any good. But they didn't sacrifice him. The Tigers used Horton as a sacrifice man, and it paid off. So Casco has had his say with Louis Tiant. Left-hander Bill Lee and right-hander Don Newhouser in the bullpen for Boston. Tiant had nursed and nurtured a 1-0 lead up until this point. now a walk. That base on balls, it'll kill you eventually. A walk, a sacrifice, and a single. Old-fashioned baseball has produced a Tiger run. Aurelio Rodriguez is up. He is wide to right and had a fielder's choice. Place has gone mad here. Pitch. Ground ball, foul past third base. He hit that hard. And he split his bat on it. Tigers have scored, and the score is 1-1. That was the fifth hit off Tiant. Now the Tiger fans immediately overjoyed and a little bit more loose now have seen their team tie it up. And they still have time to go. A runner at first base, one out, bottom of the sixth. Rodriguez gets another bat. Count on him is one strike. Haze and smoke pouring over Tiger Stadium high. And 50,000, 54,000 people yelling. Rodriguez stands in. Tiant looks down for the sign. Veteran right-hander looks over his shoulder toward first base. Pitches. Curveball hit on the ground at shortstop. Aparicio has it. Flips the grip and one over to first. Not in time. Rodriguez beats the throw. And Griffin is taken out on a takeout slide by Northrop, but engineers the double play. That was a good play by Aparicio. The ball was set to come up for him as he went to his left, but instead it stayed down. And he stayed with the ball, took it right off the ground, and flipped it to Griffin for the fourth out on Northrop. They tried for the double play, but it was a shade too late at first. So the play goes 6-4 on Northrop. Fielder's choice for Rodriguez, hustled down the line and beat Griffin's throw. Northrop barreled into Griff with a takeout slide, and they both crumbled to the earth. Now here's Eddie Brinkman. Brinkman has lined to third and had a bunt single down the third base line. Tigers won, Red Sox won, sixth inning. Tiant, all set. Throws to first base, not in time. Fryman has been the stronger of the two pitchers. Tiant has been in trouble constantly, given up 5 hits. Fryman has given up only 2 hits. Now Louis Tiant throws. Ball low. It's 1 ball, no strike. If you're looking to the Red Sox 7th inning, they'll have Griffin, Tiant, and Harper scheduled up. Brinkman, number 8 hitter for the Tigers, up there right now. Rodriguez at first. Tiant throws. Low, ball 2, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes. Louis, ready with a 2-0 delivery. Brinkman waiting. Now here it comes, and it's outside, ball 3. 3-0 to Brinkman. Number 8 hitter, a 204 hitter on the season. Pitcher Woody Fryman up next. 3 balls, no strikes. Now Fisk gives out the sign to Tiant. 3-0 delivery about to be made, and here it comes, taken all the way for strike 1, 3-1. Brinkman looking to Joe Schultz, the third base coach, who gets the sign from the bench. 3 balls, 1 strike to Brinkman. All set now. Louis ready with a pitch. Here it comes. Ground ground ball, chopped to third base. Petroselli has it, flips to Griffin, that's all. So Brinkman forces Rodriguez. The Tigers get a run in the 6th inning on one hit, the single by Jim Northrup, and one man left on base. After 6 full, the score, Tigers 1, Red Sox 1.
Armed forces is a good deal.
The 6th inning totals from Tiger Stadium in Detroit. The Tigers, 1 run, 5 hits, 1 error. The Red Sox, 1 run, 2 hits, no error. The 1 error by the Tigers gave the Red Sox the run in the 1st inning. They've been able to do very little with Woody Fryman. A leadoff single by Harper in the 1st inning, and a double by Aparicio in the 5th. And that has been it. He has walked 4, but he has fanned 5, and the Red Sox have stranded 6 base runners. The Tigers have stranded 7. Doug Griffin starts it off as we move to the 7th inning, and Dave Martin.
Hey, thank you, Ned. Griffin has been up twice without a hit. Lyman winding up. Pitch to Griffin, a swing and a foul ball off to the right on top of the upper deck. Strike 1. Strike 1 on Doug Griffin. Slide out to right the first time and bounced into a force play the second time. Gotten some big hits down the stretch, but he's been stopped in this series by Detroit so far. 0 for 3 last night and 0 for 2 in this game. Ball is low and close to make it 1-1 on Griffin. Nobody on or out, top of the 7th, a 1-1 ball game at Detroit. Pressure-packed battle tonight. Here's Fryman all set again. Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss. Went for a low fastball and missed it. Ball 1, strike 2. Fryman has been a bit shaky in his last 2 starts. The one against the Red Sox on the 24th of September, and then in his last start, he did beat Milwaukee in a 12-5 game on September 29th, going 6 innings but allowing 2 earned runs, 6 hits. There's a one-hopper back to Fryman. He's got it. Go to first base. He's out. Fryman to Cash. Griffin bounced up and rings up the pitcher, Louis Tion. 1 out and nobody on the top of the 7th inning at Detroit. In the Milwaukee game, he walked 1, struck out 3 in 6 innings, allowed 2 earned runs, and allowed 6 hits. They pitched pretty well in that game, better than he did against the Red Sox. Fryman has won 6 of his last 7 starts. Tion up there now, 1 out and nobody on them. Pitch to him is a strike on the outside corner called by Dexter Shylock. Game tied 1-1 in the 7th. Northrup came through with a clutch hit to tie up the ball game in the last of the 6th inning. The pitch, ball is outside. When Northrup went to his position in center field, the crowd out there in center field, left center, right center, set up a tremendous cheer for him between innings. Here's the 1-1. Swing, base hit to right field for Tion. Hit it between Cash and McAuliffe to the right of Cash, well past his reach. A hit for Tion. Puts the man on first with 1 out, and it brings up the leadoff man, Tommy Harper. I guess Louis figured, well, nobody else is doing it. I might as well get one myself. So he's on. It's only the 3rd hit. It's only Tion's 6th hit of the season. And 56 times at that. Here's Harper, who has 1 hit and 3 times up. One of the 3 hits off Fryman. Man on first, 1 out. Stretch. Here's the pitch. A curve inside. Low, ball 1. Red Sox scored a run in the 1st inning when Harper led off with a hit. Stole 2nd. Then Aparicio bounced out. Yastrzemski drew a walk. Here's the pitch. It's a ball inside. The count is 2-0. And then Reggie Smith hit a ground ball to short. Shortstop Brinkman threw it to second. McAuliffe dropped the ball for an error on a possible force play there. Harper, who had been on second base, When the ball was dropped, streaked into the plate and scored. McCall fired to Sims, but Harper bowled Sims over and scored the only run of the game so far, an unearned run. Count is ball 2. 2-0 on Harper. No activity in either bullpen. Here's the stretch by Fryman. And the pitch. That's a strike call. The breaking ball on the outside corner. Ball 2, strike 1. On the outfield, a little bit to the left and deep for Tommy. Red Sox leadoff man. Stretch again. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swing. Here's the high hopper to short. Brinkman has it. Go to second. He is out. Keon went sliding into second base. And that play was pretty close. They just did get it. Keon gets up and he trots off the field. He's okay. Went into second and he slipped fired into second base. Ball was hit to the right of Brinkman into deep short. And they only had a possibility of getting one man on the play. No chance at all for a double play. So Harper's on first with 2 outs. Sims is out talking to Fryman at the mound. While Aparicio waits and Shylock waits. And now Shylock gets impatient. Strikes out there to break it up. Aparicio doubled the last time up. Louis is 1 for 3 in this game. Last night he was 2 for 4. So he's 3 for 7 in the series. Right-hand hitter, throw to first base, and Harper is back. Harper stole a base in the first inning, his 25th of the year. He leads the Red Sox in that department. This is certainly a steal situation now, possible steal situation. First pitch is a ball high, ball 1 to Aparicio. Harper has stolen more bases individually than Detroit has as a team. Tigers have 17. Harper himself has 25. Ball 1 on Louis. Here's the stretch by Fryman. Pitch, check swing, strike call to the outside corner. Held up in time, but the pitch was in there. Makes it ball 1, strike 1 on Aparicio. Game tied 1-1. We're in the 7th. Watch Harper now. He edges off to a lead. Stretch. And the pitch. Ball check. Ball hits his bat, goes right back to the pitch and throws him out. He started to swing, stopped. The ball hit his bat. It was an easy one-hopper right back to Fryman. And he threw Aparicio out easily. No trouble at all. No runs and 1 hit. And 1 man left. At the middle of the 7th inning, it's tied up 1-1. Now 50,000 fans, 54,000 actually, how many in the park tonight, are standing for the 7th inning stretch here at Detroit. The Detroit total season attendance is 1,870,438. The 3rd highest in Detroit history. They'll lead the American League this year in attendance. Boston led last year. Boston has led really 4 of the last 5 years before this one. Detroit still has 1 more opening to go tomorrow afternoon. Here's Woody Fryman, the Detroit pitcher. Gets a big round of applause as he steps in. He bats right-handed. Hit up twice and he has 1 hit. Keon winds up in the pitch. Playing a foul ball back at the plate, strike 1. Fisk comes back, but he can't get to it. Strike 1 on Fryman. Well, the game is wearing on here, grounding down to the final innings. When you get down to the 9th inning, home team has a big advantage. They bat last then, and if they can score, that's all she wrote. There's the lineup and the pitch. He bunts it foul back up on the screen. The count is strike 2 on Woody Fryman. Fryman came in tonight with a batting average of 108. 3 runs batted in for Detroit. For Fryman since he's joined Detroit. Now we have a couple of pitchers loosening up in the Tiger bullpen. Left-hander and the right-hander. Selbach and Sherman. Here's the 0-2 swing. Here's the line drive right at Griffin. He caught it off his shoe top for the out. line drive. Griffin caught it right at his shoes for the out. So there's one out, and the batter is Dick McAuliffe. One out and nobody on. McAuliffe has been called out on strikes, robbed of a hit by Griffin on a good play to Griffin's left and a hard hit down ball. And then he drew a walk, so he's 0 for 2. The windup by Tian on the pitch. Change up is high for a ball. Very slow pitch, way up over his head. Ball one on McAuliffe. Line up with the next pitch. Fastball. It's a spike call to the outside corner. 1-1. Good hard pitch by Tian. 5 hits by the Tigers, 3 hits by the Red Sox in this game. Fastball, a swing and a miss. That pitch was high up around his eyes or the bill of his cap. McAuliffe 1 for and missed. Ball 1, strike 2. High fastball. 1-2. The lineup, here it is. Swing and he pops it up. Foul, going to be out of play, I believe. Petroselli comes over, can't get to it. And the count is ball 1, strike 2. Now let's pause for station identification. This is Red Sox baseball. And away, makes it 2-2. 1 out, nobody on in the 7th inning. Tigers won, the Red Sox won. Pressure game here. Red Sox have to win to stay alive in the division race. Pitch. Swing. Here's a long wallop in the right center field. It's way back. It is against the wall. McAuliffe digging for 2. Here's a throw in, and McAuliffe stops. He's second with a double. Stand-up double to right center by Dick McAuliffe in the power alley. Bounced against the wall at the 370-foot mark. Harper played it off the wall, fired it in. McAuliffe went into second, standing up. Number 6 off Louis Tian. McAuliffe really got a hold of that one. Hit it very hard and long in the gap at right center. McAuliffe came in tonight with a batting average of .238. That was his 15th double of the year. The batter now will be Kaline with a man on second and 1 out. We have Bill Lee, a left-hander, and Don Newhouser, a right-hander, warming up in the Red Sox bullpen. Now time is called here momentarily. I don't know why. Oh, they had some debris came out in the field in left field, and the ushers go out there and get rid of it. So the game is delayed for a moment. 2 pitchers in the Tiger bullpen, 2 pitchers in the Red Sox bullpen. Delbach and Sherman. Right-hander and left-hander for Detroit. For the Red Sox, Lee, a lefty, Newhouser, a right-hander. Now Kaline is up. Has 1 hit and 3 trips. He singled in the first inning. Flied out, and then struck out. Team made in scoring position with a lead run. Tian in a real jam here. The stretch by Louis. Arms at his waist. Long hesitation. Here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch is high for a ball. Ball 1. Kaline now has 21 hits in his last 43 times up. He's hit safely in 11 straight games. Hit a home run last night. That homer last night was his 3rd homer in his last 6 at-bats. 1-0 pitch, off-speed pitch, a strike call to Beauty on the outside corner. The changeup by Tian hit the corner to make it 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1. Kaline likes to look for his pitches. A lot of pitchers and teams will keep the ball away from him. Try to jam him with 2 strikes. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Pitch looked like it was on the outside corner of his slider. He missed it. Ball 1, strike 2. Kaline did not have a good rip that time. He was fooled on the pitch. He's outside the batter's box. little disgusted with himself. So 1-2 count. Duke Sims on deck, a left-hand hitter. Kaline hits right. Ball one, strike two. Tiant ready again. Long hesitation at the belt. Here's the pitch. Overarm swing, a base hit in the left field. Runner around third, up to the ball is Evans. There's the throw to the plate. He is safe at the plate, and on the throw, Kaline goes to second base. Tigers lead 2-1. That really brings this crowd into bedlam here at Tiger Stadium. They're throwing debris on the field here at home plate and out in left field. Eddie Casco, the manager of the Red Sox, is walking to the mound and making the signal for the left-hander, Bill Lee, to come in from the bullpen. Kaline had just looked bad on the second strike, and then came through with a hit between short and third in the left field. Clyde Evans came in, picked up the ball, made a good throw to the plate, but McCollum beat the throw by a good margin. The play was not close. The throw was not cut off. It came in the Fisk at the plate. And on the throw to the plate, Kaline went to second base. Kaline gets a single and a run batted in. Tiant will leave the game. He's been knocked out, and you're listening to Red Sox baseball from Tiger Stadium in Detroit. Louis gets a big hand here, and he doffs his cap as he goes into the dugout. And Detroit fans appreciative of Tiant's talent. And Louis doffed his cap to them as he headed toward the dugout. Detroit has gone ahead here 2-1 in the top of the 8th inning. In the last half of the 7th inning, pardon me. Duke Sims will be the hitter to face Bill Lee. And Tiant's pitching figures, he goes 6 1/3. He allowed 2 runs and could be charged with 3 runs. He gave up 7 hits. He walked 3 and he struck out 4. Those are the figures on Tiant. He pitched 5 innings of shutout ball. Finally gave up a run in the 6th inning when he issued a walk to Cash. Horton sacrifice and Northrup single to right to drive in the run, and now the second run and the lead run here in the 7th inning. In the 7th inning, with 1 out, McCullough doubled, and then Kaline came through with the RBI hit to put Detroit on top 2-1. And now Bill Lee is on the mound. All right, Lee is making his 47th appearance. He's won 7, lost 4, and saved 5 ball games. Earned run average 3.27. Worked 82 2/3 innings, given up 73 hits. Struck out 41, walked 32. So the Tigers have taken the lead here. And on that throw to the plate, Kaline got to second, so he's in scoring position. And what a job Mr. Kaline has done in this crucial series against the Red Sox. He's 2 for 4 tonight. He had 3 hits last night. Here's Duke Sims. Lefty against lefty now. Sims against Bill Lee on the mound. Here's the pitch to Sims. A swing and a miss, strike 1. Fastball. Bob Field, a left-hander, is warming up now in the Red Sox bullpen. He is unscored on since joining the Red Sox as a relief pitcher in 6 appearances. Crowd chanting, "We want a hit." Kaline at second base. 1 out. Tigers lead 2-1 in the 7th. There's the stretch by Lee. The pitch to Sims. Swing, and he hits the ground ball. Slow grounder to short. Fumbled by Aparicio. It's going to be safe all around. Runners on first and third now with 1 out. And the hitter will be Norm Cash. With a broken bat ground ball by Duke Sims. He did not hit it well at all. It was a little ground ball toward short. Aparicio came in on it as the runner moved from second to third and tried to block out Aparicio, and may have been successful in doing so because Louis fumbled the ball. He fumbled the ball, and it's safe all around. Runners on first and third. It goes as an error on Aparicio, I believe. Let's check it. No, they're calling it a hit. They're calling it a hit. Very slow hit ground ball, and even if Louis came up with the ball cleanly and made a peg, the first
base. A perfect throw. The official score ruled that he would not have gotten the man in his judgment. So it's a base hit. Hit for Sims. The batter now is Cash. First and third, one out. Watch for a bunt. Here's the stretch. Here's the pitch. Here's a bunt. And it is a foul ball down the third base line. He bunted it foul. The suicide squeeze was on. Kaline, the runner at third, started with a pitch, broke for home. And Norm Cash bunted the ball down the third base line and rolled foul about 30 feet down the line. Looked like, just for a split second, looked like it might stay fair, but then it curved and it rolled foul. So everybody goes back. Runners on first and third with one out. Count is strike one on Cash. Cash has bounced into a force play, has struck out and has drawn a walk tonight. He's 0 for 2. He's scored a run. Cash has 4 sacrifice bunts this year. Billy Martin is a manager that likes to do a lot of squeezing. Likes to use the hit and run, likes to bunt a lot. Throw to first base, runner is back. They had the squeeze on last night with Kaline at third base, and the bunt went foul, a suicide squeeze. Count is strike one here on Cash. Bill Lee, southpaw on the mound, gets his sign. Another lefty versus lefty situation. Pitch, a swing, here's a ground ball. Yastrzemski has it. Fumbles the ball, and a run scores to make it 3-1. Yastrzemski went to his right for a bouncing ball in on the grass. It looked as if he was going to have the play all right at the plate. But as he went to get the ball out of his glove, he fumbled it. So the run crossed the plate without a play, and now the Tigers have runners on first and second. The score of the game is 3-1 Detroit. Willie Horton, the hitter. Some more debris comes out of the stands here. Looks as if Yaz had an easy play at the plate. Came up with the ball to his right in on the grass. Had not too long a throw in front of him, but he fumbled the ball as he went to get it out of his glove and take the throw. That's ruled an error on Yastrzemski. That's the first Red Sox error tonight. Now we have runners on first and second with still only one out. The batter is Willie Horton. The pitch is a strike call, the knee-high fastball on the outside corner. Strike one on Horton. Well, to all intents and purposes, they could be out of this inning. But trouble in the infield. The ground ball, a broken bat single by Sims. They gave him a single. The runner got in front of Aparicio. Couldn't make the play, and now Yaz couldn't make the play home. Neither ball was in well. Down to strike one on Horton. Here's the stretch, here's the pitch. Swing a foul. He reached for an outside pitch and fouled it up on the screen. 2 strikes on Horton. Horton has 1 hit tonight. Last time up he sacrificed. He's 1 for 2. Last time up he bunted the ball and laid down a perfect sacrifice bunt, only his second sacrifice of the year. The managers, Casco and Martin, present a real contrast in tactics and strategy, particularly in this game. Casco has ignored a possible sacrifice on a couple of occasions, and also even a steal. Here's a swing and a foul back to the plate. And the count is strike 2 on Horton. The ground ball hit by Cash to Yastrzemski, on which Yastrzemski made an error. Cash is credited with a run batted in. The lead run in the inning. Well, that's made the score 2-1 for the Tigers. Was driven in on a hard single to left by Kaline. The score is 3-1 Detroit. Still only 1 out, but runners on first and second. 2 strikes on Willie Horton. Lee steps back off the mound and time is called. Horton outside the batter's box. Sox have 2 more turns at bat to get back in it. The 8th and 9th innings. There's the stretch. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. Almost threw that one away. Fisk made a fine stop. Blocked that ball. Kept it in front of him. Ball 1, strike 2 is the count on Horton. Bill Lee down for the Rosenbag. Red Sox have 2 pitchers in the bullpen. And the Tigers have 2. Here's the pitch now to Horton. A strike call. A beauty. And Horton is called out. Off-speed pitch hits the corner. And it fooled Willie Horton. Looks like he was expecting a fastball. Bill Lee pulled the string on him and got it in the strike zone. Horton is called out. So there's 2 out. The batter now is Jim Northrup. First strikeout for Bill Lee. Northrup has 1 hit and 3 trips. Tigers have 2 men on with 2 out now. The pitch. Strike call. A curve in the outside corner. Strike 1. Good pitch by Lee. Outfield. Fairly deep straight away for Northrup. 3-1. Tigers lead in the last half of the 7th inning at Detroit. Pitch hits in the dirt. Fisk makes a good block of it again. Bounces on it. The runners hold their bases. Ball 1 and strike 1 is the count on Northrup. 1-1. Lee down for the Rosenbag again. All set to stretch. Here it is. Swing and a foul fly ball. Up over the roof, out of play. Ball 1, strike 2 now on Northrup. Jim Northrup, good low ball hitter. In fact, the Tigers as a team are a pretty good low ball hitting team. They're left-hand hitters, especially. Northrup likes to go to the opposite field a lot. Bill Lee and the plate umpire Shylock exchange baseball. Ball 1, strike 2 on Northrup. Lee working deliberately. Runner at second is Duke Sims with Norm Cash at first base. Neither too fast. Swingers, a ground ball in the left field, a base hit. Sims around third. Here's the throw by Evans to the plate. He is out at the plate. He got him. Evans to Fisk, out at the plate. Good throw, a perfect throw by Dwight Evans, the rookie left fielder. He threw out Sims trying to score, and that retires the side. Northrup gets credit for a single. The inning is over. Detroit scored 2 runs, 1, 2, 3, 4 hits, 1 error. And 2 men are left. And the score at the end of 7 innings is Detroit 3 and the Red Sox 1.
So Cubs 11-1 on 6 Philadelphia home runs.
Tiger changes. Jim Northrup has moved to left field, and Mickey Stanley has entered the game to play center field. Willie Horton is out of the game. So Billy Martin goes for defense in these last 2 innings now. Northrup in left, Stanley in center, and Kaline in right is the Tiger outfield. Go to the top of the 8th inning. The score is now 3-1. The Tigers have 3 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. The Red Sox 1 run, only 3 hits off Fryman, and 1 error. Middle of the batting order coming up here in the 8th. Yastrzemski, Smith, and Petroselli. In time to get a rally going with Ned Martin.
All right, Dave. Time getting short for the Red Sox now. They have 2 innings left. And the story of tonight has not been the pitcher's fault. Louis Tiant pitched a gutty ball game. Could have left in better shape. Bill Lee made 2 good pitches to Sims and Cash. They were hit in the infield. One of them broken bat to short. Aparicio couldn't handle. The other one by an error by Yastrzemski. Here's Carl now, and he wraps a shot past second baseman McAuliffe into right center field for a base hit. Yes, leads with a single in the Red Sox 8th. That's the fourth hit off Woody Fryman. That ball was belted. McAuliffe made a good try for it. Came within about a foot of catching it. So the lead man is on for the Red Sox, and Reggie Smith is at the plate. He's had a fielder's choice, grounded to first, and walked. Fryman has given up 4 hits. There's nobody working in the bullpen yet for Detroit. Tigers have a 2-run lead, 3-1 in the 8th. Fryman pitching to Smith. Outside low, ball 1. The Red Sox have not hit in this series, and that's been the big thing. They did not hit Lolich last night. 6 hits and 1 run. They have 4 hits and 1 run tonight off Fryman. Woody checks first base. Here's the pitch. Smith lets it go by. A wild pitch. Yaz will go to second. So Yastrzemski goes down to second base. It means something, but not as much now as it would have an inning ago when the game was tied up. Red Sox still have to play to get 2 or more. Preferably more, as they are down to their last 6 outs. Cash goes over to talk to Fryman. Count on Smith. 2 balls, no strikes. 2-0 to Reggie. Yastrzemski at second, nobody out. Fryman gets set. He throws, and Smith carves one up in the air to right field. Kaline coming in. Yaz will play it halfway. Kaline makes the catch. 1 out. Smith flies to right. Reggie has not had a hit this series. Rico Petrocelli hasn't either. He has struck out, walked, and flied to center. The big power 3 have not hit. Yastrzemski's had 2 hits. He has a single tonight and a double last night. But Smith and Petrocelli have not hit, and neither and Carlton Fisk has been hurting at the plate. Pitching to Rico. Fly ball deep toward right field. Kaline back. He's there at the gate. He's got it. And back to second base goes Carl Yastrzemski. And Boyle almost made it. Well, that's as hard as Rico's hit the ball for a while. It went very deep to right field. Kaline went back right at the railing and had it for the out. Yastrzemski played it halfway and had to scurry back to second. So now they're quickly 2 down, and Billy Martin wants to talk with Woody Fryman after that one. Rico hit that ball a long way to the opposite field. Carlton Fisk will be the batter. He has flied to Kaline in shallow right and has fouled out weakly twice, once to third and once to first. Martin has got Chuck Selbach, a right-hander, in the bullpen, and he's going to come in right now. Selbach has just started to throw, but he had been up earlier. Fryman, of course, had been out a long time, sitting on the bench, while the Tigers were scoring their 2 runs in the 7th inning. They sent 7 men to the plate. There was a pitching change, so Fryman had to wait a long while, and it might have taken something away. So Chuck Selbach is coming on to relieve, and Woody Fryman will leave the ball game, and he'll get a heck of a hand, I'm quite sure. Here he comes. Tremendous roar for the pitcher Woody Fryman, who did a good job while he was in there. He worked 7 2/3 innings. He gave up 4 hits. That's all. 1 run. It was unearned. He's responsible for 1 base runner. Yastrzemski's at second now. Fryman walked 4, struck out 5 in a strong performance. He outpitched Louis Tiant. And now Selbach is on.
Chuck Selbach has won 9 and lost 8, but he's also saved 13 games for the Tigers this year. His earned run average is 2.92. He has the most saves on the staff. He's been in 60 games, started 3 of them. He's pitched 110 2/3 innings, allowed 96 hits, 36 earned runs. He's walked only 39, and he has 74 strikeouts, given up 6 homers. Dartmouth product, and hails from nearby Rocky River, Ohio, outside of Cleveland. Good right-hand pitcher who came up to the Tigers last year, and this year has blossomed into the right-handed ace relief pitcher on the Detroit staff. Red Sherman is the left-handed ace relief pitcher. Two top men in the bullpen. Sherman with 12 saves and a 7-3 record, and this fellow Selbach with 13 saves and a 9-8 record. To face him, Pudge Fisk with Yastrzemski at second base, 2 out of the 8th inning, and the score 3-1 Detroit.
All right, 2 outs, and Yastrzemski at second. Carlton Fisk, 0 for 3, has not hit the ball hard at all tonight. And has had trouble in this series. Been catching every game. He's got to be a little bit weary, bat weary and leg weary now. He's coming up now to face Selbach. Selbach, former Dartmouth College ace a couple of years ago. Now a fine reliever for the Tigers. Yastrzemski at second, 2 away. Red Sox trailing by 2 runs in the 8th inning. Pitch fouled off, strike 1. Well, the ball that was hit by Rico was very deep, and it looked for a moment that it might have wings enough to get there to the fence, at least off the fence, if not into the lower deck. But Kaline was there, as he usually is, and made the catch. 3-1 Detroit. Fisk trying to pick up Yastrzemski, who has a big lead off second. Selbach, right-hander. Ball throws. There's a ground ball. Line drive. Taken at third base by Rodriguez. The end of the inning. And that took a run away from the Red Sox. Great stop by Rodriguez at third. Of a sizzling line drive off the bat of Carlton Fisk. He took it about a foot off the ground, diving to his left. And that ends the inning. And that ends a lot of hope for the Red Sox. They have one more inning to go. In the 8th inning, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Leadoff single by Yastrzemski avails nothing. And after 7 1/2, the score 3-1 Detroit. Here we are back at Tiger Stadium. The Tigers up in the 8th inning to face Bill Lee. They are leading the Red Sox 3-1. They are 1 inning away from wrapping up the American League East. The hand is for Rodriguez as he steps to the plate. He ended the Red Sox threat just a moment ago with a diving stab of a line drive by Carlton Fisk. With Yastrzemski at second, it certainly would have scored a run and prolonged the inning had he not been able to catch it. Rodriguez has had some kind of series. 3 hits, 3 RBIs last night. And got a hit now. There's a strike. One of the runs scored on Louis Tiant in that 7th inning was unearned. So he gave up 3 runs while he was in there, 2 of them earned. Boy, you look back and see those 2 squibbers in the infield that were messed up, and you wonder. Tigers are doing things right, the Red Sox aren't. Ground ball to short. Aparicio, long throw, gets him in time for a step, and there's 1 away. Things just have not happened right in this series. The 2 games, Aparicio falling down, rounding third base on Yastrzemski's double last night. Would have been a triple and a run-in, but he fell down, had to get back, and Yaz ran into him at third, was out. And the tenor of the game switched right there. After that, they did nothing with Lolich, although they had people on base all night long. They have not been hitting in this series. Brinkman bangs one, a beautiful stop at the mound by Lee, throws him out. Bill Lee took a hit away from Brinkman just there. The ball was hit sharply on a high hop, but Lee went up in the air to get it. So they're 2 down quickly in the Tiger 8th. In the Red Sox 9th, their last chance to hang alive in this race, their scheduled hitters will be Dwight Evans, Doug Griffin, and a pinch hitter for Bill Lee. The batter is Chuck Selbach, the pitcher. Right-handed hitter. Lee kicks and throws, and there's a strike call. There's a pitch low and away for a ball. The count is 1-1 to Selbach.
Louis Tiant has wound up the season with an earned run average of 1.9106 to barely nose out Gaylord Perry for the American League earned run average title. Perry 1.917.
The pitch by Lee is a strike to Selbach, 1-2.
And he also, Louis becomes the first Red Sox pitcher since Mel Parnell in 1948 to lead the league in ERA. Parnell that year had 2.78.
Okay, Dave, there's a foul back by Selbach. So a great year for Louis Tiant ends. And for him a sour note because he did not get a chance to win it. He chipped in a base hit. His teammates only have had 4. And things just happened. But Louis pitched courageous baseball. He wasn't as sharp tonight as he has been. But he gave up only 1 run. He pitched 5 scoreless innings, gave up 1 run in the 6th and 2 in the 7th. One of those was unearned. 1-2 pitch. Fouled again by Selbach. But the Tigers, you've got to give them credit. They have carried the fight to the Red Sox. They've had the hits when they've needed them. Their professionals have come through. Kaline, Rodriguez. Their pitching of Lolich, Fryman. They've done a job. 1-2 pitch is a little bit high. Ball 2, 2-2. Just about 4 nights ago, you wouldn't have given much chance for the Tigers to win it. The Red Sox were riding high. They'd taken 2 in a row from Baltimore, but they lost Sunday, and the Tigers won, and that changed things around. 2-2 pitch. Nope. Out goes Selbach. He backs out a moment. And now the Red Sox are on the thread. They have 1 inning left to try to do something and force it into a showdown tomorrow. Otherwise, the tomorrow is a mere formality. 2-2 pitch to Selbach, fouled off again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Whatever you say and whatever happens about tonight, though, the Red Sox fans and the ones that were faithful to them can be proud of them this year. It was a team that was not expected to go this far. A different kind of ball club. And they carried things in August and September and made things very interesting indeed. There's a ball inside. 3-2. They took over the American League East lead in early September and held it up until last night, except for 1 day. They've had the pitching, they've had low-run games, but they've had close ball games that they have won. Strike 3, and that's all for Selbach and the Tigers in the 8th inning. Nothing across, and after 8 full innings, it is Tigers 3, Red Sox 1. Well, it's last call for the Red Sox. Chuck Selbach, the right-hander for the Tigers, is taking his warm-up. Dwight Evans, the callow 20-year-old who made a saving catch tonight, but has handled himself professionally for the most part since coming from the minors, will be leading off. He has struck out twice in this game and walked once. Cecil Cooper, a left-handed hitting first baseman, will bat for Doug Griffin, and there'll be a hitter for Bill Lee, of course. The Red Sox trail by 2. The 7th inning is the pivotal inning, and the Tigers came up with a runner, an earned run, and an unearned run. A couple of squib hits in the infield and an error by Yastrzemski. There was a clean double to right center by McAuliffe and a clean single left by Kaline to get the lead run home, and then the error by Yastrzemski allowed the other run to score. And that's the way it stands right now. Selbach is ready. This place is ready to completely uncork itself at the seams, I believe. Tiger Stadium with 54,000 here. But the Red Sox still have a half inning left. That is the glory of baseball. There's no clock on them. Evans is up. Here's the pitch. Ball inside. Cecil Cooper kneeling on deck. Here are the youngsters up in the 9th inning. The pitch by Selbach. Low, ball 2, 2-0. In the Red Sox bullpen, left-hander Bob Veal is throwing. And the Tigers in their bullpen have some action also. Left and right-handers. Selbach pitching. Strike called. Evans had the take sign on all the way. Fred Sherman is the left-hander throwing down for Detroit. And Chris Zachary. Zachary, the right-hander. 2-1 pitch to Evans. Low. Oh no. Got him a called strike. Nestor Charlotte came up with a little bit of a late call, and it's a 2-2 count. Evans was called out on strikes his last time up. Now Selbach is ahead of him, 2-2. Right-hander kicks and throws, and there's a chopper hit towards third. Coming for it, Rodriguez can't get it. It's foul. Had it stayed fair, it might have been a base hit. Not well hit at all. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Dwight Evans. The Red Sox have had runners on. They've had shots all night long. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left. The Tigers have left 9 on base. a long game for a 3-1 score. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, swinging. 1 out. Dwight Evans strikes out. That's the first for Selbach. Woody Fryman, the starter, had 5. Cecil Cooper is up, and Duke Sims out talking to Selbach. They're looking at Cooper. They don't know him too much. Came up from Louisville, left-handed batter. And Ben Ogilvy will bat for Bill Lee. Ogilvy coming into the on-deck circle. So Eddie Casco going with the kids in the 9th inning. There's nothing left. They're all left-handed hitters. And that's what they want against the right-hander Selbach. 1 out in the Red Sox 9th. Title hopes starting to dim and flutter away unless the kids can do something to get on base. Chuck Selbach, no bearded veteran himself, out on the mound for the Tigers. He looks in for the sign, pitches to Cooper, and it's fouled off as Cecil takes a rip at it. Cooper hit .315 down in Louisville this year. Line drive type hitter. Since coming to the Red Sox, he's had 1 hit and 11 times at bat. Selbach checks the sign. And it's low for a ball. Cooper was choking up on the bat, squaring away as if to bunt, and that brought Rodriguez in like a streak at third. 1 ball, 1 strike. Count with 1 out. Selbach ready. Fires. Strike 2. Swinging. 1 and 2. A ball and 2 strikes to Cooper. 1 out. Nobody on. Red Sox down by 2. They've had only 4 hits tonight. Here it comes. Strike 3, call. Cooper out on strike. 2 away, and 1 out left. Cecil Cooper caught looking at a ball and was right on the corner. And another youngster, Ben Ogilvy, comes up, a left-handed hitting outfielder. Ogilvy, who hit well early in the season, batting .239, 8 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Tommy Harper on deck. The Tigers 1 out away from the East Division title. And the fans are smelling it now. They're up, they're waving their hands. A cacophony of sound around Tiger Stadium with 2 outs, nobody on base. And here is Selbach pitching low and inside to Ben Ogilvy. Ball 1. Been excitement here for 2 nights. The crowd has made it that way, and the Tigers have made it that way. Here it is. Fly ball to right field. K-Line comes in. He's got it for the final out. As the Red Sox lose, the Tigers win it. They win the Eastern Division. The field is full of people going out to mob the players. A tremendous scene here at Tiger Stadium as everybody has poured out of the bleachers and the grandstand, mobbing the players as they make their way to the dugout. I don't know if K-Line has made it yet. Jim Northrup has just come in as this place has gone stark raving mad. In the 9th inning, the Red Sox go quietly in order, 1, 2, 3, as they carried it to the last day of the season and die here in Detroit. Nothing across. The final score, the Tigers 3, the Red Sox 1.